Chapter 20. April the 27th, 1526. Hampton Court. The weeks, days, and hours were precious now, and not to be dreaded as Mary had feared. Each meal, each walk through the wood-panelled and tapestried halls of Greenwich, Whitehall, Nonsuch, or Hampton, any moment she might see Staff. Their times together were often fleeting and bittersweet, but Mary treasured each in her heart. The stares, rude barbs, and affronts to her, as the king's now cast-off mistress, bothered her not at all. Anne's self-centeredness, the lack of her father's goodwill, which she had once coveted, what did that matter now that William Stafford loved her, and she belonged, body and heart, to him only? They had become as clever as the king's court spies, Staff teased her. Sometimes Mary's trusted maid Nancy went between them with information about when one of them was unexpectedly free, or where to meet, but usually they managed unaided. When Will, as esquire to the body, fulfilled his duties as royal valet and companion to the king by sleeping within call of the royal bedroom, Staff sometimes dared to come to her, but often they met in the dead of night in some unoccupied bedroom or other empty chamber, in reach of whatever palace the court visited. Staff seemed to know everything: Will's schedule, what rooms in what halls were vacant, when to dare much, and when they must go endless days not chancing a tryst. Mary trusted Staff completely as she desired and loved him. But it had been almost a week now, the longest they had not dared, and this chilly and damp late April day here at Hampton Court was starting to seep into her bones. After each time they had been together, she fed herself on warm memories of each embrace, each passionate caress, living his tender touches over and over until the memories cooled and she burned with desire for new love-making with him. Mary leaned her flushed cheek on the cool pane of the leaded window, overlooking the vast stretch of roofs at Hampton, abloom with twisted brick chimneys in the early morning rain. This room was not a bad one, really, spacious, with a fireplace and a tiny sitting-room attached. How the Carey living quarters had improved since they had returned from their year-long exile only 3 months ago. Their bouche, too, the daily allotment by rank of candles, bread, wine and beer sent to the hundreds of courtiers' rooms, had increased. Probably the result of some comment of her sister to the great Henry rather than his Grace's true estimate of the Careys' worth. But today the red bricks of Hampton were glazed with chilly rain, and a grey fog drifted in from the river with cold, clenching hands to dampen her precious memories. She heard her maid Nancy come, and she turned to see the girl's arms full of the laundry she had gone to fetch, and a bolt of shell-pink satin. "Good news, Lady Mary." The sweet-faced, brown-haired girl beamed at her mistress as she laid the pile of goods carefully on the table. "The washerwoman had the linens all done, and look at this." Mary gazed with awe at the thick bolt of pale pink satin Nancy extended toward her. She hated to admit it, but she had longed for new gowns after a year away from court, while her own sister's growing influence over king and courtiers had changed the styles gradually, until her older clothes looked much outdated. Long, tapered sleeves dripping with lace were now the rage, and a more bell-shaped sweep of skirt than the padded ones Spanish Queen Catherine still clung to. Mary did not care for her own pride so much that some of her clothes were several years out of style from the heyday of the king's bounty to her, nor for the terrible family pride her father espoused. But She did so want to look beautiful and fashionable for staff, and, of course, she could take no gifts or money from him, or else her penurious husband, whose wealth went for Carey causes, would know. "It is so lovely, Nance, and such a delicate colour." "Enough for a May Day gown, if we get after it fast enough, m'lady. Let's see, it be but 4 days away, but if we work at it, and I get my sister Megan to help us a bit on all the fancy tuckings and embroidery—" Mary slid her tapered fingers along the rosy and silvery sheen of the material. Even in this muted light, it came alive with shimmering highlights when it was turned or moved. But Nance, where in the world did it come from? Not my Lord Carey, I warrant, and Lord Stafford does not dare. Tears of excitement flooded the maid's hazel eyes, and she nearly jumped about in her desire to tell. "By the saints, Lady Mary, I was waiting for you to ask me, and you just kept staring wide-eyed in wonder at it all. Your lady mother has come to court with your sister for May Day, and she brought it for you." "My sister?" "No, your lady mother." "Why was I not told they were coming? I should have known the king would insist Anne be here for the May revels, I guess, but, oh, why do they not tell me anything any more? And mother should not have borne this great expense for me. Father does not give her a very big allowance for Hever any more, as she and Semonay are the only constant householders now." She sank into a chair at their little table, with the bolt of shimmery pink satin spilled over her knees. "Saints, Lady Mary, I thought you would be dancing on the ceiling for it, and you look like the grey sky outside. Lady Boleyn said to tell you that she will see you as soon as she and the Lady Anne get settled, and after she talks to Lord Boleyn." "Good luck to her on that," Mary said grimly. "M'lady, I've been thinking," Nancy began slowly, and then charged on in a rush of increasing speed. "Since striped and inset bodices be all the rage, we could cut pieces of ivory satin out of your wedding gown you've been wanting to make over, maybe even line the low square cut bodice of this May Day dress with the tiny pink roses off that old-fashioned slashed wedding skirt." Mary smiled broadly at the slim girl hovering over her and wiped a threatening tear away with the back of one finger. "Yes, Nance, a wonderful idea. My dear mother should never have done this, but I think she knows how poorly I get on here, except for— Well, she could know nothing of Lord Stafford." She and Nancy grinned conspiratorially at each other, as if the empty chamber were simply brimming with spies. "Let's do it then, Nance. Oh, this will lift my spirits on a dreary day. And you will be the best-dressed lady, as well as the most beautiful, as always." Nancy chortled and gathered the washed linen from the little table to give them working room. "Saints, m'lady, we will never manage to lay and cut this out on this little table, and we sure cannot put it on this floor. Shall we go down to the great hall, or some larger table to do it?" "No, no one wants to see Mary Carey about, cutting and sewing her own dresses down there. It is just not done. Here, help me move aside these chairs and this table. This rug is clean, and we shall have to be careful. If my mother should appear, which I doubt, since she will probably send for me to Anne's rooms, she will certainly understand." "And Lord Carey?" "He said he was to be about when the king receives the French ambassadors, so I have no idea when he will appear. Right now, at least, my Lord Carey is the least of my worries." "Yes, m'lady," Nancy said solemnly, studying her mistress's face for a moment before they bent to heave and slide the heavy carved furniture to the corners of the room. On their hands and knees, they crawled around the edge of the rippled pink sea of material spread between them, measuring, cutting. They studied the cut of earlier dresses, and Mary even lay down on the edge of the satin so they could judge the tapered sleeve length before they cut. The rain beat down outside, glazing the windows and occasionally plopping into the ashes of the hearth. Their backs, shoulders, and arms began to ache as the pink cut pieces piled up on the bed. There, Nance, and look. Enough for a dress for little Catherine, I'm certain. It does not always do for her to be wearing last season's clothes in such close proximity to the Duchess of Suffolk's little daughter Margaret. Now, we will cut those strips from the wedding gown and snip off those lovely roses. You should be a seamstress and designer of ladies' gowns, Nance. What a wonderful idea to cut up this old one like this. Alight at the praise, the girl beamed at her mistress's words, her sweet, honest face sprinkled with faded freckles. They had worked over the 8-year-old wedding gown but a few minutes when a knock sounded at the door. Still on her knees, Nancy swung it open, and an astounded little boy, neither of them recognized, stared down in surprise at the two women on the floor over a pretty dress they were cutting to shreds. Lady Carey, he stammered. Yes, do not be afraid to speak your piece. I am Lady Carey. I be Simon the link boy from the East Hall down there, he said, and pointed off down the corridor. Yes, Simon? The Lady Carey's presence is requested by our Lady Mother, Lady Boleyn, in this place, milady. See, here, one of the King's gentlemen wrote it down for me. He extended to her a tiny square of parchment, which he had evidently bent and wrinkled in his hot little fist. Mary rose and took the note from the boy. Thank you, Simon. You may tell my mother I will attend her immediately. The boy grinned. Yes, milady, but I'm not supposed to go back there. The gentleman already gave me a copper for it. With that, he was gone. Imagine paying link boys to deliver messages these days, Mary said as she unfolded the little piece of paper. They used to do that gratis as well as light the halls after dark. The note said simply, Your mother and Anne have come to court. Since they are busy and you are not, I suggest you visit your horse in the east stable block nearest the herb gardens now. Ignore the rain. Eden misses you. Staff, of course. Had he gone stark mad sending her a written missive like this? But, of course, it was not signed. Now, the note said. Did he mean right now? Her heart began to hammer as she bent toward her little mirror. She saw her cheeks were already flushing pink in anticipation. Nancy, get out my green riding dress and a shawl, and hurry. The girl darted up and pulled the outfit from the huge coffer at the foot of the bed. Going riding in this fog and rain, Lady Mary? She protested gently as she shook out the skirts. Saints, lady, this is a wrinkled mess. Your mother and the Lady Anne want you to go riding in this weather. Please, Nance, hurry. I will help you with the May Day dress when I come back. All night, if we must, and if my mother or sister send for me, only tell the messenger I am out and will attend them presently. Nancy helped her mistress change clothes quickly. But that note, she sputtered, and then her face broke into a huge grin. Oh, that, Mother! She laughed and winked, and they hugged before Mary hurried out the door into the long oak-panelled hall. It was only as she went down the twisting, enclosed back stairs toward the east stables that she realized she still held the little note clasped tightly in her sweaty palm. The rain had let up somewhat. Ignore the rain, he had written. Yes, she could do that now, and gladly. But surely there would be others around the stables, grooms or squires. It did not matter. If they had to just pet Eden and whisper love words over the mare's back, that would have to be enough for today. She covered her bare head with the dark woven shawl and skirted the herb gardens, which would soon burst and bulge with green rows of well-tended asparagus, parsnips, peas, onions and beets. The red brick stable blocks loomed ahead, a brighter red in the rain. The Tudor arms inset in stone were over the centre door, but she took the gravel path around the side and darted under the overhang to flap clinging raindrops from her shawl. She entered the warmth of the huge stables and thought instantly of the stables at home. Ian, the blacksmith, tended Heaver's small stables proudly, despite their meagreness, for when father was away and George gone too, there was no need to support the large number of horses they had once kept there. The king loved his horses and his hunt hounds, and both were well cared for under this vast roof. It smelled damp here, but fresh, straw and malt all mingled with leather and punctuated with the wheeze and stamp of snorting, shifting horses in their stalls. She glanced down the long rows and saw no one. She had visited her mare Eden here before, and her stall was much farther down. "Excuse me, lovely lady, but are you wanting to ride any mount in particular? Might I be of some help? Do you think you could handle a large, eager stallion today?" She whirled to face Staff, where he stood at his ease between two tall destriers which knights rode at the tilt-rail. She would have rushed to him to throw her arms around him, but he held up one hand, and she smiled in obvious wicked anticipation. "Staff," she whispered. "It looks empty here. Of people, I mean." He grinned rakishly at her and raised one eyebrow. "I know, sweet lady. Most of his Grace's men are in the great presence chamber, and the women are all aflutter over your sister's arrival. But you, how did you manage to get away?" "I lied," he said, low, and came toward her in the aisle between the stalls where she stood. "I told them I have heartburn from that wretched orgy of rich food his Grace timed those Frenchies on last night. Actually, it was not that much of a lie, lass. Only to tell true, the cause of my burning heart is hardly his Grace's highly seasoned food." She giggled in sheer delight at his tease, despite the way he glanced quickly up and down the aisle and firmly took her elbow. "Have you missed me?" he said out of the side of his mouth, as they strolled between the two long rows of horse croups and tails. "Of course, it has been a whole week, my Staff." "I know, sweet, and I hate to send for you like this at the oddest times and weirdest places. But we decided we must do that now to be together. Yes, shh. It is only that I wish so desperately that I could give you your own house and stables and bedroom. What were you doing when the boy came with the note from Mother?" "You rogue. Actually, if you want to know, I was cutting my old wedding dress to shreds." "So, it has come to that, has it? Making a new gown from it, I suppose you mean. Mary, I have told you before, and I shall tell you now again, you are without exception the most ravishingly beautiful woman at this court, whatever you wear, or do not wear." A lump caught in her throat at the verbal caress. When he talked to her, even looked at her, it was always as though he touched her all over, stroked her bare skin, even thrust his love deep within her. "If you think we have come here for a mere stroll among his Grace's ponies, sweet, you are in for a bit of a surprise, and I hope a pleasant one," he was saying. "I have told you that I am not a patient man, and I'm afraid you are about to see the results of that. In here, Mary." She followed him trustingly through a small door in the back of the stables. It was a low, long, narrow room, with a row of pallets covered with deep straw. There was a small table, with a bench, a braided rag rug on the floor, and several open grates along the outside wall to let in air and light. Still, it was very dim in here. Staff shot the bolt on the door behind them, and then shoved a heavy bench to rest against it. "The man in charge of the grooms stays here, and he owes me a favour," he explained. "He knows I have a lady with me, but he will keep himself and the grooms clear for a while. They are busy enough with all the French mounts in the West stables anyway. The straw is all fresh on the pallets, love. I hauled it in myself from the loft this morning. See? Over here." She stepped forward and saw 3 of the low wooden pallets on their sturdy, squat legs had been shoved together, piled with deep straw and covered with his big black velvet cloak. She knew he was watching her intently, one hand still lightly touching her elbow. "You know, my dear Lord Stafford," she said, trying to keep her voice from trembling, "you can absolutely ruin good velvet in the rain. I am so glad you found a warm, dry place for that cape. And I love the feel of velvet on my back." May Day dawned glorious and golden at Hampton Court, on the springtime banks of the broad River Thames. All morning the air had been split with the racket of workmen putting up the maypoles and wrapping them with 12-foot lengths of alternating strips of Tudor green and white. Trestle tables were laid outside and covered with long white tablecloths, soon to be laden with food for over 1,000 May Day revellers. From 2 newly installed temporary fountains at the edge of the rose gardens, streams of the king's 2 favourite wines, Osnay and Compalais, spouted in noisy trickles, awaiting the thrust of goblets or parted lips of thirsty imbibers. At 11 in the morning, the greens, gardens, and the elaborate maze would burst with the light-hearted, laughing courtiers who now kept to their chambers to dress and primp and prepare for this extravaganza to welcome the onset of spring and the temporary return to court of the Lady Anne Boleyn. The eternally repeated topics of how many lands or titles or preferments the Lady Anne would get, and how long she would last with the king, on this one day took second place to the scuttling whispers of fashion and merriment. "The dress is perfect, just perfect, Lady Mary," Nancy crooned as she sat back proudly on her heels to admire their 4-day creation. "I warrant even the Lady Anne shall not be as talked about and noted today." Mary pirouetted slowly as Nancy held their only small mirror so that she could catch at least a sideways glimpse of herself. She had to admit, the gown was lovely. The shimmery blend of delicate shell pink and ivory in the bodice set off her milk and peaches complexion, and the light blonde tresses, arranged so carefully. The press of the taut bodice pushed the creamy tops of her graceful, full breasts up over the lace and rosebud edging of the low, square-cut gown. Rustling satin skirts belled out in the graceful French style every time she swayed her hips slightly. Her full outer sleeves over the tight-fitted ones dripped Belgian lace, plundered from the wedding dress also, and a silver belt with clinking delicate links which had once been a long neck chain dangled from her tiny waist. They had even covered a pair of old worn white dance slippers in the pale pink satin. They both knew grass stains from the dancing on the lawn would surely ruin the slippers, but for today it was worth it. Will stepped in from the hall, dressed in his best beige doublet, matching hose and white lace and embroidered shirt, and his mouth dropped. "A new dress, Mary? Is there a secret admirer, or did your avaricious little sister send you down a cast-off bolt from her coffers?" "Well, I do not need your snide remarks today. Mother brought me this pink satin from Hever when she came last week, and if you had been anywhere about these last 4 days, you would have seen Nancy and me personally slaving over it." "Well, it is lovely. You look fine. It will set them back on their heels when they see how Lady Carey looks, eh?" "No thanks to you," she wanted to say, but she did not intend to ruin this beautiful, exciting day carping at will. "You are evidently ready then, wife. Yes, you and Nancy did a very pretty job here. Those little roses at the neckline and hairpiece remind me of another gown you had once, but for the life of me I cannot think which one." "Let us be off then. It is almost 11, and it will not do to keep his Grace waiting. I did tell you I am to go with John Ashton, Thomas Darcy, and a small contingent of guards to fetch the Princess Mary for her father later this afternoon, did I not, Mary? No, you did not, my lord. She took his offered arm as they went out into the hall, increasingly full of courtiers heading downstairs. But she is at Bewley, Will. He cannot possibly get back until tomorrow. True, madam, he said, tight-lipped. See what you can make of the respite, then. She darted a sideways look at him through her thick lashes, suddenly afraid. Could he know about Staff and her? But no, since things were bad in their marriage, he had probably meant that she would not miss him. Besides, he said no more about it, and Staff and she had been so careful. Still, she felt the first tiny stab of guilt for a long time. The moment he had told her he would be away, had not her first thought been to somehow tell Staff? The sun dazzled them as they stepped out the big back doors facing the pond garden on the south front lawns. Mary blinked and squinted until her eyes adjusted. Courtiers were streaming in their springtime pastels like gentle trails of ribbons down to the burgeoning tables and waiting maypoles on the river. The poignant fragrances of boxwood and sweet lilies of the valley permeated the air everywhere here. Her eyes skimmed the clusters of chatting, strolling people for Staff. He was always ridiculously easy to pick out, of course, because he was so tall, but she saw him nowhere here. Perhaps the king had attached him to his retinue at the last minute, and the big brazen sovereign had hardly put in his appearance here yet, among these still somewhat subdued courtiers. Do not panic and do not show dismay, Staff had warned her, when you see I am escorting Dorothy Cobham and Isabel Dorsey. It would look most suspicious for me to attend May Day like a single stag among the does, only to shoot soulful looks at the married lady, Lady Carey, all afternoon. She knew he was right. At least there would be 2 women with him, she breathed, and that was infinitely better than 1. Well, wife, steady yourself for the onslaught. Will was chuckling, and Mary's eyes foolishly searched the path for Staff with his 2 females in tow until she realized Will could not possibly know of that. Then she saw what he meant. In an elaborately ruffled and embroidered gown of light green and pale yellow, a laughing Anne Boleyn pulled Henry Tudor, decked in blinding white and gold, down the path directly behind them, with the rest of the Boleyn family in their broad wake. Will took Mary's arm firmly, and they both bowed low as the royal entourage approached. Anne giggled. George nodded and tried to shift away from his clinging wife, Jane Rochford. Lady Boleyn clasped her hands in delight and nodded at Mary over the perfection of the dress. The king and Thomas Boleyn both stared, wide-eyed, at Mary. Well, well! The king's voice came to Mary's ears uncharacteristically raspy. Thomas, you rogue! How did you ever do it? 2 beautiful, ravishing daughters! Lady Mary, my greetings this fine May day, and to you, Will, of course, whom I see more often. His eyes, in shadow, went deliberately over Mary, but Anne's head jerked toward the king, and she possessively took his white satin-covered arm. My dear Lord King, everyone awaits, she said, and tugged his arm. He pulled his eyes away from Mary like a guilty schoolboy caught cheating at sums, and with another mumbled word and quick backward glance, went on. Thomas Boleyn dropped behind the departing king and spoke first to Will, as if Mary were not even there. Did you mark all that, Will? He demanded low. I would advise you and your lady here to patch things up and put on a good front. Anne seems so wilful and nervous I never know what she's going to do next. You do look spectacular, Mary dear. See to her, Will. Mary stared at her father's retreating back through slitted eyes as he hurried to catch up with the king. "Do you have anything to say, madam?" Will probed the minute they were all out of earshot. "About what, Will? My father's cryptic comments or his Grace's greedy eyes? Do not raise your voice out here like that, Mary. I was referring to how your father knew things were, well, unsettled between us." She started to walk toward the festival green, and he had to hurry to keep up. "Honestly, Will, you ought to be used to fathers knowing everything by now. It can hardly be a secret at court that you bed elsewhere but in the Lady Carey's room." His hand shot out and seized her wrist, whirling her round to face him. "And you, madam?" She faced him, squarely, calmly, fighting to keep panic and disdain from her face. Over his shoulder, she caught a glimpse of Staff in a tawny and gold doublet, on the path a little way behind Will. Staff, with a lovely woman on each arm. If they approached Will and her while Will probed so suspiciously, she would be lost for certain. Will Carey!" Will turned away and squinted into the late morning sun. It was Sir Francis Weston, in the most incongruous yellow for such a masculine sporter and soldier, and quite out of breath. "Will and Mary, His Grace has asked me to fetch you to his table directly. He said the entire Boleyn family should be together today, to please the Lady Anne." They set off across the path at a good clip, and Mary could feel Staff's eyes boring into her from behind. To please the Lady Anne in a pig's eye, Mary thought grimly. She had been the king's mistress off and on for 5 years, and she could still read his thoughts well enough. He had ogled her, but briefly, on the path, and now meant to use her either to set Anne back on her heels a bit, confuse her father's wily brain, or no. The other possibility could never be that he had looked on her with real interest for himself, after all this time. No, never that again. She would run away first, drown herself in the muddy Thames despite this new dress. Later, in the dancing, she must somehow get to Staff. Staff always knew what to do. "Mary, are you all right? I did not mean to ruin this happy day. And here, the Careys fully back in his Grace's goodwill. Eleanor will be so pleased when she hears." Mary only nodded, tight-lipped, as they were seated down the table from the king. She could not see Staff, as he no doubt seated himself somewhere in the swelling crowd behind them. The May-day sun slipped on golden-slippered feet across the blue sky as the day wore on with feasting and dancing. A new May Queen and King were chosen each year. Mary watched as Isabel Darcy, whom Staff had once said the king had wanted him to marry, was chosen to serve with the youngest Guildford son. She remembered, as if in a distant dream, she had been selected for the honour her first year back from Francois's gilded court. She danced around the maypole with many partners, weaving then unweaving the ribbons each pair of cavorting revellers held, while following the simple running and bowing patterns of the dance. Will partnered her first, then George, then Weston, then Norris, even the king. Then, finally, there was Staff. One hand was firm on her back. His other grasped hers and their ribbon as they moved together around the circle. "Will is leaving for Bewley," she whispered. "I know. You look absolutely ravishing, Mary, like a spring angel I could find in the gardens, if there was such a thing as spring garden angels. How much wine have you and your charming little ladies had, my lord?" she asked. They were both out of breath. Oh no, she thought, the musicians are stopping. It was over too soon. Everyone around them was applauding and laughing. She knew her disappointment showed clearly on her face, and here Staff dared to grin down at her like that. Only a few moments with him, and he looked so happy to be going back to squire that insufferable Dorothy Cobham and the flighty May Queen about the gardens or into the lover's maze. My beloved sweet Mary, will you never learn to hide your feelings? He was scolding low, with a distinct glint of devilment in each dark brown eye. I said, I know Will is leaving. As soon as he does, and you can hie yourself away from your loving family and avid-eyed king, do so. Only do not go back to your own suite, and do not get entangled with the sticky Boleyn clan for supper later. Come to Lord Abergavenny's rooms on the 3rd floor, directly under the south turret. If you turn your lovely head, you can see the windows to the room now. It seems... He ended his whispered recital of instructions. Lord Abergavenny's father has died in Yorkshire, and I promised to watch their rooms while their household is away this week. Oh, Staff, I said, do not show what you are thinking, madam. It is not yet the custom in brash Henry's wild court to make love to one's lass under the maypole while a crowd looks on. Go back to Will now. I shall be waiting. She tried to walk calmly back to her seat, to remember to nod and speak without screaming her joy to people she had known for years. Tonight, a place of their own, a bed of their own. Her heart sang. Suddenly, this so beautiful, precious May Day could not be gone swiftly enough. Chapter 21. July the 21st, 1528. Hampton Court. The dog days, they had always called them, the long and muggy summer months of July and August, when the royal and noble fled to country refuge, and the poor of the towns and populous cities prayed that they would be spared. The dreaded sweating sickness hung like a curse over Tudor England, as it had many summers since it had first broken out among Henry VII's victorious troops at Bosworth Field. Now this curse, this quick seizing death, was the only thing which terrified the present powerful king, on whom his father's power had been bestowed, save for the fact he had no true and legitimate male heir with whom to leave his kingdom. His grace and chosen courtiers hid from the long reach of the sweat in the deep forests of Eltham. But Eltham was a smaller refuge than long-armed Greenwich or sprawling Hampton Court, or great walled Windsor. Only a fragment of the massive court could bed and board at the beamed hunt hall for the weeks the palaces nearer the city might be unsafe. So nobles of the court with country homes had taken to them in haste, and others shifted as best they could in the nearly deserted, cavernous halls of the palaces. Tensions and terrors were great, for it seemed that control of one's own life was in the hands of some grim, invisible spectre. Damn it, Mary, 6 months of my patient work, and now we are left here because His Grace still cannot bear to have you around. I know that is it. I've seen him look at you. He thinks your presence here helps to keep his darling Anne away, even though everyone knows he has given her a promise he will forsake all others for her, if she will yield to him. You know that is not true, Will. We are not here because I keep Anne from him. It does not matter to Anne that I am here. She thinks if she would come to live at the palace, the walk to the royal bed is too short. She fears she would lose him then, and her power would be gone. We all fear that, dear wife. And now all my careful planning, my work to earn the Carey way back, has gone for nothing, thanks to the meddling of the greedy Bullyns. She wanted to hit out at him, to grab that constant, bitter look from his face and smash it. But she controlled herself and touched his slumped shoulder. I think you are overreacting. reading too much into the fact his Grace did not choose to take you to Eltham for the summer. He only took 1/5 of the court, and only 4 of 10 esquires. Does that mean that the other 6 are all in disfavour? I think not. I think not, he mocked. Is that your clever reasoning or Staff's? Please, Will, try. I am trying, madam. But he took Stafford, did he not? He took 6 of the 12 gentlemen ushers, our dear Staff included. The king is unwise to favour him because he is a fine sportsman, and it amuses him to have someone who will challenge him, stand up to him at tennis or butts, and tell him the truth. He shrugged her hand off his shoulder and rose to face her across the tall-backed chair. When I heard that his Grace had said he would take Staff, I told myself that it is because Staff is dependent on him and has no country seat to flee to, as do others. But Stafford told me he inherited a farm and manor at Wivenhoe near Colchester from a great-aunt while we were rotting away at Plashy last year. It is that terrible little place with the ghosts, I think. So you see, he has a place to go, and one not so far at that. He squinted to see her clearly, even though she stood so close. The hour was still early, but he had managed to work himself into a heavy sweat. Did you know that Stafford has lands now, Mary? She sat in the narrow window seat and leaned against the protruding wooden sill. He told me. Yes, he would have. How foolish of me to ask. The king knows we have Plashy to go to, or even farther into the country, to the parklands, if we really thought to flee London by a good distance, and Will, everyone knows that Wolsey built Hampton here on this stretch of river because the air is so healthy and the water supply. Is that why 4 died here of the sweat last July? Everyone knows that well enough. Oh, you have no worries, I realise. Little Catherine is safe at Hever with your mother and Anne. Stafford is off at Eltham, though I am certain you will miss his company, and you... Well, the Boleyns live charmed lives anyway. That is rather obvious. She sighed, and her eyes stung with tears which did not fall. Yes, she missed Catherine, but she was old enough to visit her grandmother at Hever. She and Anne had always treasured their visits to Rochford Hall in Essex. But she was deathly lonely without Staff, their talks, their joy, their love-making far into the long nights whenever they could steal time together. I will not flee to Plashy, Mary. It would be like being in wretched exile again, and I will never admit defeat by going back there. Plashy came from my clever marriage to a Boleyn. I admit that. But our lives are here now. When the Carey name is restored, I shall have other fine lands on which to build a manor. Some day, the manor at Durham may be mine again. It was never this damned hot in Durham. Times change. People change, Will. Perhaps we can never go back to what was. She lifted her gaze to the distant gardens, greatly gone to riot in the heat, and not well tended by the unsupervised gardeners during these dangerous times. It reminded her of the wild gardens at the north edge of Hever, across the stone wall, where the flowers bloomed, totally free and uncut. Anyway, we are not going to Plashy, and we are not going to Hever to live off your father's funds and be near that scheming sister of yours. Little Catherine can visit, but we are not going, and that is final. I've been thinking, however, we can visit Eleanor at Wilton, if only for several weeks. We would be within close call should they return here unexpected, and besides, I need to talk to Eleanor. She understands. Mary bit her lip to keep from a sharp retort. Eleanor. If only there was no such thing as incest between a brother and sister, Will could marry his beloved Eleanor. Perhaps, when the Careys earned their way back, they could ask for a royal or papal dispensation and marry each other. Then she would be free to go off with Staff. How desperately she wished for it. "I do not plan to go off to Wilton, so if you must go, I shall remain here," she said, when she could trust her voice. "I decide where we go or do not go, madam." "I am not going, Will. Go if you must." "You would like that. You would like to have me away. Perhaps you could ride alone to Eltham then, alone and unencumbered, to your dear father. Maybe the king would be glad to see his golden Mary, you are hoping, not to mention Stafford. Staff would be there, waiting. Mary. Leave me be, Will. I am sick to death of your bitter hatred. I did not choose this marriage. I am not the one who chose to desert our bed at Plashy. I did not even choose to be born a Boleyn, but I am. Please, leave me alone. I suppose you did not choose to love Stafford either, Mary, to light up like a torch when you see him, to laugh at his jibes, to smile at him across the room." He put his hand to the door latch and hesitated. She stood, and the morning sun from the window behind her made her mussed blonde hair appear to have a strange halo around it. "No, my lord. God forgive me, I never chose that. It just happened." She faced him squarely across the room, her chin held high. There was a strained silence. Still, he hesitated at the door. "Then God forgive you, Mary, but the Careys never shall." He went, without looking back, but he did not slam the door as she had expected. It stood ajar, and the dim hall was all she could see beyond. The morning wore on, and she did not stir from the sequestered room. The brick walls kept the heat out until late in the afternoon, even though the window faced south. If Will had not been in such a heated rage, he would have realised it was cool here, and not fumed so about the heat of the day. She and Nancy sat talking, and she embroidered, while the girl darned the silken stockings she could no longer afford to give away when tiny holes appeared in the heels. They ate some fruit for lunch and drank a bit of tepid Malmsey. The afternoon stretched on peacefully, and she did not think anything of Will's long absence until his man, Stephen, came looking for him. "But you say his horse is here yet, Stephen?" "Aye, my lady. He threatened to go to the Priory at Wilton, but he has not done so, unless he thieved a horse. I shall find him along the river, perhaps, though it is not like him. But who can he find to talk to around here, since the Queen's household be at Bewley and the King's at Eltham?" He nodded his sandy head and backed through the door with his cap in his hands. He probably intended to punish her by staying elsewhere, she thought. He need not. She regretted her words and actions already. But that could not change the truth. Perhaps if she were not here as though she were awaiting him, he would come back sooner. "Let's sit out by the fountain for a bit, Nancy." "But it be turned off now, remember? Anyhow, my lady, we might get overheated, and you know that is one sign. There'll be plenty of myrtle and rose leaves in the drawers, but we have no sapphires to stem the start of it, if the curse should come here. I know, Nance, but we are far into July, and a good stretch from pesty London. I forgot the fountain is off. We shall just sit in the shade. Maybe there is a tiny breeze off the river, as yesterday. At least the river flows toward London and not from it, to bring the stench of death. Hundreds are dying, the drovers say." They had only begun their slow stroll under the trimmed yews when Stephen's voice floated to them in the still, stifling air. Already she knew the day was much too warm, and they would have to turn back. "It's Stephen, lady, yelling and waving at us." They both squinted down the lane of sun-splotched yews. Come on, Nance, he wants us, yet he does not come to fetch us. I warrant my lord has come back in a huff. The closer they got to Stephen, the more disturbed Mary became, and she picked up her skirts and ran, even though she felt the beads of sweat begin to trickle down her temples and between her breasts. When they had nearly reached him, he turned and loped ahead, throwing the words back over his shoulder. "The Lord, Lady Mary, he got overheated, I think. But the thing is, lady..." He blocked her as she reached for the latch-key to their chamber. "Though he be sweating, he has the shakes bad too." Mary's heart lurched. "Dear God, no!" Nancy drew back with a little gasp. Mary quickly shoved the door open as if to push away her growing dread. Will sat, slumped, curled over the table, drinking wine in sips. His ragged breathing filled the quiet room. He stared at her, almost unseeing, his eyes glazed. So great a change in such a little time, she thought, panicked. It cannot be. Will, do you have a bit of a fever? Please, Will, get in bed and I will sponge your face. A little sleep and all will be well. You are overtired and your anger has exhausted you. She touched his arms to help him rise. His shirt was sopping wet and stuck tight to his clammy body. "I am not going to bed. I need rest. Here, and some cooled wine, not this hot stuff. Tell Stephen to see to it in the cellars." Stephen snatched the pitcher and was gone before Mary even looked up at him. "Yes, my temper got the best of me." He got out between pants for breath. "I should have gone to Wilton. The thing is, I have stomach pain too, and it would be too hard to ride with it. I shall go to Wilton tomorrow." He clenched his fists around the empty goblet and groaned, "I may ride to see our old home at Durham again. I would like to see Durham." Mary wrung out a cloth in the wash basin and sent Nancy to fetch fresher water. "Tell no one anything," she whispered to the frightened girl and squeezed her arm in warning. "Is it indeed the sweat, lady?" she mouthed. "I pray God it is not. Go on and hurry." "Will, come on. We must get you to bed where we can care for you so this fever will pass." "Yes." He lifted his tousled head weakly from his hands. "Yes. I feel suddenly exhausted. I have worked too hard for his grace. But Mary, you must not let me sleep. People who sleep never wake up again when they have the sweat. Only this cannot be the sweat. I have not been in a city in weeks." He leaned on her, and his weight was tremendous. How foolish she had been to send Stephen and Nancy on errands. She staggered toward the bed, nearly dragging him, and they fell on it together. She sat, only to rise immediately, but he grabbed her wrist. "Just because you love him, Mary. You will not let me die." His wide eyes tried to focus on her face, but they wandered and everything swam before him. "You will not die, my husband. I will not let you die." But his head had already dropped back on the pillow, and he panted in short gasps with his mouth open. She swung his feet up onto the bed and covered him with a thick blanket from the chest. She stood frozen for a moment. Her mind raced, poring over the advice and remedies she had heard discussed in whispers these past years. This was impossible. It could not be happening to Will. She pulled her fur robe from the storage chest and scattered crushed lavender leaves, in which it was entombed for summer storage, all over the floor. The person must be made to sweat the poisons out, to sweat profusely, she remembered. Where were those servants? With deadly outward calm, she began to bathe the sticky sweat off his face. Dearest God, It was the sweat indeed, for he smelled of old closed-up rooms. That was one sure sign, Lady Weston had said. The smell of old closed-up rooms. Like death. Nancy was back, with fresh water and fruit, and Stephen tiptoed in with wine and sticks of wood under his arm. She remembered, instantly. Yes, Stephen, we must have a fire. We must drive out the poisons. And when you get it going, you must see if there are any doctors who remain, though I heard her Grace took the last with her. Hurry, Stephen. But he is asleep already, lady. We must not let him sleep. Nancy's voice came from behind her. I think it is early yet, and he will need his strength. My sister said once they sleep, they never wake, lady. Hush, girl, and fetch the myrtle and rose leaves for the sheets. Mary marvelled at her own control in the next hours. She was sharp with the servants, but as the room became an inferno in the late afternoon sun, with the fireplace roaring, they all dripped sweat and spoke no more. She kept Will awake as best she could, but he wafted in and out of consciousness, even though his stomach and head pain increased. The whole room is spinning, he whispered dazedly. Is Eleanor here yet? A new fear grew in her like an ugly grey mushroom. Eleanor, my lord? No, Eleanor is not here yet. You have not sent for staff to marry, have you? He nearly shouted, then fell back on the bed, exhausted. Tears coursed down her face. No, of course not, my lord. Rest, do not fret. I am here. I will care for you. The stench of the room enveloped them now, smothering the sweeter scents of the medicinal myrtle, rose and lavender from the fur robe in which she desperately wrapped him. He sucked the special powdered wine hourly through a goose quill Stephen brought as the night wore on, yet he sweated out all the liquid and never had to urinate. She sent Stephen and Nancy to sleep in the corridor within call and kept the fire burning herself. Maybe they could escape from the smell, and they would not hear his tortured ravings of his lost name and his accusations of the Boleyns and his wife. In the waves of heat, she stripped to her soaked shift and began to bathe his face again when his eyes shot open and he seized her wrist weakly. Is that His Grace calling me? I have to go. He is wanting me to come to him. He feebly tried to move aside the heavy covers, but could not. Is it night, Mary? Yes, my dear lord, it is night. She gently sponged his forehead. Then he must be calling for me. It will anger him if I do not come, and we will lose everything, my dear love. You must rest, Will. I am here. I will not leave you. Oh, my dearest Eleanor, we will lose everything we have worked for. Tears flowed down her cheeks to mingle with the sweat which already stung her eyes. His love was for his sister and his cause. He had never loved her, and it was her fault. She had been a terrible wife to him. He could have loved her. He gave her 2 beautiful children. She had hurt him so, with 5 years of shaming his treasured name with the king, while he was sent here and there on trumped-up missions. And now, with Staff, whom he had once trusted and even idolized a bit, was that her fault too? Dearest God, I have sinned greatly, her lips said, and she bowed her head in utter exhaustion and hopelessness. They said the sweat was sent as a curse from God to sinners. But why Will, and not the sinner? You look beautiful, Mary. Her eyes opened and she stared at him through a heavy mist. In dresses or revels or in your shift, so beautiful. Maybe the king will summon you to him tonight, and not me. His trembling lips tried to smile, Then you can try to save the Carey lands again." He made a weak attempt to clear his throat of its roughness, but only wheezed. "Is Helena here yet?" he asked again. "She will want to go to Durham with me, even though you do not." She gave up fighting to keep him conscious, for the pains increased in his head and stomach and shot him wide awake when he tried to doze. She sponged him still and held his fluttering hands in hers and quoted Bible verses to him for her own comfort as much as his. But he constantly interrupted and asked for water or his sister. Near dawn, she called Stephen for more wood, and in utter terror at Will's shallow, pained breathing, sent the dishevelled Nancy for a priest. The girl could find no one of the cloth, not even at the friary outside the grounds, which served the royal chapel. She returned breathless and teary-eyed as the first glimmer of light permeated the grey room. "There is no one, lady, no one. I am sorry. Everything seems so deserted." Will stared up at the new voice and managed a wan smile. "I knew she would come. I knew she would come if I called her." Mary pressed his trembling, cold hand between hers. "Yes," she choked out. "Yes, she came, my lord. Rest now. All is well." He narrowed his eyes, and they seemed to focus momentarily on Mary's bent head. "I am sorry, Mary," came the quiet words. His head dropped back suddenly, and his eyes stared beyond her. "I am sorry too, my dear lord. Can you not forgive me?" She raised her hand to sponge his forehead, but the words went unheard. With the first light of the new day upon his face, Will Carey died. Stephen and some husky groom had put the wrapped corpse on a table-board and carried him to the chapel yard for burial, after a stunned Mary and silent Nancy had washed and reclothed him. Victims of the sweat must be buried immediately, so their decay would not send the rampant poisons into the air, especially in the summer months when it was most virulent. There was no one to give them permission to bury him on chapel grounds, but Mary sent Stephen and 2 others there to dig the grave anyway. The next day, Nancy found a kind old chaplain on the outskirts of Kingston to come the 5 miles to recite over the grave and give the last rites posthumously, as was allowed for any plague victim. They stood in a tiny circle around the sunken fresh grave 2 days after his death. Mary still felt it was unreal. She felt nothing but a vast, gnawing emptiness. "Perhaps we can ask the king to have him moved later and buried at Durham Priory, where he would have wanted. Perhaps we can get the money for a fine brass monument, so he can lie with his forefathers there," she had said over and over that day to Stephen or Nancy or the old priest. Now he was dead 3 days, and she insisted on lying on the raw ropes of the bed which had supported the mattress on which he had died. They had burned the mattress and robe and all the bedclothes in a bonfire in the courtyard. There was no one left to panic but the deserted servants of nobles who had fled, and no one to comfort her but Stephen and Nancy. She wanted no one. She felt dead too, and she stared at the whitewashed ceiling that had seen him die for hours on the 3rd day. It seemed to her she had slept in the evening, but she could not tell where her waking and dreaming thoughts began or ended. Nancy was strewing fresh herbs on the floor she had scrubbed. How dare other people go on about their duties so calmly when poor Will had died, and his God-given wife had failed him so miserably? She had turned against him all the months he had needed her understanding, She had revelled in her power over the king at her husband's expense, and when she could not care for the king, she had turned to another. She had loved another man desperately, with her whole heart, and slept with him willingly, gladly, while her poor husband sought to earn his way back with his king, earn his way back for himself and for their children too. Mary thanked God again that Catherine was safe at Hever. Explaining to Catherine would be terrible, but their 7-year-old son was old enough to grasp the impact. She had sent word to Will's poor Eleanor, ensconced in her priory at Wilton. That will be the death of her dreams, Mary reasoned through the mist of her exhaustion. She still wore her funeral clothes. She had no black, but she would get a mourning dress somewhere, even though they had no ready coins. She had a white dress, though. In France, widows wore white for a husband's death. Perhaps some of the king's gifts to her could be sold, or one of the parklands his grace had granted Will on their marriage. She would just lie here forever, doing penance for her sins until they all came back to court in the autumn and found her here, laid out just like this. Her heavy eyelids closed again. Then a bird's song somewhere outside the window pierced the darkness of her thoughts, and it came to her in a rush. She must go to Hever. She sat up instantly, and a terrible dizziness assailed her. She felt weak and panicked instantly. But no, I do not sweat. I do not feel the slightest bit hot or have any stomach pain. Besides hunger, she assured herself aloud. Lady, are you up? You feel better now? I have watched you sleep these many hours, and I knew you were still healthy, Nancy said, bending close and still holding the herbs in her gathered apron. Yes, I am better now, Nance. I must have food and drink and get my strength back now. The Lord be praised, the girl recited solemnly, crossing herself. And then we must walk in the gardens before nightfall and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, as soon as we can pack some things, you and Stephen and I are going home, Nance. Home to Hever. We cannot travel the road clear to Hever, the three of us, and you so obviously a fine lady. It is too unsafe, and especially in plague times, lady. There'd be robbers all over the roads. Stephen will tell you so. I cannot help that, Nancy. I will go in disguise if I must. We cannot hire anyone to ride with us as we used to, and we are going tomorrow, so you may tell Stephen while I eat. Go on. The tall girl opened her mouth as if to protest, but instead dumped her stuffed apron on the table and strode out the door. Yes, one hard day's ride and we shall be at Hever, home to Mother, and Catherine. She rapidly began to eat a peach. Mary slept much later than she had meant to, and was immediately angered that Nancy had let so much of the morning go by without waking her. I do not intend to stay in some house or inn before we get there, Mary scolded Nancy as she donned her brown riding dress. She had considered the idea of disguise, but had no men's garments to fit, and she could not bear to put on any of Will's things, even if it did mean she could ride astride instead of the bothersome side saddle for the long trek. Since they would travel without a single pack horse, no one would think they had anything to steal anyway. She had told Stephen exactly where to bury her jewels in the rose garden. They were safely hidden under the turf in the trellised bower, where she and staff had found shelter from the rain, Will, and his grace so long ago. She bit her lip hard. All that was behind her now, and she had much penance to do. The Carey cause might be dead with Will, but she had his children to raise and care for. She must put her own foolish longings aside. The door opened behind her as she stuffed the 2 dresses she would take into the saddle sacks. "Did you bury them where I said, Stephen?" she inquired tautly, not turning. That was the last of the packing. They could go now, and leave everything else behind. Mary. The voice was deep and soft, and it terrified her. She spun, wide-eyed, to face William Stafford. Her new-won resolve fled from her face, and her strength went from her knees. He was beside her, pulling her gently to him, her face nestled against his black linen chest. "Thank God you are safe. I am so sorry to hear about poor Will, despite my feelings for you." She stood for endless moments, pressed to him like that, not moving, not thinking. Then she stepped back, and her hips hit the bed behind her. "How did you know?" "The messenger you sent to Wilton stopped at Eltham on the way back. The word has rocked the court and frightened them that the sweat would come again to Hampton and claim one of their own kind. His Grace regrets he had no doctors to leave behind when he fled. He had sent his last spare one to your sister, and he did not believe Will would really remain here when he had a country manor." "A doctor? To Anne? Is she ill? But Catherine is there." "Not ill, I think. It is only that the king worried that he might lose her in any way. I warrant your blonde moppet is quite safe at Hever with your mother and the royal doctor hovering about." His sweeping gaze took her in from hem to hair. "You are thinner, sweetheart, but as beautiful as ever. I know it must have been awful for you." She turned her back on him slowly and took a deep breath. "That is what Will said before he died, you know. He said that I looked beautiful." "Oh, Staff, I have failed him so, and I have to make it up somehow." "Failed him? What are you talking about? Much of what he had that he valued he owed to you. It was his own decision to turn bitter, to cast you adrift where you might, well, be susceptible to other emotional ties." He put both hands on her shoulders, but did not turn her to face him. "He was delirious, and he said other things. He accused me of sending for you, and the day he fell ill, we argued, and I admitted I loved you. He took that with him, instead of the love I could never give to him. Now, I cannot bear it." A little sob racked her. He pulled her slowly against him and rested his chin on the top of her head. "Death is hard to bear, but the living must not feel guilty to go on living, Mary. Yes, Will Carey was a good man in many ways, and the snare he found himself in with the Boleyns was not of his own making. He was the king's pawn, love, but he agreed to that. He revelled in it until he saw the price did not suit his family pride. But then he took it all out on you, and not on the devils who make the rules to such games. He needed the king to earn his way back." "This king can be denied on such matters if one is careful. And I meant to accuse your father, as well as the king, for all the dirty dealings where you and Will were concerned." "Anne is being careful in refusing the king, and getting away with it in fine style. Is that what you mean?" "I spoke of myself in refusing marriage when his Grace wills it, Mary. I will never marry the Dorsey wench now, and the king will accept it from me. Wait and see." A quick, irrational joy shot through her that he would not marry. She had privately grieved that he would these last 6 months, since he had told her the king's wish. But it must not matter to her now. She must be strong against him. "Your girl Nancy says you are writing to Hever." He began on another tack in the awkward silence. "I can understand your wanting to go home to your mother and daughter, but Lord Boleyn will not fancy having you underfoot when the king rides over to court the Lady Anne." She pulled away from his hands, and her voice was piercing. I will go. You and Stephen and Nance together will not stop me. If His Grace comes, I shall hide in my room or ride my horse to the forest and hide there. I will go home. I make my own decisions now, William Stafford, and do not think you can placate me with your patient smiles," she added, her fists on her hips. "I am only pleased to see the fire has not gone out, lass. It is fine if you make your own decisions separate from your father from now on. But separate from me? Well, that is another matter we have much time to discuss." "I have no time for you, my lord. I am leaving." She tried to skirt around him, but he pulled her into a chair and sat facing her, so close in another that their knees touched. "Your girl says you have been warned that the roads are unsafe, especially with so many bailiffs and sheriffs ill, and the town's in general disarray. Prancing off in that tight-fitting dress with only a serving maid and one lad does not seem like a very wise, independent decision to me." His thick brows covered his brown eyes, and she wanted to scream at him and kick and scratch. "You are mine now, Mary, mine in our mutual love, as I am yours. You will do no such foolish thing. I have had to handle you with kid gloves these past years, for legally and otherwise you were not mine. All that has changed now. I will not have you hurt in any way by anything, including your own dangerous plans. I will do as I wish. I am Will Carey's widow and not your wife." "No, but you are my woman, and you will obey me until your head clears enough that you can see what you are doing and what you want from life now that you are free." "No!" she shrieked, more afraid of herself than of what he might do. "No one commands my life now." She scratched at his wrist and stood to flee. He yanked her sideways into his lap, and his iron arms tightened around her, pressing her head against his warm neck. She thrashed her legs under her heavy skirts and struggled in his smothering embrace. Angered beyond belief at Will's death, his accusations, at herself and Staff, she bit the taut sinew at the side of his neck. He swore under his breath and shook her once, hard. She finally stopped fighting and went still and stiff in his arms when his words pierced her panic. "Let me know when you are willing to listen and stop behaving like the spoiled little Boleyn I used to know. I much prefer kissing you to wrestling with you. Helping you is all I thought of on the road back from Eltham. Damn it, Mary. I do not blame you for fighting another man's control over you. Only this man loves you, sweetheart. Why not trust that, and later we will decide if we should be together permanently. I will never force that decision on you, or anything else you do not want." She nodded jerkily. He loosed her and helped her up. She moved to the other chair and sank into it, gripping the edge of its seat to keep the room from spinning. Her feet almost touched his big-booted ones. His arms crossed over his chest. He leaned back as he went on. "I will take you to Hever, lass, since that is where you are so set on going. I cannot blame you for wanting to leave Wolsey's vast brick pile with its unhappy memories. But we shall get you some men's clothes, pull your hair up under a cap, and I cannot wear anything of Will's. I cannot. No, nothing of Will's. I will get you some small breeks and a shirt and jerkin. No one will notice the boots are a woman's. And since we are getting a late start, and you are so high-strung, and mostly because I have been without you too long and am a selfish man and far stronger than you, if you choose to argue this, we will stop midway at a little inn I know at Banstead and spend tomorrow there together. Then we will go on." "Banstead is a most beautiful little town, Mary. It will do us both good to rest there a day. We shall send Stephen and your wench on ahead to Hever and tell them we are a day behind. Let your father wonder. He does already, I warrant. He accused me of wanting you for myself when I refused to take his bribe for keeping Will's office for him while you were at Plashy. As careful as I tried to be, maybe I showed it on my face. Our love, I mean. The way you do show it now. I do not now, Staff. Things are different. As I said, we shall see, lass. My lass. I expect at least one tiny kiss before we go. Payment for taking you safe to Hever, if nothing else moves you. I shall not kiss you for your rough handling of me, and you might have had the decency to stop by Will's grave at the chapel. He was once your friend, you may remember. I asked Nancy to show it to me before I came in, Mary. I am grieved for his death and the loss of the children's father, though I cannot pretend it changes my love for you in the slightest. She kept her silence, ashamed that she had accused him of such callousness. But she must guard her heart against him and make him take her to Hever without a stop at an inn where she would face him alone. She loved him far too much to handle that. Stephen knocked and entered to break the jumble of her thoughts. "Will these do, my lord?" he inquired, holding up brown breeks and a sky-blue shirt. "Good, Stephen. They will suit her just fine. The shirt will match the cloudy blue of the lady's eyes." Stephen grinned broadly and went out to find Nancy. Staff rose to fetch the horses. Chapter 22. July the 26th, 1528. The road to Banstead. By late morning, Staff had hired a horse barge to ferry them to the south bank of London, where they would take the Great Kent Road toward Hever. The shimmering July sun had already sucked the heavy dews from the fields along the river, and the heat of the day was upon them. "The London streets are likely to be deserted," Staff said to Stephen. Mary and Nancy listened intently. They were afraid that he dared to take them into the very city where the sweat was said to have slain folk in the tens of hundreds this summer. But Staff had claimed it was the quickest and safest route. So Mary relented and held her fears in silence. She could not have stood another bleak night in the palace in the room where Will had died with accusations on his lips. That morning, few farmers worked the fields and tiny vegetable gardens that stretched down to the Thames. Occasional travellers along the footpaths glanced up in interest to see a ferry headed toward the city with 4 horses and 6 people, but there was scant traffic on the usually busy river, and in general nothing stirred. The barge drifted past the turrets of deserted Richmond. Its vacant windows stared like great hollow eyes reflecting the sun, its landing docks, tilt-yards, and bowling greens silent. They spoke little on the barge as the river pulled it relentlessly toward troubled London. Then the city loomed up from the field with its solemn church spires and clustered thatched roofs huddled in the beating rays of the noon sun. Staff made them drink the first of the wine and eat the fruit they had brought, for he intended to set a hard pace when they were on the road. Mary tossed her plum pit into the murky Thames and saw it instantly disappear into the depths. She wiped her sticky fingers on her breeks, as she had seen Staff do, and a smile came to her lips. "It may seem strange to be in breeks, Mary, but it has advantages, you will see. Besides, I think you and your Nancy both make handsome lads, right, Stephen? And the swords add the right touch. I think you had better get the stray curls up under that cap. It will make for a dusty neck on the road, but I have no intention of attracting rogues or ruffians with wench bait." Stephen laughed at his words, but Staff was tight-lipped. Mary noted, to her dismay, how much Stephen seemed to hang on everything Staff said, to follow him about, to serve his every whim. He had never been so puppy-like with his own lord. "Is there much danger, then?" Nancy asked timidly. "Stephen says so." "Stephen is wise to be prepared, lass. We shall set a good pace to Banstead, and I warrant no one will bother 4 quick-riding men." The once bustling wharves and quays were deserted, and Staff had the bargemen put in at the landing under London Bridge. Houses and shops clung to both sides of it like barnacles, but their mass provided shade as the 4 led off their horses to dockside, and Staff paid the boatmen. They were eager to be away, to leave the cursed city behind, and they shoved off for the upstream road to Hampton as soon as they had their money. "I cannot say I blame them for their haste," Stephen said. "I never thought I would be visiting plagued London." "The sweat is hardly the plague, lad, though it is bad enough. You will no doubt see the crosses on the doors, though. Keep a stout heart. We will leave the city behind soon for the free countryside. Besides, I was here one summer in the sweat season, and nothing happened to me." The servants seemed to treasure this bit of comforting information as they mounted. If Stephen and Nancy are impressed by that, so be it, Mary told herself. It sounded like pure foolhardiness to her. Surely there were a lot of things she would learn about William Stafford that would make it easier not to adore him. There were abandoned carts in the streets of Southwark as they passed, and pigs rooted and chickens scratched unhampered. The central gutters of the narrow streets were a stench of rotting vegetables and human wastes, which steamed in the sun. As they rode swiftly by, huge Southwark Cathedral stood silent sentinel to the devastation. Crude wooden coffins piled for burial in the already crowded and walled graveyard, huddled against the church's outer walls. Tears bit at Mary's eyelids at the sight of the stacks of human sorrow. At least they had buried Will right away. Staff was crazy to bring them so near to unburied plague bodies. They would all catch the sweat and be dead before they even reached Hever. There was nothing he could do to her to make her stay with him in some little inn in tiny Banstead. She would insist on riding on with the Carey servants. Southwark was a terrible part of town, and she had never seen it so close, for usually travelling parties of noblemen skirted far around its worst haunts. The dingy bawdy houses and taverns which sailors of the merchant vessels and King's Fleet visited were crammed together. No doubt the sweat ate its gluttonous fill here, for people were so packed in that but a few dead would mean destruction for all. Bloody coloured crosses stained the dirty wooden doorways here and there. It was like a ghost town, with only a few stragglers or faces peering curiously from a second or third-story window. Ordinarily, there would be a vast bustling swell of traffic into the city on this highway to the south, but there was almost none. They rode on at a steady clip, and their horses' hoofs echoed off the nearly abandoned streets. Soon, but not too soon, the city was behind them, hovering above the fields with the hazy sun on it like some giant pall. The gardens and apple and peach orchards of Kent stretched ahead of them. Mary took deep, free breaths now, for she had tried to breathe shallowly with her hand over her mouth in the reaches of the city. Let him smirk at her if he thought she was foolish. "I am not laughing at you, Mary. I was only thinking you make the best damn-looking boy I have ever seen, and unlike some of his Grace's fine courtiers, I do not usually find young boys at all entrancing." She could not help smiling back at him. He had not spoken since they had left the barge, and his voice was somehow comforting, "Then I see no need of your spending a day and night with a boy at Banstead," she threw at him. He raised one rakish eyebrow, but turned his face to the road again. As they got farther out, they passed occasional drovers' carts, farm wains or painted chars, and Mary relaxed as the scene became more normal. Mother and Seminay would be pleased to see her despite her tragic news, and little Catherine would squeal and throw herself into her mother's arms, as she always did, even when they had been parted but a little while. They were nearly to Croydon before their hard taskmaster let them dismount under huge oaks along a stream. "I would love to lie here on the bank and sleep," Mary said wistfully, stretching her cramped muscles. Her thighs ached terribly, and the sword was always in her way. She had never ridden so far astride before. It must take some getting used to, and she could tell poor Nancy was suffering as she moved her legs awkwardly and leaned wearily against the trunk of a massive oak. "Sore, sweet?" Staff asked as he offered her another swig from their wine canteen. "Not so bad that I shall not make it clear to Hever today, my lord," she returned tartly. The wine was warm but good on a dust-caked throat. "If you tried to make it clear to Hever today, lass, you would not walk for a week. As it is, you will be most comfortable resting on your back and not walking about somewhere." She turned her head to give him a pointed stare at his jibe, but he was looking away, straight-faced, and evidently meant nothing by it. "I'm thinking of keeping Nancy and Stephen in Banstead too. The lad would make it well enough to Edenbridge by night, but not the girl." He rose, evidently not expecting her to have any part of the decision about where her servants stayed or went. It irked her, but she let him help her mount. It would help if Nancy were about if she were forced to stay at Banstead the night with him. That way she could insist the girl sleep with her. Orchards and wheat fields gave way to patches of beech and elm, and Mary began to sense the look of home. Then the single stands of trees became the deep blue-green forests of the Kent she knew, and she relaxed until her eye caught the weather-beaten sign pointing its ragged finger to the west off the Kent road. To Banstead, it said. Staff reined in his wheezing stallion, and the others halted their horses around him in a tight circle. "How do you feel, Mistress Nancy?" he inquired jauntily, as though they were out for an afternoon's ride at Greenwich. "Tired, my lord, and a bit sore. I shall make it, though." "Good lass. But since the hour is probably on 3, I suggest you and Stephen ride with us to spend the night at Banstead and set out for Hever early on the morrow. Lady Carey and I will probably be there sometime in the next day or the one after." Nancy's eyes went wide and her mouth dropped open. Had she not seen what he was implying before, the simple wench, thought Mary. Well, at least she understands his meaning now, and she will be my ally when we arrive at his precious inn. And now he dared to hint that they would stay more than one day, as if he thought she would run off with him when her lord husband was dead only 5 days. "Yes, my lord," the girl said. Staff nodded, and they turned their horses' noses toward Banstead, 2 miles to the west. The village was quaint and charming. Mary had to admit that much. No horrible crosses defiled the doors, and people wandered about normally at their daily tasks. A medieval steeple dominated the view, its darkened stone and slender Gothic spires distinct in the sunlight. Across the central town green, which stretched at its feet, a few cattle grazed. The village inn stood out plainly among the clusters of other whitewashed and black-timbered walls. The inn curled itself in an L shape around a garden gone to summer riot of late roses and splotches of blues and golds. The Golden Gull, the frayed sign read, with its proud painting of a wheeling seagull, upon a sky of clearest blue. She pulled one sore leg over Eden's lathered neck and let Staff lift her gently to the ground. Her legs nearly buckled on the cobbled courtyard, and they shook as he led her by the elbow to the inn door, which stood silently ajar. The huge common room within was dim. Its trestle table was set for supper, but no fire burned in the hearth, and no one scurried to welcome them. "Whitman!" Staff deposited her on a bench, and Nancy sank wearily beside her, after nearly tripping over her unwieldy sword. Staff went to the steep stairs which disappeared to the second floor. "Whitman, you old sea-dog, come out of hiding, and now. You have guests, man, paying guests." A door slammed in the depths of the house, and feet thudded quickly up the steps from beside the fireplace. A great red-bearded face appeared, and Mary's mouth dropped to see how much the man looked like the king, huge and red and ruddy, but much shorter. "Stafford, damn your eyes!" came the explosion, and the man pounded Staff on the back, rather than bowing as he should have, she thought. "I never thought to see you hove to in these parts. You have not forgotten the coins I owe you for dicing with me, is that it? Come to collect your due." "I thought maybe we could settle that once and for all, staying in your fine hostelry a night or two, my man. This is Lady Carey and her servants, Stephen and Nancy. Can we find anyone in this deserted place to care for us and our horses?" "Of course, my lord, and proud of it." His deep-set eyes took in the tired party, and lit to see such a beauty in men's clothes as Mary's long locks spilled from under her linen cap. "There be fine rooms for all of you upstairs. Will 3 do, 1 large and the other 2 wee ones? There be little business at Banstead, but we do right well for those that come through. Little travelling fairs in town now, but those kind of folk stay out in their own tents. Allow me to show you to your rooms. My wife, she be back soon, after she spends all my money at the fair, eh? We have 2 little ones, my lord. Life is good here since I left the Mary Rose. He's 6 years when my sire died and left me the Gull." They trooped up the stairs, and it was only then that Mary's eyes took in the elaborate rigged ropes and ship's tackle along the walls of the room and stairwell. "The Mary Rose, you said, Master Whitman. His Grace's fine ship, the Mary Rose. You have been a sailor in the King's Navy, then?" Staff laughed aloud at her deduction, but Whitman's beaming face was serious. "Aye, my lady. For 15 years I be a sailor for this king and his royal father afore him. We protected the Channel on the Mary Rose, where I met his lordship on some of his voyages to France, and afore that I sailed on the Golden Gull, where, if I can say it, I had a much kinder master. Eh, my lord? We shall tell the lady the whole story after she has rested, Wit." "I sailed on the Mary Rose once," Mary said to them as they paused on the tiny landing from which several crooked doors departed. "I sailed on her with Her Grace, the Princess Mary, when she went to France to wed King Louis. It was a very long time ago." Master Whitman regarded her closely. "I was on that voyage, my lady. I canna say I remember you. The princess was the lady for whom the ship was named well enough. You must have been a wee child then. But the ship I loved the best was the Golden Gull. It stands for freedom, you see, and not having a cruel and heartless man for a master, even if he be hand-picked by the king himself, eh?" Master Whitman did not bat an eye when Staff put Stephen and Nancy in the 2 tiny rooms and guided Mary into the larger chamber, and, after a few words about supper, firmly closed the door. Stephen accepted it. Nancy looked jittery despite her exhaustion, but Master Whitman only twitched at one corner of his bearded mouth. Mary held her tongue until his footsteps died away outside the door. "This is entirely unsuitable to me. I will bed with my girl, since you so obviously intend to sleep here." "I think you had better wash your grimy face, sweetheart, and I will get you a bath after we have eaten." She stood uncertain as he peeled off his shirt and dug into the saddle sacks he had deposited on the floor. "A dress would feel better than those breeks, I imagine. You do them justice well enough." He looked up sharply. "Where do you think you're going?" She paused with her hand on the door latch. "I told you, I am staying with Nancy." "Look, Mary, no more arguing. I am filthy and tired and starved, and so are you." Did he mean those words at face value, or something deeper? He faced her across a narrow space, her brown riding dress dangling from his fingers. His hair fell in disarray over his forehead, and his eyes pierced her, as always. Her legs trembled as though she were still cantering in rhythmic motion on Eden's back. "All right," she said. "I will stay for now. I know you will not force the widow of your dead friend to do anything she does not wish." She took the dress from him and turned to pour water from the pewter ewer to wash her face and arms. The food Master Whitman put before them was simple fare, but they devoured it as if it were the finest feast at court. To Mary's relief, staff stayed in the hall, talking with the Whitmans and Stephen, while Nancy helped her bathe in the bedchamber. She had not expected such manners and restraint from him, considering the way his eyes caressed her, and she began to relax somewhat. After all, her servants were nearby. She had been with him all day, and he had not attempted to so much as kiss her. Surely he understood her position, and would not make it hard for her. As tiny star points began to pierce the darkening sky, she and staff stood in the cobbled yard of the inn, stretching their weary limbs. Such starry nights always reminded her of Master da Vinci's velvet-painted ceiling, but even the old man had not had the humming of insects under his close-hanging heaven. Staff stood behind her, not touching her, but she felt his presence like a physical caress. His big body threw a long shadow from the lanterns in the hall, across the stones and into the rose bushes. Inside, Nancy chatted to Master Whitman's wife, Margaret, and Stephen dozed by the low fire. "Will you walk with me by the pond, Mary?" His voice came quietly in her ear. "There is a little fish pond just behind the inn." Despite the fact that she should have told him no, with the stars burning so brightly and the 3/4 moon just rising over the thatched rooftops, she nodded and walked on ahead. The earth smelled fresh, as though it had just rained, and she felt very much at peace with herself despite her burden of guilt. Heaver would do this for her too, this calm inside, this deep calm. The little pond was as still as glass, and the patches of oval water-lily leaves, cradling their pure white blossoms, looked like stepping stones across its surface. She leaned pensively against the trunk of a trimmed willow tree, trimmed, no doubt, to keep the view of the pond from the windows of the inn. The willow arched over them like a protective parasol. Fireflies studied the dark grass along the edge of the water. "Am I to understand that you mean not to bed with me now that poor Will is gone, and you are truly free to do so with a good conscience?" he asked low. The question hung between them, and though she had the proper answer composed in her head, the words would not come. "I will not have you come to detest me, the way you did Francois, nor be indifferent, as you did with his grace, for his ownership of you. I love you too much, despite the way my foolish loins ache for you to be spread beneath me." Her pulse started its thump, thump in the silence. She blessed the dark that he could not see her face. "They were kings, father approved, and it just seemed I never had a choice," she heard herself say finally. "And Will was suddenly my God-given husband." "King-given husband, rather," he put in. "But, you see, my father has always pushed or pulled me, and if he has not, others have. Now, I can make my own decisions." "I approve, Mary, really. I cannot tell you how desperately I have wanted to hear something like that from you. Only, if it means you will choose to do without me, my first impulse would be to kidnap you for myself and never let you free." He heaved a stone into the pond, and it skipped 4 times in the moonlight before it sank. "Then it would be just like always, with some powerful man making my decisions for me," she reasoned aloud. I know, damn it." He turned to her and pulled her gently away from the willow tree. "But the difference, my Mary, is that I love you, and I believe you truly love me. Do you deny it?" "No," she drawled slowly as memories mingled with the griefs she had felt without him at Plashy and the joys she had felt so often with him. "I think I do love you, Staff, but you see, well, my life has been so confused, and I have been so unhappy with Will and his grace, and so maybe I—" He gave her a rough shake, and she stopped speaking. "I asked you once if you loved Will, and you said, 'I think I do.' I told you then that if you think you do not. Do you remember? I do not want you to think you love me. I will have you and your love, lass, and you will know it is love, or I might just as well marry at the king's whim, or bed some court lady who catches my moment's fancy." Tears came to her eyes, and the tiny hurt grew that always came when he spoke of bedding others. The grip of his hard hands hurt her arms. She smothered the desire to tell him how much she loved him. "I know it has all been a shock to you, Mary, and I trust you to reason it out, if you can keep out of your father's clutches long enough. But since you are a little muddle-headed now, and since we have always had to seize our moments together as we found them, I will tell you how it's going to be between us while we're here." She stared at his white shirt, open at the neck. It seemed to glow in the dark, as did the lilies, fireflies, and stars. "I will not force you to submit in bed if you do not choose to. But you must know a man in love wants more than that from you. We will have this night and tomorrow morning together after Stephen and Nancy set out, and then I will take you safe to Hever, as I promised. But until then, we are close, and there can be much healing in that. Come on." "Where?" "I thought we could take a row in that little fishing skiff over there," he said, pulling her toward the bank of the pond. "It will be a gentle ride after 4 hours in the saddle." She traipsed after him, holding his hand. There was a flat-bottomed boat shoved high on the bank. He pushed it backward into the water and held her elbow while she lifted her skirts and stepped in. As soon as she was seated on one of the 2 rough boards which served for seats, he shoved off, and the boat rocked under his weight. He rowed several strokes and let the oars hang at the side of their wooden locks. The pond was so small that the boat floated nearly in the middle of it, adrift among the lilies on the silent surface. The boat was short, and their knees touched, his long legs spread, and his feet under her seat on either side of her skirts. "It is a beautiful night," she ventured in the quiet between them. "Drifting at night on a pond. It seems unreal." "Yes, sweetheart," he sighed. "Can you imagine having all the time in the world, here without the king calling?" His voice drifted off, as though he regretted his words. She remembered how Will had thought his grace was calling before he died. Did the king dominate all of their lives so much then? She felt suddenly terrified that they would never be free from him. "This little boat must be a far cry from the Mary Rose or the Golden Gull for John Whitman," she said eventually. "Does he miss the sea very much, Staff?" "He misses the beauty and freedom of it, but he had a hard master, one he could not tolerate on the Mary Rose. And when he saw his chance for a life he could control, he took it. He may never see the Channel or the ocean again, and not be so very poorly off for it." He stretched his arms and leaned forward on his knees, and that brought his face much too close. "May we pick some lilies?" She turned her head to the side. "They are easy to spot, even in the dark." "Yes, they are." He wheeled the boat about to bring them closer to a small floating carpet of them, and she reached gingerly for a stem. "Oh, they are slippery, and they go down forever," she observed as she yanked one free and lifted it, dripping over the side of the boat. "It does not smell, see?" She extended it toward him, but he did not even try to sniff at it. He only closed his hand around her wet wrist, pulled her farther toward him, and leaned over to meet her lips with his. The kiss was tender and warm. She felt balanced in space with him, floating in a trembling moment which she dared not lose. The kiss deepened, and his other hand stroked the slant of her cheek and moved softly through her loose hair. When he pulled back, she stared into his eyes lit by moonlight. She thought she saw his lips tremble, but it must have been reflections from the water. "Do you want a few more slippery, unscented lilies, then?" he asked. "We shall give them to Mistress Whitman and call it a night. I think we are both exhausted." She pulled 2 more from their watery beds. They went into the Golden Gull's deserted common hall and tiptoed quietly upstairs to their room. When he turned her back to him and began to unlace her, as he had often done before love-making, she did not protest. She seemed to be better protected from his power while she kept her quiet calm, but the kiss of a few minutes ago still lingered on her lips. She stepped out of the dress, shivering as she did so, but he had turned away, stripped off his shirt, and poured himself a goblet of wine from the table. "Wine, Mary?" "No, thank you." He tilted back his head and downed it. The bed covers had already been turned back for them. Nancy or Mistress Whitman, they were all thinking of her sleeping with him tonight. They would all believe it of her, but if she could only get through the night without throwing herself into his arms, maybe her sinful failure to be a good wife to Will could be forgiven. She would beg him not to touch her if he broke his word. He blew out the cresset lamp, but the room seemed almost flooded by daylight. His boots hit the floor, and he padded over to the bed and lifted the covers. "Will you sleep next to the wall? I have no intention of lying on the hard floor, nor of bedding with Stephen. Do not be afraid. There is plenty of room. You do not wish me to touch you, so I will not." She stared up at him. So easily accomplished. Then she hated herself for wishing he would force her. She got in, quickly pulling her chemise down to cover her knees while he watched, seemingly impassive. When he got in, the bed sagged and she almost spilled toward him. "Good night, my love," he said. "When you are in your bed, safe and alone at Hever, I hope you will not have to curse these wasted hours as much as I shall and do. But if you need the time untouched, so be it." They lay there in awkward silence, weary, quietly breathing. Her limbs began to ache anew from being tensed up on the narrow strip of mattress where she held herself rigidly away from him. The moonlight from the window traced its print across the bed onto the wall, and still she did not doze, though his deep breathing told her that he was asleep at last. Her rampant thoughts would not let her relax. The memories that tortured her were not of Will or his accusing words in his delirium, but of the passions she had felt with Staff, and the hours she had treasured in bed with him, in his arms, anywhere, the past 6 months. An unfulfilled fire burned low and torturing in the pit of her stomach. She had only to touch him, to say his name and awaken him, she knew, and all this terrible agony would be over. But she would never be free, then, free to know that she loved him and could control her own life. The rectangle of moonlight continued its relentless path up the wall next to her. Watching it through her tears in the quiet of the inn, she fell asleep. Staff was gone when she woke in the morning, and she was sprawled on her stomach, half on his side of the mattress. She sat up, immediately wondering if she had moved this far over when he was still abed. No, surely that would have wakened her. Sunlight flooded the room, making the moonlight of last night a pale memory. She quickly dressed and went to find Nancy to tie her laces. The door to the girls' room stood ajar, as did that where Stephen had slept. They could not be on the road already. "Your friends are gone an hour already, my lady," came Mistress Whitman's voice from Stephen's room. Mary peeked around the door to see her making one of the 2 narrow beds in the room. "'Tis best they be early on their way, for the bands of thieves around Oxted prey on later travellers. May I help you dress, then? Your lord be having breakfast with my John. They be always talking old times on the Mary Rose, though I know your lord was not a sailor. Sailors are very easy to spot in a crowd." She laughed sweetly as she finished the laces. "He is not my lord," Mary thought to say, but she only thanked the kind woman and descended the narrow steps holding to the ship's rigging with its intricate knots they had strung for a makeshift banister. Staff's eyes lit to see her. He was in a good enough mood and did not seem to hold the past night against her. Ashamed of her ravenous appetite, she nevertheless ate hot porridge, stuffed partridge and fruit, and washed it all down with ale. That amused John Whitman, and he joked that she ate like a seaman who was just come back to land. She was surprised to learn that it was nearly mid-morning and scolded Staff for not waking her earlier. "Why did you let me sleep so late?" she asked again as they went for a walk toward the heart of the little village. "You needed it, Mary, and besides, I had the distinct impression that it would have availed me nothing to have wakened you while I was still there." She blushed, but laughed a bit when she saw he was teasing. She found it hard to believe that this passionate, often impatient man, whose bed she had so hotly shared, could have the restraint to leave her untouched as he had done. She was not certain if she were relieved or hurt. The double doors to the little Gothic church stood open, incongruously bordered by a blacksmith's shop on one side and the village stocks on the other. The graveyard stretched away to the side, with its crooked, turfy stones pointing to the sky, in imitation of the tall spires so close overhead. "May we go in, Staff? I would light a candle and pray a little while." He nodded, and they both entered, awed to silence by the perfection of this little jewel set in the centre of the crude town. Stained glass windows threw their myriad colours on the floor, and the crucifix was studded with heavy semi-precious stones. Mary lit a candle, knelt at the confession rail, and was amazed that Staff knelt beside her, his elbow touching hers. She prayed fervently for Will's soul, for herself, and for her son so far away. Who would tell him gently of his father's death, and comfort him if he cried? Then the thought came to her, perhaps on his way back to Eltham, Staff would stop at Hatfield. But dare she ask for favours when she gave none? When she finally turned her head and looked at him out of the corner of her eye, he was staring at her, and a priest stood behind them. "We are pleased to have strangers here to worship," he said, low. "Perhaps there is a special need. I did not see your horses." His crooked smile lit his face. "We are staying at the inn, Father. We are en route to Edenbridge and stopped to see my old friend, Master Whitman." "Ah, yes. Not many travel the east-west road any more. This chapel was once a pilgrim centre for those on the road to Canterbury, but no more, no more. The times have changed. Bands of robbers dare to plague our roads to the south. I fear that the summer curse on London and these parts is God's judgment on us all." Mary was grateful he did not ask their names or their destination in Edenbridge. If he assumed they were married, all the better. She would be ashamed to tell a man of the church otherwise. No doubt he would ask Master Whitman about them afterward, and then he would pray for their sins. If only he knew her husband was but 5 days dead of the sweat, he would think she were on the road to hell indeed. Staff left some coins in the church box, and they strolled into the sunlight, leaving the curious priest behind in his exquisite little chapel. The travelling fare on the green was pitifully meagre after the grand ones she had seen at Greenwich and even near Hever. They walked among the shoddy booths, and she did not object when Staff's hand rode familiarly on her waist or touched her hair. She continued to look over her shoulder for her disapproving father or bitter Will. The freedom of being where no one knew them was awkward and heady at the same time. They watched a morality play put on with puppets and drifted past the fortune-telling booths. "Would you like yours red, sweet? Or do you prefer to make your own now?" he asked. "Yes, I do prefer to make my own now, Staff." He smiled broadly. "That is fine. Only keep in mind that I prefer the same. Take that and how I feel about you into consideration when you make decisions, Mary Boleyn." She scarcely looked at the piles of scarves and trinkets the hawkers had spread upon their littered tables, but Staff bent and pulled a shiny hairnet from among the heap of colours. "A golden snare," he said, as he dangled it in the sunlight, making its thin woven links glitter and gleam. "I will take it, man, for the lady's hair," he said, handing the eager fellow a coin. They began to stroll back slowly, going nowhere in particular. "However free you think you are, Mary, remember this when we are apart. I like to think that I am free too, but I am not. You have ensnared my heart as surely as this net will catch the wayward tendrils of your golden hair." She looked at him, and tears filled her eyes. "Thank you," she said, and no other words would come. She fingered the net carefully. It was very fine. How had it ended up at that wretched little country fair? What what story had it to tell of its earlier owner. She wanted to share her thoughts and feelings, but she was afraid to trust her voice. His hand went around her waist as they entered the cobbled yard of the inn. He leaned briefly against her and kissed her cheek. "Come, my golden Mary, we are off to Hever Castle," he said. They stepped into the dimness of the hall beneath the frayed inn sign. Chapter 23. July the 27th, 1528. The road to Hever. The pace they set to Hever was not the rapid, pounding one of yesterday. They had only a 3-hour ride. They chatted and pointed things out to each other along the way. Staff was clearly loath to have it end and to lose her again. She accepted that fact willingly, happily. She had asked him to stay the night at Hever before he set off for the court at Eltham. Of course, he would have to stay the night, she reasoned, for it would be dark soon after dinner, and the roads would be totally unsafe. And then, after dinner, she would ask him to please visit little Harry at Hatfield, and to explain the loss of his father, of the father he had not seen for weeks, and would never see again. Mary felt better rested and her head clearer than it had been since Will had died. Maybe the best she had felt since the whole court had vacated Hampton and left her there with Will. Although the day was hot, the forest path and lanes were cool in their deep shade. Except for the cleared fields surrounding little Oxted just ahead, they would be out of the burning sun until they reached the gentle valley and water meadows of the Eden, all the way home. They did not stop to rest at Oxted, a feudal hamlet almost untouched by modern times. Skinny hunt hounds lay in the shade of the few houses, switching flies with their tails, and few people were abroad. "I wonder if they even know here who is king, or about such things as the bad feelings toward the French since the cloth of gold," she said to Staff over the clatter of their horses' cantering hooves. "I doubt it, lass. They are still grateful in these parts that the War of the Roses has not caused devastation to their fields. Is this on your father's title rights yet?" "No, not until 5 miles past here. There is a clear marker on the forest road." "Of course, there would be. If this land were in fealty to Lord Thomas Boleyn, it would say so clearly somewhere." They laughed together at all his comment implied, and left the scattered clearings of Oxted far behind. Mary was unfamiliar with this stretch to Hever, for whenever she had travelled, they had kept to the main road and not ridden south-east from out-of-the-way Banstead. She had been on this route, but she hardly remembered it at all. The forest was thick here, and there was a damp chill in the air. More than once, startled deer feeding near the lane raised their liquid brown eyes in fear and darted from their sight. And then, around a small dip in the road, it all happened suddenly. There were 3 tree trunks across their path, and although Staff's stallion Sanctuary took the first 2 in one great vault and easily leapt the other, Mary's Eden jerked, shied, and nearly threw her over her arched neck. Staff wheeled about, and when he saw Mary was still a horse, drew his sword noisily. Instantly, the narrow space exploded with many horses and men, and Mary heard herself scream in frightened surprise. No, there were only 3 men and 2 horses. Staff slashed at one lout holding a terrible broadsword against his one thin-bladed one. The man on foot grabbed for her reins, and she screamed again as Eden reared, knocking him back. The man dashed forward and yanked at Eden's bridle before Mary could turn the mare, and the horse's head bent low. It was then she remembered she wore a sword, and that she was supposed to be a lad, but with her foolish screaming they would know she was no fighter now. As she tried to draw the sword, the burly, bearded man, with eyes and hair as black as coal, grabbed for her waist to drag her from the horse. Mary scratched out at his face with her nails and shuddered in terror as she felt them dig into his eyes and face. He cursed and loosed her to cover his eyes in pain. It seemed all one tiny instant since she had seen Staff, but as she glanced up again, the scene had totally revolved. Staff's attacker lay on the ground, and he fought the other horseman sword to sword, spurring Sanctuary forward. He wore no spurs, but he backed the robber's mount toward the logs in the road with hard kicks of his boots on his stallion's huge ribcage. That was all she saw. Then a cruel yank threw her into the bloodied man's arms. "No!" she shrieked at him. "No!" She flailed out as they hit the ground together. She heard her sword thud behind her. Her hair cascaded loose over them both. "A wench!" he grunted. "A yellow-haired wench!" His hands roughly grabbed at her breast through her shirt while she writhed and kicked at him. He rolled her on her stomach and pinned an arm behind her. She cried out in pain as the clanging of sword on sword ceased utterly. She thought she would be trampled then, for Sanctuary's thudding hooves came at her. She closed her eyes as she tasted the gritty dirt of the forest floor. The agony was suddenly gone from her arm and back. She lifted her head and pulled her hair aside in time to see a dismounted Staff swing his crimson sword at the black-bearded man. Blood spurted from his ugly neck and shoulder, and the terror in his eyes imprinted itself in her mind. She half rolled, half crawled away from Staff's thrusts and the man's screams, while Sanctuary stood placidly by, glad to have the weight gone from his back. Staff was obviously in control, though he seemed to totter and weave as the man collapsed at his feet. She glanced swiftly behind her. Of the two on horseback, one had fled, charging off into the depths of the forest from which he had come, and the other lay in a dark heap over a log, one leg caught in the stirrup of his nervous horse. She ran to Staff. He leaned heavily, his back to her, against a tree. His boots nearly touched her would-be attacker, who lay face down in a cluster of squat grey mushrooms and damp leaves. "Staff, I am sorry I did not help. I forgot I had a sword." He did not turn to face her, but bent over, exhausted. Would he be sick to his stomach at the killing? She was the one who felt she would vomit, but she felt such relief at their deliverance from the gang. She steadied herself quickly. She reached around him and tried to turn him gently to her, but her fingers felt wet and warm. She darted around him and bent over, oblivious to her sticky red hand. "Staff, you are wounded. Is it bad? Let me help. I did not know." He sank to a sitting position against the rough bark of the tree, and she saw clearly the spreading black stain on his dark jerkin, where his shoulder joined his massive chest. She knelt, nearly touching him. "Thank God it is my left side," he said, "but it burns like the very devil, and I think it is bleeding too much already, Mary. You were a hell of an asset in that fight, but then I did not choose you to be my soldier." He closed his eyes against a flash of pain, and then opened them to stare at her frightened face. "Do not look so awful, sweet. I can ride, and you will soon be home. You must help me stop the bleeding. If I even turn my head a bit, it pulls terribly. Do exactly as I say, and be fast about it. I do not think that bastard who escaped will bring aid, but I want us out of here." "Yes, Staff, yes. I can make a bandage." "No, a bandage would only soak the blood. I need all I can keep. Get some moss, damp moss, with the soil still on it, a big piece. Then cut my shirt away and press it into the wound. Go on, lass." She scurried a little way into the gloom of the forest, keeping Staff in sight. He sat, collapsed beside the body of that horrible man who had seized her. Yes, moss grew everywhere here. She dug and tore at a large round piece with her fingernails. Black, wet earth clung to its underside. She dashed back to him. "Cut the shirt and jerkin away with my sword. I cannot lift my arm." She shuddered as she lifted his sword from the dirt. It was encrusted with dried blood. She could not control the cut of the blade by holding it on its heavy handle, so she bit her lip and held it farther up its filthy blade as she cut away the 2 layers of cloth over the wound and tried to peel them off. "Pull them, Mary. Be quicker. I'm all right." She peeled them away from the slash mark, and her eyes filled with fear and tears at the sight. His eyes watched her face steadily, and she tried not to show her revulsion. The wound, massive and twisted, grinned redly at her. "Do not try to dab at it. The dried blood will help. Just press the moss on it, green side up." She did so, and he grunted at the pain it caused. "Now, see if you can wrap it tight with something." She ravaged her saddle sacks for her silk stockings, her only good pair. Why does someone not come along to help? She wondered distractedly. "Please, dearest God, do not let him be badly hurt. Oh, dear God, do not let him die. Do not punish me again, please. I cannot help that I love him." She tied the stockings tautly over the living bandage of moss, one reaching under his armpit, the other stretched tight around his neck on his right side. He put his good arm over her and leaned heavily on her while he stood and whistled for sanctuary. The huge horse came obediently and stood stock still. She tried to boost Staff up, but he mounted mostly of his own accord. Sweat dripped from his face from the pain and the exertion. "Get both swords, Mary," he groaned out as she put his reins in his right hand. He hunched over the horse's neck. She grabbed both swords, and he put his back in its scabbard. Replacing hers awkwardly, she mounted. They walked their horses carefully around the fallen logs, no doubt all part of the robber's dire trap. "Go at a fairly good gallop, Mary. Sanctuary will follow Eden's lead." Then she heard him speak the last words he would say until they were at Hever. "I hope to hell his Grace's doctor is still there to tend the Lady Anne." Within an hour, the forests dwindled to scattered stands of oak, elm and beech, as Eden scented the waters of Hever and pricked up her ears. Tears of relief flooded Mary's eyes at leaving the dreaded forest. Staff still rode slumped over without a word, but conscious. She would care well for him at Hever. She owed him so much. Only when the house was in sight did she begin to tremble at the impact of it all. Attacked by thieves, Staff wounded, Will dead. They cantered into the courtyard, and Semene, Stephen, and Michael the gardener were instantly there to help. The 2 men carried Staff into the hall and upstairs at Mary's orders. "Who is that handsome devil? And what happened to you? Where is Will? Why are you out riding in men's clothes?" Semene hissed at her in broken whispers as they deposited him in George's bed. She ignored the questions, for her mind was only on helping Staff. "Is the King's doctor still here?" she asked sharply, bending to untie the crude bindings of the wound. "No, Mary. Anne was much recovered, so—" "Anne was ill? Are Mother and Catherine well?" "Yes, and you see—" "Then send for Mother. Michael can fetch the apothecary in the village. Mother will know what to do. Hurry!" Semene scurried off. Mary bent over Staff, stretched on the bed. She took his dirty hand in her even filthier one. Dirt was encrusted under her long nails, and her hair straggled down to almost cover his head in a golden curtain. He opened his eyes a crack. "If I get a fever from this, Mary, do not fear. Infected wounds often breed fever." "Yes, my Staff. I will stay by you. I will not be afraid. Do you love me a little bit, Mary?" His voice was very weak. "Yes, my lord, I love you a great deal." "Then I think I shall have to be ill for a very long time." He tried to smile, but his face contorted in pain. "Do not talk. All will be well, Staff, I promise." "All, sweet? I pray so." He seemed to doze instantly on the last word. Then Lady Elizabeth was beside her and swept her wordlessly into her arms. It had been 4 days since they had returned home. In a way, the longest 4 days of her life, she thought, but wonderful too. Staff was slowly healing, and so was she. She had spent hours by his bedside, watching. When they first returned, despite Mother's pleas for her to get some sleep, and Anne's words that she was foolish indeed to wait up, since he was obviously unconscious, she had sat and watched all night. She would occasionally pace to the next room to cherish the sound of Catherine's gentle breathing, but then she would return to stare down at Staff's wrinkled brow as he slept fitfully. They all wore mourning for Will Carey now, all but Anne, who was content to wear only a black sash tied to her sleeve. Mother had even sewn Catherine a dark dress. It made her look terribly pale, and Mary detested it, but it was right that the child should wear it for a month. Father and George were still at Eltham with the king. They must have known of Will's death for a week, but there was no word of comfort or condolence from Eltham. Today was a fine day, though. It was not humid, and the sun shone, and Staff sat erect in his bed against several pillows for the first time. "Do I get some kind of kiss this morning, madam?" he teased Mary. She smiled broadly to hear the amused tone return to his voice. "For what?" she returned with feigned naivete. "You owe me for doctoring and linen bills, my lord, and my last decent pair of silk stockings." "I will buy you more than silk stockings, if you will let me, sweetheart, and I will gladly give you all the kissing you may think I owe, if I can get this stubble off my face and get us out of the watchful gaze of your guard-dog governess." Mary laughed. "I would shave you, but I fear you have no more blood to spare for nicks and cuts. There is a lad here who used to shave George before he had his own valet. I shall fetch him. Sit a while, lass. There is time enough." She sat back on the edge of the wooden chair. "There is something I have been wanting to say all the while you were hurt and sleeping, Staff." "Tell me." He looked as expectant as a little boy about to open a package. "I want to thank you for saving me when we were attacked. I was no help. I let them know I was a woman and I screamed. I am sorry." She hesitated. "But you are a woman, Mary, and had never been so abused before. I would not expect you to act differently. You are hardly trained to wield a sword. Besides, you were a tremendous help to me afterward. Is there anything else?" "Yes. I want you to know I treasure our hours and our talks at Banstead. And, well, thank you for being so restrained." "You are welcome. Do not thank me too much. I doubt if I could ever do it again. The restraint, I mean." She expected him to grin at her, but he was serious. Her heart leapt and began to beat the quickened rhythm he could always arouse. Their eyes held. She was trying to summon her courage to give in to the magnetic pull she felt to sit on the bed and kiss him, when Anne glided in, humming. "Good morning, Lord Stafford. You look a great deal stronger, but a shave would help, you know." "Yes, Lady Anne, indeed, I know." He flicked his thumbnail across the stubble. "Mary and I were just discussing it." "Oh. Well, do you feel strong enough to tell me how things truly were at Eltham when you dashed off? Father's missives are so political, and his Grace's notes are of far another sort." Her dark eyes danced over him in some sort of challenge, and he returned her gaze steadily. "I would be pleased to tell you whatever you would choose to know, Lady Anne, but right now I am famished. I intend to try to move around a bit this afternoon, so perhaps at supper this evening there will be time. Anne lifted her sleek head to stare at Mary. Well, of course, I know you have been unwell. It is only that I'm dying to hear someone tell me the way it truly is, you see. George is kept much away these days. Perhaps at dinner. She raised her slender right hand to Mary and was gone. Why did you tell her that stuff? You are hardly famished after that stew and biscuits. Maybe I want to be alone with only you, Mary. And she did interrupt us. And then maybe it gives me perverse pleasure to put her off, since everyone falls all over her these days, and it is likely to be worse when she returns to him this autumn. The time will not be long when it will be completely unwise and unsafe to put off the Lady Anne. You predict she will become his mistress? She says she will never do that. I am afraid I am starting to believe her. I think His Grace is stirring his pluck to send Queen Catherine away from court for good. And then we shall see the Lady Anne's next move. She must be a hell of a chess player, as much as you must be a bad one, love. I hardly think you need bring me into this. Rest assured, I prefer a poor player at that game, Mary. One I can teach and beat if I have to. The other thing is, he went on, His Grace is not truly content with having the Fitzroy boy his heir. Bessie Blount's son is no match, nor is the Queen's slender, serious daughter for a legitimate son. Catherine is healthy enough, although she will bear him no more children, Mary argued quietly. He is far from being a widower. That is what I mean about the next Boleyn chess move, Mary. We shall have to wait and see. And I do want to sit in the gardens, and perhaps stroll about to get my riding strength back. I had best have that shave, since we are talking only of unimportant things and not of our future. I have to be able to ride. I do not intend to be here when your father returns to claim Anne, or if His Grace should suddenly appear. She stood to fetch the boy to shave him. I refuse to be afraid of either of them any more, she said bravely. Not afraid, perhaps, sweetheart, but always careful. She gave his good arm a playful caress as she left the room. He made a grab for her, but missed. She laughed. Teasers always get what they deserve, Mary, he called after her. She laughed again at having him sound like his old self again. In the afternoon, she and Catherine walked with staff to the stable block to visit Sanctuary. Mary had assured him more than once that Ian was tending the horse lovingly, but he had to see for himself. Staff walked in slow steps, and she knew he still had a headache and was weak as a babe, but she was so glad to see him up. Little Catherine walked between them, holding on to both of their hands. The child had always favoured Staff and remembered him from her earliest days when he would visit her parents in their chambers and tease her and make her laugh. Mother had told her that her father was dead now, and that meant he had gone away forever. At least now her tall friend Staff was here with them. It would make her very happy if he would decide to stay here with Mother, Grandmother, and Aunt Anne. She was certain it would make Mother very happy too. And now he was taking them to see his big horse. She and Mother had seen him ride it in a joust one day. The King was there too. That was when she sat with her friend Margaret to watch. Margaret's uncle was the King. "Will Sanctuary remember me, do you think, my lord?" the little girl's sweet voice asked him. Staff and Mary smiled at her attempt to say the difficult word. "I am certain he would never forget a beautiful lady like you, Mistress Catherine," Staff said seriously. "Did he get hurt when you and Mother did?" "Just a little cut. It is much better now, they tell me. Just as I am." I do not think you need to overestimate your strength, whatever vows of full recovery you have made to Catherine or me or Sanctuary, staff. Mary warned. Yes, nurse. He mocked gently. I am willing to do anything you say. Then hush and do not tease. She threw at him and looked down to see Catherine staring intently at them. Sanctuary stamped and snorted in his stall to smell and hear his master. Staff patted his neck and flanks with his good hand and talked low to him. Mary hoisted Catherine up on the rails of the stall so she could see and pat the huge animal. He is much bigger than Eden or Danette, Mother. He has to be much bigger than my horses, my angel. Staff is much bigger than I am. Staff is much bigger than Father, too, the child said as she stroked the sleek chestnut hair of the steed. Mary glanced at Staff, her unspoken thoughts on her face. The child did not really understand. She had never lost anything but her beloved rag doll, and that had been replaced soon enough. If I begin to ride Sanctuary tomorrow as I plan, Catherine, I shall take you for a ride around the moat, Staff was saying. Would you like that? Yes, of course. Can we do it in the afternoon? I think I have to sew with Grandmother and Semine in the morning, but you always sleep late anyway. I have been lately, my moppet, but not any more, since I am fast healing. I hope you will stay here with us, my lord. Mother is much happier now that you are better. Staff grinned at Mary over Catherine's curly golden head, and she guiltily returned his smile. I warrant the lass could give you lessons on how to see things clearly, Mary. Come, sweet Catherine, run back to your grandmother in the garden. I'll see you later. He lifted her down with his uninjured arm. You will not ride him now, without me? She questioned. Not without you, lass. Tomorrow, I said. She ran several bounding steps and turned back to them. Where did you get Sanctuary's funny name, my lord? What does it mean? It is a long story. I will tell you later, miss, when I take you riding tomorrow. She grinned at him and darted off, waving to them from near the door. It was cool and dim in the stables, and it smelled like fresh oats and straw. Ian was a very careful groom and blacksmith. Staff put a booted foot on the lowest rail of Sanctuary's stall, blocking Mary when she made a move to follow her daughter's departure. That child will break hearts, like her mother, he said low. She's a miniature of you for certain. Unlike I, Catherine will be raised without a father to totally control her life. I pray she will be the happier for that. Do not hate your father too much, sweetheart. Hatred would get in the way of your dealing with him firmly enough to handle him. And why must the lass be raised without a father? Her mother is still fair, young and desirable, I assure you. Thank you, my lord, but her mother is 24 and sometimes feels a good deal older than that. Catherine will be raised without a father. Her father is dead. At least you are being more realistic than you were at first, he said, changing the dangerous path on which he had considered treading. He stroked Sanctuary's neck and spoke gentle words of comfort, much as he had to Mary when he had first arrived from Eltham at Hampton Court. Why does the horse have that name, Staff? Such a serious, strange name. I never did quite tell you the whole story of my family's unfortunate past, Mary. Only that your uncle was hanged for rebellion against his Grace's sovereign father, and that your father was pardoned since he was so young. Is Sanctuary named for something in your past, then? Yes. Right, Sanctuary? In 1486, after he had won the country by force of arms in the Civil War, King Henry VII was riding on a progress to solidify the north. Humphrey and Thomas Stafford, my uncle and my father, raised a band at Colchester and tried to take Worcester back for the York cause. The king immediately raised an army headed by the Duke of Northumberland and rode south to put the rebellion down. The Staffords took sanctuary at Culham, near Oxford. Holy, inviolate sanctuary at the altar of a church, Mary. But the king's forces battered down the door and arrested them for high treason, claiming that such guilt could not be morally sanctuaried. He turned slowly and leaned his back against the horse's stall. Some say the king later suffered grief for such an impious act, rebellion or not. But by then, Humphrey Stafford of Grafton had been hanged at Tyburn, and 12-year-old Thomas sent home to an aunt at Wivenhoe, near Colchester, where the trouble had all begun. The king never forgot to mistrust the Staffords after that, and took Lord Thomas's firstborn son to raise at court. And that son is you. Yes. Our present king simply inherited me, and the continual duty of keeping an eye on my potential waywardness. But you would never do such a thing? Raise a rebel army? No, of course not, and His Grace knows it well enough. The problem is, he really likes me, though I think he is a little afraid of me too. He cannot grasp the fact that I neither hate him nor worship him for his favours, as do the others who swarm around him. He can never understand there is another world out there that I have always cherished. Your family lands at Wivenhoe that your great-aunt left you when she died. Wivenhoe, yes. But more what it represents. Freedom from the snares of politics and court intrigue. True sanctuary, Mary. Like your friend John Whitman has found for himself in his little inn off the beaten path and far from the cruel master of the Mary Rose, she mused, half aloud. Exactly. Like Hever is to you, I guess. And like you are to me, Mary Boleyn. He gave her arm a little pull, and she stepped toward him, carefully turning her cheek against his good shoulder. He stroked her hair, and Sanctuary snorted and pawed in his stall. Sanctuary needs to be free too. He needs a skillful rider who cares for him, and he will respond beautifully. I am planning for things to be the same for us, he said. Her arms went around his waist, and they did not move. Now I understand that Sanctuary is a good name, Staff. Has His Grace ever heard it? I would think it would take the wind from his sails if he understood. He has heard it. I have made certain of that. Now, the only thing that has been puzzling me is how I am going to explain to your golden-haired moppet what sanctuary means. She began to laugh, but he lifted her chin with his hand and covered her mouth with his. The kiss was neither passionate nor gentle, but determined, both giving and demanding. He finally raised his head and stared down into her half-closed azure eyes. We had best join your mother in the garden as we promised, before it is too late. I am certain they would notice the straw in our clothes and hair. And anyway, your sister would probably come poking about to ask how things truly are at court. I would much rather tell her than show her. Come on. Her laughter floated to Sanctuary's alert ears as they left the stables. It is so wonderful, Mary realised, to have Staff here at Hever. Lady Elizabeth Bullen had spent an hour each morning and each afternoon in the room where William Stafford was recuperating, since he had ridden to Hever with Mary. The first days she had talked low to Mary while he slept, and the last two she had talked to them both. She took Staff's hand each time she entered or left the room, and Mary, who could never recall similar actions from her mother with any other visitor, was puzzled. She had decided it was because he had saved her daughter from rape or death at the hands of the brigands in the forest, but now she was coming to believe it must be more. Perhaps it was like an instinctive trust, whereas she herself had disliked him when she had first known him, and trust had come later. Mary watched them through her lashes as they spoke low to each other on the bench in the rose garden. Catherine threw a leather ball back and forth to Seminary on the other side of the hedge, and Anne dared to sit and read the bawdy Heptameron, authored by no one less than Marguerite du Alençon, sister to King Francois of France. It was even rumoured that now the king's poor Queen Claude had been dead 3 years, he showed more open affection to his sister than he had before, and that some of the heated passion in the text of the book was flamed by that love. Mary was not sure she even cared to read it, if some of Francois du Roi's passions were laid out for all to see. But Anne, clever, witty Anne, loved French things. "So I am hoping the king will let Anne marry soon," Lady Elizabeth was saying to Staff. "Perhaps her old friend, Sir Thomas Wyatt, would be a good match, but her Lord Father does not show any interest in the lands adjoining Hever, which the Wyatt lad is heir to." Anne's dark eyes darted up from the pages of her book. "I can hear what you are saying, Mother. I do not believe I will be getting married. At least not in the near future. Anyhow, if Father had cared a fig for the Wyatt estates, he could have easily married George to his long-desired Margot Wyatt." She bent her head to the book again. "I hear she is in childbed with her first child to Pierce, Lord Edgecombe from Devon anyway, so that is that. Oh, it is too hot to read out here, even in the shade. There is a good deal more shade at Eltham, I warrant." She stood, and her green skirts swung in a gentle arc as she paced in a circle around them. "Perhaps I should join you when you ride back to Eltham, Staff. Then Father would be shocked, His Grace would be elated, and you could save me from several bands of thieves with rape on their minds on the way back to break all this boredom of waiting. Mary thought Anne looked like a slender, lovely flower among the rest of them dressed in black, but she was so pent up with hopes and schemes she would not share but only alluded to, much like Father. Yes, she was getting to be more and more like Father. "Mother, Staff promised me he would catch me up on all the news at court, and you and Mary virtually keep him your prisoner, though a willing one, I grant you." She spun toward Staff, and her skirts belled out in a perfect, graceful cup. Her voice was teasing. "You never did tell me, for instance, how you coerced His Grace into letting you leave Eltham when you heard poor Will Carey was dead. You told him you wanted to bring Mary back here, and he let you go at once. Sblood, I would have liked to have seen that." "Anne, sit and cease this foolishness," came Lady Elizabeth's voice, as Staff was about to answer. Thank God His Grace did let Lord Stafford go, or Mary would not be here now, one way or the other. "Perhaps, Anne, the King reasoned that Staff could then see how you are behaving and report back to him," Mary put in, hoping the tone of her voice would make Anne stop her insinuations where she and Staff were concerned. "All right, I will sit in stony silence if I must. I do not need all of you teasing me, or I shall have to seek my desolate room alone." They all laughed at her, for her buoyant mood beneath the testiness was contagious. Mary stretched her legs, smiled in Staff's direction, and stood to join Seminary and Catherine. But then Michael, the gangly gardener, came striding across the grass, followed by a stranger, and she sat again. "This be Lord Bullen's lady wife," Michael said to the man, and they both bowed to Elizabeth. The man presented a folded parchment to her outstretched hand and bowed again. "Nothing from Father to me?" Anne asked sharply. The messenger scanned the group and bowed a third time to Anne. "The king's man be hard on the road behind me, begging your grace, my Lady Anne. He had told me he bears a message from the king, and a gift." He stood about awkwardly until Lady Elizabeth summoned Michael to take the man in for refreshments. "Our lord is coming home 2 days hence," she read, with her head still bent over the letter. "He hopes that Mary is well settled here and will return in her sister's retinue in September, when Anne goes to live at court, as she has so wisely promised his grace she would do." She glanced up at Anne, who sat impassive, hitting her knee with her now closed book. "That is really the import of it. 2 days hence. For how long this time, I wonder?" "Not long, lady," Staff assured her. "As soon as the first span of cooler weather hits the city, the court will be back in full swing, and your Lord Thomas will be at the centre of things, and the Lady Anne." Through the whole speech, his eyes focused on Mary, and she shot him a dazzling smile, despite Anne's sharp stare. "And I promise you, before I even tell my father, Staff, that I shall bring Mary back with me as he asks. Imagine you and our father wanting the same thing." Anne giggled despite her mother's pointed glance. "Although the company is most beautiful and the conversation here a definite, challenge, ladies, I shall take Sanctuary for a bit of a ride tomorrow to test my strength. The next day I must set out for Eltham, and I promise to stick to more heavily travelled roads. That is, unless the Lady Anne actually does fancy an adventure such as Mary had." He leaned forward on his knees and peered around Lady Boleyn at Anne. "I cannot promise to be wounded and bleed for you, though, Lady Anne. I'm sure you can understand that bloodshed for one Boleyn lass is quite enough." Elizabeth Boleyn regarded him closely, while Anne suddenly narrowed her eyes, uncertain if she were merely being teased or quite put down. "Anyway," he continued evenly, "I intend to ride to Hatfield House to see Henry Carey on my way back to Eltham. Mary wishes the boy to be told carefully of his father's death by a friend of the family, and to deliver Will's crested neck chain. It is his heritage now." Anne swung her book from her right hand as she took several steps away. "Thank you for the offer of the sport, my lord, on the ride to Eltham, but I truly think you prefer gentler game. And as for my nephew Henry Carey's heritage, who is to know if his grace may have need of him some day? They say Henry Fitzroy is a weakling. Unless, of course, our king should take it upon himself to get a son through some other means after the Queen Catherine is sent into exile, as he has publicly promised father and me." Her musical laughter floated back to them in the sunny air. "Mary and I will miss you greatly, my lord," Elizabeth Boleyn put in gently, "as will our little Catherine, who dotes on you, it seems. I was hard-pressed to keep her from bothering you those first days when you slept so much from blood loss. I do hope I will see you again, and soon. I appreciate an honest man, king's courtier or not." Staff bent over her hand and kissed it. "I promise you will see me again, my lady, and it must be here, since you will not come to court." "No, not at court, unless something very big and unexpected happens, and I pray it will not. The Boleyns' lives are already complicated enough as it is. You are always welcome here. Is it not so, Mary?" "Yes, mother, of course. Staff knows that." "Then I hope he will include us in his future plans," the silver-haired woman added as she rose. Mary and Staff stood with her. "Please do not let Anne's sharp tongue turn you away from her, my lord," Lady Boleyn went on. "She needs friends, and she will need her sister's gentler influence, though I will be loath to part with Mary when she goes back." She smiled at her daughter, and Mary's eyes filled with tears. Mother, Catherine, and Hever, with Staff here to please them all. It was nearly heaven. but soon he must go back. "I shall miss you," she said to him, across the tiny space of garden that separated them after her mother left. His teeth shone white against his brown face, and his eyes darkened with pleasure. "But I shall be here a whole day and a half yet, wench, and we shall see what we can make of that." The day and a half Staff had promised became the most fleeting hours of Mary's life. His chest and shoulder wounds seemed to heal rapidly. He ate enough for 2 healthy men, and his vitality returned. On the first sunny afternoon, after they had managed to shake off Anne's continual questions, Mary and little Catherine had taken Staff on an extensive walking tour of Hever, the rooms and courtyard, the gardens, orchards, meadows, even St. Paul's Church down the winding lane where the forests began. That evening they sat after supper in the solar, almost as a happy little family, chatting and playing a game of Gleek in which Anne insisted she be Staff's partner and managed to hold all the cards too. But she soon flitted off to get her beauty sleep, and Lady Boleyn bid them a quick and smiling good night. At the big oak table they had used for cards, Staff and Mary sat a moment, drinking in the sweet August air. Staff was studying her as usual, not moving but for the rise and fall of his big chest, still wrapped with a heavy linen bandage under his white shirt, unlaced halfway. "A penny for your thoughts, Staff?" "I cannot see selling my thoughts for a mere penny, lass, when the Lady Anne seems to value them so highly. But then, for one of your sweet kisses I have been greatly longing for lately, and which seem now to be in short supply, I would consider it." She felt little butterfly wings flutter in her stomach. "Agreed. Come here and pay up then. You can hardly expect a near invalid to chase you around the room, Lady Mary." His voice had that old teasing tone, but he did not smile. She marvelled at the shift in mood he seemed to have undergone from the chatting, cordial man of a few moments ago at their card game. She scraped her chair back and went to stand over him. He sat almost a foot from the table, but his arms were so long he had reached the cards easily. He lifted his head. His probing eyes reflected the glow of the big cresset lamp on the table. She bent down, leaning closer, her breath coming through parted lips as her soft mouth met his hard one. His lips opened immediately to caress hers, moving against her, tasting her. Then the kiss was over. He had not touched her otherwise. Was he really so unsure of her reaction after that night last week when she had not let him make love to her at Banstead? She started to straighten, but his uninjured arm moved quickly to stay her, and he said, "Kiss me again. I have 2 thoughts I think you would like to hear." Inches apart in the drifting lamp glow, their eyes locked. She almost swayed into him at the impact of her desire for him, but she steadied her hands on the arm of his chair and lowered her mouth to kiss him once more. "You have fallen in love with him all over again," a voice deep inside whispered to her. "Again since he rescued you after Will died at Hampton, again at Banstead, again at Hever, again this very moment." She could not breathe. He was making her dizzy. She stammered after she broke the kiss. She did not want him to know he could still do this to her. "I just did not want to fall against your bandage and hurt you, my lord," she blurted. He seemed so composed after their kissing, but his smile was gently teasing again. She stood to move around the corner of the table. "You have not told me the 2 thoughts I just paid for," she protested. "One is how much I yet desire to love you, to have you be mine." "Yes," she said, but she stepped further away, around the table. He finally stood and moved after her. He turned her to him with one hand on her shoulder. "Do not get huffy or sulk like your spoiled little sister," he said. "It's just that I need some time to sort everything out." "Fine. Only I intend to be in the sorting when all is said and done. And do not be so jumpy, as if I would dare to take you here on this padded bench. Your mother and little sparrow of a governess would not approve of Lord Stafford half so much if they caught us, I warrant, although your sister might like to know how it is truly done." She grinned and put her head against his good shoulder. His voice went on, low and calm. "I know it is late, and we are both tired, love, but I do not want today to end, because then there is only one more before I leave." Her voice came muffled against his soft linen shirt. "I know, my stuff. Let's go outside and walk along the moat just for a few minutes. We will go out through the kitchen and herb garden." His warm fingers curled around hers, and she went willingly. The kitchen was cast in melded greys, the vast cavern of the fireplace on the far wall gaping darkly, with no embers burning on this warm night. Somewhere nearby a dog stirred, growled low, and rolled over as they passed. The door to the garden stood ajar, and the intoxicating aroma of mingled herbs swept in with the night air. The grass felt damp against her slippers and smelt unutterably sweet. She followed him along the fringe of the garden on the grassy path until they turned the corner by the edge of the inner moat. Across the narrow stretch of water, the overpowering scent of roses wafted to them on the balmy night air. He stopped, still holding her hand. She whispered, "There is a little stone bench farther on, if you want to sit." "No, but Anne's bedroom window is not anywhere above here, is it?" "No." "Then this is fine." "Mary, my other thought is that now that you are free, unmarried and marriageable, and since I do not trust the king or that cat-eyed sister of yours not to marry you off to someone they fancy for their own gain," he paused and stepped in closer in the darkness. "I just could not bear to lose you again after all the waiting, now that we are so close. I cannot, I will not let another man have you." She moved against him, stretching her arms up around his neck. "They will not, my lord. They cannot. I am a new widow, and just because Anne rides so high in his Grace's favour now does not mean they can marry me off to just anyone. If someone so much as suggests it, my father even, I will tell them no." He rocked them back and forth gently, holding her to his hard body with one hand firmly on the small of her back. "Oh, my sweet Mary, have you been through so much and still think things are so simple then?" "Not all things, my staff, but how I feel about you is simple now." He stopped rocking and pulled her closer to him. "I thought maybe you had forgotten the words. Hell's gates. Do I have to be bleeding all over the bed before you tell me?" "I do love you, my lord. I love you desperately, and I have for a very long time." "I do not want tears and that quivering lower lip, Mary, when I go away the day after tomorrow, and when we both get back to court this autumn. We are going to have to be very careful and very strong. Now tell me again." "I love you, Staff." He moved to rest his chin on the top of her head, and she marvelled again at how her face fit there so perfectly, cuddled against his warm throat. They stood that way, pressed together, a very long while. Chapter 24. February the 22nd, 1530. Whitehall Palace. Mary stood in the gallery with the long sweep of windows fronting the Thames, Her view was partly obstructed by the legs of stonemasons perched on ladders, chiselling laboriously at the upper stone facings, which dangled from the outside cornices. For 3 weeks, from morning to night, they had picked away at the grey stone all over the palace, whatever the weather. They were chiselling elaborate H's and A's entwined with Tudor roses. Some carved the falcon heads of Anne's new badge. His Grace's King-at-Arms had discovered an elaborate pedigree for Anne, stretching back to 12th century England, so, by necessity, George and Mary shared the proud new heritage. Anne had declared that their family name was now to be spelled and pronounced Boleyn. A French spelling, and much more suited to a future queen of the realm than the plebeian Boleyn from the rough north country of England. Mary knew her father had been rattled by the name change, though he held his tongue. Indeed, Anne had Thomas, Lord Boleyn, at her beck and call, even as she did the king. He had come to see the perverse wisdom of his younger daughters not bedding with the Tudor stallion, as much as he had seen the wisdom of Mary's place in the royal bed for 5 productive years. Mary touched the thick window glass to see if it were cold. It seemed as mild today as it had been the last week. That was fortunate, for Anne and her ladies would take a barge up-river to Westminster, to the King's Court, for a banquet this evening. It could get terribly cold on the river, being rowed from his Grace's court at Westminster or Bridewell to Whitehall, which he had so graciously given Anne for her London residence until the divorce was approved and they could live together. It must be warm outside, despite the grey of the sky, she thought again listlessly, for the workmen do not stamp the ground and snort like noisy cold horses as they do when it is biting. So much change for the Boleyns to become the Boleyns in such a short time. "My lady, I thought to find you gazing at the river somewhere along here. Does it make you feel closer to her?" Mary lifted her head to see her maid Nancy wrapped in a woolen shawl, her nose still red from the cold that had plagued her most of the winter. "I was not pining for Catherine this once, truly, Nance, nor for Lord Stafford, though by your look I warrant that you do not believe me. I will see them both tonight. I do miss Catherine terribly, but she is better off to be with the Duke and Duchess's Margaret, in the lovely royal nursery with a fine tutor. What could I ever give her here, when I cannot even afford to clothe myself well? The child can easily and with pride wear the Lady Margaret's handed-down dresses, but I can hardly inherit my slender sister's cast-off gowns, even if they are in the tens of tens." She fell into step beside Nancy, and they strolled toward the wing where Mary had a chamber and sitting-room within call of Anne's spacious suite. "Maybe Lord Stafford will bring the sweet lass for a visit again, the way he has done afore," Nancy encouraged. "Do not worry about me, Nance. I am resigned to it. Really I am. I only regret that I cannot afford to keep you well clothed either. Thank God Stephen was so willing to go into service with Lord Stafford. But I do fear your sniffles and colds will turn to the Boleyns if we do not care for you better." Mary reached over to pull the girl's shawl more tightly around her thin shoulders. "Do you miss Stephen too, Nance?" Mary teased lightly, knowing the girl much favoured the lad. "Yes, of course, lady, but we had best be getting on the subject of what you shall be wearing tonight. It hardly matters, I think. All my gowns are out of style." "Lady Rochford?" Mary turned in the hall in the direction of her name. It was so difficult to become accustomed to her new title. "Lady Rochford, you have a visitor who craves an audience." The messenger was one of Anne's fine new servants, and Mary was not even certain of his name. "Who is the visitor, sir?" "'Tis a Madam Carey, my lady. She is a holy lady, and all in grey." "Will Sister Eleanor," she said aloud. Nance and the messenger both turned to stare at her troubled face. "I will see the lady now. Lead the way, if you please." Eleanor rose as Mary entered the small room. They embraced stiffly and backed several paces apart. "Sit, please, Eleanor. I am surprised to see you." "I must call you Lady Rochford now, I understand," came Eleanor's slow voice. "The King has elevated your entire family again. Your father to the Earldom of Wiltshire and Lord Privy Seal, and your sister, they say, is the Marquise of Pembroke, with greatest status in the realm. The Boleyns are still very fortunate and blessed." "I see your informants have not told you that we are now the Boleyns," Mary thought. But she said only, "Please sit, sister. It is kind of you to stop to see me on your way." "I came specifically to see you, Lady Rochford. Perhaps you never thought to see me again after poor Will died, but now that all the lands are lost to the family, there is something I would ask of you." "So you know of the loss of my son's inheritance too? The lands are still in the family in a way, for His Grace gave most of them to my brother and sister after Will died. But the manor at Plashy went to Thomas Cromwell, a new adviser of the King, and the wardship of my son." Her voice trembled, but she looked squarely into Eleanor Carey's clear grey eyes. "Went to my sister until the boy reaches his majority. So I am sorry, Eleanor, but if you wish funds, you must believe me that I am quite without means, quite destitute." "I never would have believed it. But your family, your father, do they not support you? Then your influence with the King is gone?" "Will had known that would happen some day, you know. If he were here today, he could make his way quite alone in His Majesty's good graces." Mary felt an urge to strike back at this woman she had never thought she would see again, but she did not. In memory of poor Will's delirious calling for the only woman he truly loved as he stood on the dark step of death, well, for that she would hold her tongue. "The favour is hardly for money, Lady Rochford. I have been a holy sister these many years and have no desire for things of the world. Semper transit Gloria Mundi is my motto, and has been since the Careys lost Durham and all that went with it." "Then what aid did you think I could lend?" "There is a struggle in my priory, lady, a very important one. I have worked long to be the prioress of Wilton. You never visited me there with Will, I believe. You were always too tied to the court." "I never saw Wilton, sister." "Will knew the importance and influence of Wilton as a priory in its area, and it is a rich house, in relics and artefacts, I mean. Will would have told you that?" "Yes." "There is to be a new appointment. The old abbess is dying, and the appointment should be mine. I know, in the eyes of God, it is meant to be mine." "And you had wanted me to ask the King to help you. I am sorry, Eleanor, but I never even speak with him any more. That is just the way it is. You must believe me." "Oh, I do believe you. Only you have the obvious connections yet. Your sister could ask him for you. They say she gets whatever she will have." "Dresses and palaces, perhaps, but she can hardly tamper with political or church business." "But Will said she hated Cardinal Wolsey since he took her first love away. You see, that would attract her to my cause. The great Cardinal Wolsey puts forth his own candidate in competition to me. Not that he even knows about me, but the other woman is from his favoured abbey at Salisbury. She cares nothing for Wilton, and her appointment would be so unfair." For Will's sake, for the Carey children, please say you will aid me." Her long-fingered hands smoothed her grey skirts over her knees. "Besides, Lady Rochford, I have heard the Lady Anne, Marquise of Pembroke, does involve herself with things political, and still she rides high in his favour. Can you help me?" "The most I could do is tell my sister, Eleanor. What she or his Grace will do, I cannot say. That much will have to suffice." Eleanor Carey breathed an audible sigh of relief. "That will be of great aid in a righteous cause, I assure you. I knew this chilly trip would be worth it." "Will you stay here at Whitehall the night? I'm certain it can be arranged." "No, I would not wish that. I have long been uncomfortable in secular surroundings. I shall visit with the sisters at the Abbey near Westminster, and hurry back to Wilton." "I remember you used to stay weeks with us at the court at Greenwich." Mary smiled, then wished she had resisted the temptation to goad her. "Will and I needed time together," she returned icily. He had such fine plans, and now his lands are taken from his son. How strange the king would take a father's lands from his son, if the boy is indeed the Carey heir, lady." An angry knot twisted in Mary, and she gritted her teeth, forcing herself not to shout at this cold, grey creature who sat leaning forward, her stony eyes trying to pierce her thoughts. Mary returned her stare, and feared her long pent-up anger would show on her face. She has hated me ever since her poor brother took me to his bed, she thought wildly. His Grace and your dear dead brother would both tell you the child is a Carey heir, Sister Eleanor. Henry is raised with his Grace's only son at Hatfield as a companion. My father and Will arranged long ago for the child's education. Mary rose, afraid to trust her voice further, afraid to show the contempt which swelled within her. It was like seeing Will again, and feeling the frustration and anger she had carried toward his bitterness. Maybe she had idolized Will too much in her mind after his awful death. Yes, Will had never really loved her, and his sister's stone-grey eyes brought it all back. Eleanor Carey stood in a rustle of skirts. She swung her dark, full woolen grey pelisse around her shoulders and turned to regard Mary calmly from the doorway. "I fear I am the last of the Careys, with the burden of Will's dream. Do not fail me in this, I pray you, Lady Rochford. Penance can be salvation." Mary stood wide-eyed, gripping her fists in helpless, tight balls as the door closed behind the woman. All the anger she had buried since Will's death spilled out against Eleanor Carey. She sobbed and beat feebly, futilely on the door. She had never cried like this over his death, hardly cried at all. This release of pent-up hatred was the penance of salvation, perhaps. Her salvation with staff. Yes, she would ask Anne for the favour, but that would be enough. Then she would be free of the Carey curse of guilt that always lay between her and Staff, even when she felt the comfort of his unquestioning love, stronger even than his arms around her. "Your eyes are red, lady. What did that woman dare say to you? She has no right to bother you, and never did." Nancy stood up from the bench under the window in their room. "No, Nance, calm down. I am fine. She only asked me for a favour. The tears are of my own making." "Well, you had best get them off your cheeks and comb your hair. His Grace is here, and quite unannounced." The girl's face glowed at the news. "Here? Where?" "In a barge to see the Lady Anne, of course. But the thing is, Lord Stafford is here too. I saw him from the window, and he hardly came to see the Lady Anne." Nancy came closer, and stared intently into her mistress's face. "You do not look too happy at the idea of seeing him, Lady Mary. I cannot understand you. I just do not understand sometimes. Of course I will be happy to see Lord Stafford, and if you intend to scold me or try to read my mind, you had best leave me now." She instantly regretted her words as Nancy wrapped her ever-present shawl tightly about her and flounced from the room. It was hard to hide her emotions from the girl, but she was not at all certain she could face Staff after that interview with Will's sour sister. As ever, Staff would read her thoughts, and he would know she had agreed to help Helena when she had him nearly convinced she was free of guilt over Will's death. Damn! Why had His Grace not waited to see Anne until their appearance at his court tonight? Mary had hardly bathed her face and dusted her cheeks with rice powder before there came the familiar tap-tap on the door. She smiled and opened it carefully. "His Grace was longing for his Lady Anne, so I am here. I assure you that if I were the king, the royal barge would have been here at 8 of the morning, and not to see the tart-tongued Anne." He bent to kiss her, and she yielded her lips coolly. "Not a very warm welcome for such a pretty speech, sweetheart. Are you all right?" "Of course, only—" He might as well know right away, and not have to pry it from me, she thought. Eleanor Carey was just here to ask my aid in getting her the position of Prioress of Wilton. She waited, but he said nothing, and bit into an apple from the wooden bowl on the table. I told her I could do no more than to mention it to Anne. "You should have told her to get what she wants by marrying someone the king favours, as her brother once did. You might have told her I am available for marriage, since the lady I favour evidently does not want me." He laughed with his mouth full and almost choked on his apple. "She made me remember the unhappy times with Will." Mary plunged on, ignoring his last teasing remark. "She made me think that perhaps you were right. I have been unrealistic about his death." "Then I thank the lady heartily for her visit." He looked quite serious as he tossed the apple core in the fireplace. "I do not think Anne will give a tinker's damn for who runs the priory at Wilton, though. Nor His Grace, either. Between the two of them, they are most likely to ruin Wilton along with the rest of the religious houses if the Popes Campeggio and Fat Wolsey do not get this divorce rammed through. The Queen is gathering her forces, and since the Holy Roman Emperor Charles is her nephew, it will be harder going to get a papal divorcement bill." "Actually, Anne may be interested in this stuff. You see, the other candidate for the post is touted by Wolsey." He whistled low. "You are right, sweet, though I am afraid you are getting to think like a courtier. Yes, Anne will go for the bait if she can best Wolsey by it." "I really think that is why she wanted Whitehall, Staff. She has ordered the cardinal's hats effaced from all the windows. You know there are hundreds of them, and her initials engraved with His Grace's." "I know. We stopped to admire them on the way in. Now, so much for His Grace and the Lady Anne Boleyn. I would know how fares my Lady Mary Bullen when she has not seen her love for 2 days." He pulled her against him, and she willingly rested her head on his chest, under his chin, where it fit so perfectly. "Is Catherine all right, Staff? Have you seen her?" "I see her for a few minutes almost every afternoon. Her Grace, the Princess Mary, has seen me there more than once, and she asks me about you if she has not seen you. She looks at me with those clear, dark eyes, and she knows I love you, Mary." Mary lifted her head. "You did not tell her so?" "I did not have to." "She once told me that perhaps I could find a way to have the man I would choose to love as she had chosen the Duke. Only I have not found the way. They would all go straight up through the roof of Whitehall or Westminster or wherever and forbid us to see each other again." He bent to kiss her nose, though she parted her lips in readiness. Suffice it to say, you have found the man, lass. We will yet, and soon, find the way. If they should marry, indeed, and then have a son, I would ask the king direct. He might be glad enough to have you off their hands. Only your sharp sister and her dearest ally, Lord Boleyn, would never allow it if they caught wind of it. It worries me that if you were sister to the Queen, they would think you suited for some foreign dynastic marriage. But that would be foolish. Not to them, Mary. Perhaps you are too close to them right now to see how out of touch they are becoming. The people curse Anne in the streets as a bawd, the king's great whore. The masses love their true queen. Sweetheart, there is much trouble ahead, and sometimes I think the only way to keep you well out of it is to desert the court, kidnap you to Wivenhoe, and ask their forgiveness from there. Staff, you would not dare. They would hardly throw us both in the tower, you know. And would you not like being my prisoner in my little castle? Remember when I played the Sheriff of Nottingham and seized you prisoner in my castle at the Mask? Of course I remember. You brazenly stole a kiss on the night of the performance. A poor substitute for what I really wanted to do, lass. But the king was waiting, as he may well be now. But tonight I am not on call at his bedchamber, so I will be back, rain, sleet, or hail. Stephen and I will row over as soon as I can get away. See your door is unlocked, and you have a warm drink and bed awaiting me. He kissed her hand and released her. Damn, I nearly forgot. I have a gift for you. He dug into his small leather pouch and pulled out a long chain, dripping with garnets. They looked shiny black against his velvet chest. My lord, it is beautiful, but you must not bring me gifts. She looked at him, but made no move to take the necklace. You will not accept my money, sweet, nor will you take even a bolt of silk I offer you. I will not have them looking down on you because the Boleyns, or whatever they call themselves these days, are too damned stingy to see that their Mary, who got them where they are in the first place, is dressed suitably. He dropped the necklace in a noisy little pile on the table. Wear it or not, as it pleases you. It belonged to my lady aunt. If you think it is meant to be a bribe for my possession of you tonight, or ever, you are wrong. It is a love gift, meant to catch the cherry colour of your lips in candlelight. I will see you at Westminster tonight. And think to guard your face if you see me with other ladies. Until we decide we shall tell them, I will not have your dangerous sister banish me or separate us somehow on one of her catty whims. He nodded to her, opened the door, and was gone. She scooped the necklace from the table and examined it in the pale February sunlight. It was a fine piece, square-cut garnets strung along the thin golden links. She would treasure it, and she had hurt him in heartless acceptance of it. She would let him know how she valued it, and his love. She would show him tonight, for she would wear her crimson gown, whether or not it was a 3-year-old style. She would wear it with the golden snare in her hair from Banstead, and this garnet necklace from his beloved Wivenhoe. Mary was grateful that the night was so mild for February, for she had no warm robe or coat to replace the one they had burned after Will had died. She had cherished that robe once, for Staff had first made love to her on it, but that was long ago, and this green pelisse would have to do for now. "Are you warm enough, Mary?" George's face came around her shoulder like a beacon of light in the grey dusk. "Yes, George, I'm fine. How are your other charges?" "Anne is nervous, and my dear wife is as nasty as always. Not that I give a damn about Jane. I mean, let Mark Gostwick have her if he wants her. Anne has him sent from court to annoy Jane, but I really do not care what she does. I would not put it past the little bitch to side with the Queen against us. George, you must not talk like that, no matter how much she vexes you. She is your wife, Mary scolded, as gently as she could. Completely misunderstanding, he said only, "She might support the Queen's side, Mary. Our own Norfolks have split over it, and our foolish aunt there's to champion Catherine's cause. I think, though," he lowered his voice, though no one could hear them, "the true cause of the rift is that everyone knows dear Uncle Norfolk prefers the hotbed of his children's laundress, Bess Holland, to the icy sheets of his lady wife." George chuckled, and Mary spun to face him. "Then you had not heard the latest family scandal, Mary," George pursued. "Father told Anne and me, and I thought he would have told you." "I almost never see him, brother, though I know he is as much about Whitehall these days as he is Westminster. He is avoiding me, I think, since I intend to ask him for some financial support, and he knows it. I can hardly send to Mother. She has only money for household items, and I will not have her pawning jewels for me. Since Will died and His Grace saw fit to give the Carey lands, benefits and the raising of the Carey heir away, I am quite destitute. You might tell him that when you see him, though I warrant he knows it well enough already." "Mary, I am sorry, truly I am. Anne is too. If I get some extra money dicing, you shall have it." When she did not answer as he had expected, he plunged on. "But you look magnificent tonight, sister, absolutely beautiful as always. The golden net in your hair is fine, and the necklace looks new." "Thank you, George," she said, refusing to give in to his gentle hint for an explanation of her net and garnets. "I did hear, though," she said, to change the subject, "that the Duke and Duchess of Suffolk are arguing over the situation also. The Duke, of course, sides with his friend the King, but I cannot fathom my dear friend the Princess Mary taking her Grace's part. She has always been a promoter of love matches, and she will ruin her happy marriage if she persists in this. I hope this will not mean that little Catherine must be taken from her daughter's nursery. Yes, as you say, she will ruin her precious love match. But that marriage was a freak anyway, admit it, Mary. The both of them. Far gone in mutual love, and the lady picks the man she marries. Ha! A rare miracle, and not to be believed. And the King's sister, and his best friend at that. Most marriages about the royal court are made in hell, not heaven. I can attest well enough to that. Well, I see we are almost there. I'd best get back to escorting Anne as His Grace sent me to do, or she will be put out. See you later, Mary." "Yes, dearest George," she whispered to herself. Poor George, trapped with a woman he detested, who would never bear him children, while Margot Wyatt played wife to some strange landowner in the north. And poor, bitter Anne, still haunted by ghosts she could not exorcise. Mary was certain of it now, for Anne had leapt at the chance to help Eleanor Carey become Prioress of Wilton, when she had seized on the thought that it would discomfort Wolsey if the King refused his candidate. To be so eaten by hatred of Wolsey after all these years without her Percy lad. If only Anne truly loved the King now, all this would be so much easier to accept. Mary rose and walked steadily across the width of the still rocking barge, and from the little party awaiting them, Henry Norris gave her his hand. He looked well, she thought, for a man whose wife had died in childbirth only a few months ago. Anne strode off far ahead toward the palace, her gauzy silver-jewelled headpiece floating across her black tresses and winking in the torchlight on the landing. She walked between George and Father, the only Boleyns who really mattered any more. Staff was right. She and Mother would never be anything but Bullens, despite the royal reign of titles on them. Bullens from Hever, and proud of it, thought Mary, as she lifted her head and smiled up at Norris. Mary did as Staff had bid her when she sighted him with the beautifully gowned Cobham wench across the room. She kept a smile on her lips and chatted with her cousin, Francis Bryan, as the court assembled for dinner. After all, she had Staff's gift around her bare throat, and she could feel its metal weight along the swell of her breasts. And tonight, he would be in her bed, not in flirty Dorothy Cobham's. It is in the wind that there will be another Tudor visit to the court of Francois du Roy, now that the sticky situation with France improves somewhat, Francis was saying. I have a wager on that the king will take Anne with him. Personally, I think it might be His Grace's plan to test the waters to see if he can get support for the marriage elsewhere, in case he does not get aid from Pope Clement. Really, Francis? Mary said, low as her eyes went over his shoulder to her father, who was in earnest conversation with Anne and George on the royal dais, awaiting the king's entry. I think we had better forget the divorce if His Holiness does not grant it. It may mean Wolsey's utter ruin, but the king can hardly circumvent the Pope. Francis's eyebrows raised in unfeigned surprise. Then you are less in the counsel of Anne and your father than I had imagined. What do you mean? The king has a new adviser now, to whose dark, sly voice he hearkens well. See the short, square man in black, by the dais, the one who entered with your father? Yes, I see him. Who is it? Thomas Cromwell. Once a clerk, now a wily lawyer. And he will be more, much more. He has been Wolsey's henchman, and now he reports directly and only to the king. So that is Master Cromwell. The king gave him the manor at Plashy, a Carey manor, you know. But I have never seen him about the king socially. Come, Francis, do not coddle me. I have been through enough to handle whatever you have to say about the king's Cromwell. I know that, sweet Mary. Cromwell counsels that His Grace can have his divorce without the Holy Father's word. All the king has to do, you see, his hand swept through the space between them as if he were brushing a pesky flyaway, is become the head of the English Church in place of the Pope, and do whatever he damn pleases about the divorce. So that is what he meant to imply about Anne and His Grace ruining Wilton, she breathed, remembering Staff's warning of this afternoon. Who implied? And who mentioned Wilton? Someone I used to know, dear Francis. Here comes the king. Hail to our next Pope, Francis whispered, chuckling close to her ear. Before the blare of trumpets had even died away in the crowded room, the king had cut a straight course toward the radiant Anne and was slapping George and Thomas Boleyn on their backs in some huge private jest. Then he and Anne began to circulate slowly through the crowd, with George and the Duke of Suffolk on either side, like stone bulwarks against the press of people. I wonder where the Duchess is tonight, Mary observed. I had hoped she would go up with me to the nursery to see the children. Weston told me they are not speaking over the king's great matter. They're always such turtle doves. I would not believe it of them, but they may not even be bedding together. This mess has certainly divided the court, and is likely to get worse unless Wolsey can pull off some sort of miracle. It is nice to be related to the the Boleyns, in these days. But no one ever asks me how I feel or what I think about it. They assume they already know. And do they, my Lord Francis? She inquired sweetly. I always keep in mind, my beautiful cousin, that appearances can be deceiving. So do I, Francis, though it is a lesson I have learned rather late. Do not look now, Mary, that here comes trouble. The king with Anne? I did not think she would dare to drag him over here, she said, low, without turning to look. No, lady. I am referring to your father. He looks like the worst winter storm I have seen in a while. Mary's heart lurched as she pivoted slowly to face Thomas Boleyn. Perhaps I should give him lessons in hiding his feelings from the court, she thought, when she caught his grim expression. Had Anne blurted out her plan to help the Carey woman already, and had it unsettled him so? Good evening, Francis. Her father nodded. Daughter, to speak with you. His Grace is busy and no one dares to sit until he does. Will you walk with me? "I think you are poorly informed, Father," she returned calmly. "It looks to me that Anne and the King have made as much conversation as they please for now, and will sit to eat. I would be pleased to walk with you now, though, if you wish." No, I must go back then, but I will see you after the meal. See to it that you do not go skipping off to see your child before I talk to you." "I will be looking forward to our interview, my lord. It is so seldom I am able to find time to see you." She smiled up at him and dared to hold the look while his dark eyes narrowed dangerously. "You will not be so pert when you hear what I have to say," he threatened low so Francis could not catch his words. Then his head jerked up sharply as the royal trumpet fanfare blared again. "Judas Priest," she heard him say, and his face turned ashen. "It cannot be the Queen. She would not dare come here where she is not wanted." He darted off toward the dais, bobbing and weaving on his swift path through the astounded crowd. It was indeed Queen Catherine and 4 of her ladies, all dressed in black, like harbingers from Hell's Gates. The King went red and looked as though he would choke from anger, and Anne's ebony eyes blazed defiance as she held her ground at the King's elbow. The hiss of whispers dulled to a low buzz as the fanfare ceased. "But she does dare," Francis Bryan said at Mary's side. "She does dare." The Queen bowed low to the King, ignoring the haughty cluster of Boleyns and their supporters perched at the King's side on the dais. "I have missed my husband." Her clear voice rang out with its unmistakable Spanish accent. "I have missed him sorely, and our daughter Mary misses him also." She gathered her heavy skirts and mounted the 2 steps to the dais. She sank slowly into the huge chair to the right of the King's, where Anne would have sat, and 2 of her women hastened to arrange her skirts and move the chair closer to the table. The King stood stock still, a frozen statue of pent-up rage. He spun his vast back to the hushed crowd and bent low over the gold and silver-laden table in front of his wife. If he meant his words to be low enough that no one could hear, he failed utterly. "Madam," he said distinctly, "you are not bidden here, nor have you been announced." "But I never see you otherwise, my husband," she returned bravely. Mary's eyes caught Anne's for an instant as they swept the crowd helplessly. Mary read the controlled panic in them. The King's voice went on, dripping with venom. "The King will see you when he chooses, madam, and he does not choose so now. You have your own household, and you may go anywhere you want within it, but not here." His back shook, and his piercing voice seemed to echo off the rafters of the timbered hall. Mary's nails bit deep into her palms, and she was amazed to find herself so torn for this proud queen who had lost the man she had loved, and whose desperation made her brave enough to hazard all. Mary tried to summon up her natural sympathy for Anne, but she was bereft of feeling for the slender, dark-haired girl who stood so straight between her father and her king. No wonder others risked all for the Queen's cause in the face of his Grace's wrath and ruin of their dreams. There was a grating scrape as the Queen slid back her chair and rose unsteadily to her feet. "I was not truly hungry for the feast, my king, just for the sight of you. I will await you in the privy chamber, and after you are finished here with your friends, we shall talk. I shall be waiting." She nodded slowly to the crowd. She looked so tiny on the dais, especially next to his Grace and the clump of Boleyns on his other side, 2 forces tugging at the power between them. Queen Catherine descended the dais, and Mary's eyes followed her black-covered head as she exited behind the huge metal screen set to stop the winter draughts. The exit was quite near where she still stood with Francis Bryan, the doorway which led to the king's privy chamber off the great hall. Everyone sat awkwardly, silently at the head steward's signal, and Mary noted the king apologising profusely to Anne, who suddenly smiled no more. The meal was interminable, and Mary could not even catch a glimpse of staff from where she sat. She and Francis made hushed conversation about everything trivial, as did the rest of the feasters, until, gratefully, they were released to stream into the long gallery for dancing. Mary rose and stretched, her eyes quickly scanning the crowd for staff and for Norris, to whom she had promised the first dance. Before she was even in sight of the doorway, though, her father was at her elbow again. "Let us step into the hall," he said bluntly. "Everyone else is hurrying the other way. They will not miss us for a moment." "I doubt that they will miss me at all, father," she told him, as he propelled her behind the screen into the corridor through which the Queen and her ladies had left so dramatically. "Look, Mary," he began as they stood in the dim hall, "I can understand some bitterness and jealousy that the king will marry Anne, but you have to buck up, girl. Stop this testiness and, well, this disrespect I have sensed lately." "Anne and I are on the best of terms, father, as are George and I." "I meant to me, Mary, and well you know it. I cannot help it that his grace saw fit to dole out the Carey lands to others. They were his to give, they are his to take. He leaves little Harry safely with Fitzroy at Hatfield, so be grateful to him. Some people think it means he refuses to let the lad inherit the Carey lands to show that he is not the son of Will Carey. Maybe he will give him more later. Royal grants, Mary." "Whoever says such things is quite mistaken. Harry is Will's son. Make no mistake about that, father. If such rumours to the contrary are circulating, I shall set them right." "If you do, I shall have you out of your sister's good graces on your backside in the street." He bent menacingly close to her. "Please understand me, father. I wish I did not have to beg for your money like some poor distant relation, but I am an embarrassment to your fine Boleyn family, if you want to look at it that way. My newest dresses are 2 years old, and I own no stockings without my maidservant's darning stitches all over them." "Let me tell you something else, my girl," he interrupted ominously. "I understand that William Stafford much fancies you, and rows the murky Thames at night to visit you. See what you can get from him. No doubt a lusty man like that is enough to warm the blood in winter, eh? Will you be foolish enough to get nothing else from him for your sweet services, just as you came away from his grace after 5 years, empty-handed?" Mindlessly, Mary flung out her hand in the direction of his leering face, and felt her palm sting as it struck him. She recoiled instantly, and far down in the depths of her mind began a silent scream as he threw her back into the wall, and her head hit hard. As she started to crumple, his quick hands seized her above the elbows and pinned her flat against the carved wood behind. "Now listen carefully, Mary. Play the whore for Stafford if you will, for I trust him to be too clever to be caught. I care not about how you amuse yourself, only keep your mouth shut about my grandson. Your sister has had the brains and pluck to rise far, and you will not misbehave to harm our chances. You will serve her and our family, and do it prettily, or you will deal with me. And, as for your wardrobe, Anne went to his grace with the request that I support you, and so I shall do so. When Anne becomes queen, you will receive £100 a year. Until then, you'll have your new dresses and trinkets from your father's purse. That must satisfy you, girl. And next time you need funds, do not get his grace involved. See me directly." "I never see you directly any more, father. Please understand that the money, it is not for trinkets. I do not often dine with Anne, you know. The money is for food and candles as well as clothing." "Spend it where you will. Only be certain to look presentable. I shall have to find you a husband sooner or later, and thanks to your sister, he may be a fine one. If so, you may pay me back then." "I think I have already paid you many times over, father," she said recklessly, still jammed tightly against the wall. "Loose me, please." To her amazement, he did so, though she continued to lean against the wall to support her shaking legs. "Do not think, Mary, just because His Grace bid me support you and I agreed, that you are somehow back in his favour. One of the reasons this trial has gone so poorly for him is that the Queen's damned lackey Campeggio has been citing the Leviticus exhortation against bedding the sister of one's wife. We can all thank His Grace's lawyers that they have proved what is incest for a brother's widow, as Queen Catherine, does not hold for a concubine, as you were. Remember that." He leaned one hand on the wall beside her head and bent closer. "I am trying to forgive your terrible actions," he ground out. "I know it's difficult to lose a husband and king both, and see your sister mount the pinnacle of the realm. Be careful. You have a strong family around you, and never, never dare to strike me again." She glared at him. Tears stung her eyelids and began to spill down her cheeks. "I want you to understand, my lord, that I am crying for a little girl who is long dead, and who trusted and loved you once. Now, she fears and hates you, and, oh, God forgive her, she loves you still." A sob racked her body, and her shoulders heaved. He stood, narrow-eyed, staring at the wild display. "Get hold of yourself, Mary," he finally said quietly. "I cannot stand here while you carry on like this. Anne may have need of me. This has been a horrible night for her, with the Queen crashing in like that. Think of poor Anne. Dry your eyes and go upstairs to visit your daughter if that would help. But steer clear of His Grace's wilful sister if you see her. She has deserted us, and the King's side too. I shall send the money over in the morning. Cheer up now. When Anne is Queen, there will be many fine dresses for you and little Catherine. You will see." Unbelievably, he was gone. Thankful no one was in the hall, she leaned into the linen-fold panelling and sobbed wretchedly, silently, until she could hardly breathe. Damn her foolish heart. She loved him through all the hate. Her father was the slayer of happiness. He was 1,000 times worse than Francois du Roy, who tortured little girls who trusted and loved. She could never face Stuff tonight after this. But she loved Stuff. There was nowhere to flee but into the circle of his strength. There was a gentle rustle in the hall, and Mary glanced up, horrified, through a blinding veil of tears. It was the Queen. Mary curtsied crookedly, her hand for support on the wall. Two of the Queen's ladies stood behind her, peering around their mistress's angular headpiece with concern on their faces. One was old Lady Guildford. "It is the little Boleyn girl, Mary, Your Grace." "See, I know." Queen Catherine's quiet voice floated to her. Mary nearly sank to the floor in utter terror, and the Queen's gentle hands rested on her shoulders to raise her. "You must let us help you, my dear. Nothing is worth this many tears. Believe me, I know. Come with me. My Lord King did not come to me as I asked him, so we were going upstairs." "It is all right. I knew he would not come. I only hoped." "Is it so with you, my dear?" Mary nodded wordlessly, afraid she would become hysterical again if she dared to speak. Then she feared that her Grace would misinterpret her acquiescence. "Not that I grieve for His Grace, Your Majesty. My father is very angry with me." The Queen's dark eyes flashed. "And I am very angry with your father. So We are allies. No? Mary felt the overwhelming desire to laugh and shout at the shock of having the Queen be kind to her, a Boleyn and a mistress to the King for so long. They walked slowly down the corridor which ran parallel to the now deserted banquet hall. Lilting murmurs of pipes and drums reverberated through the walls from the dancing gallery beyond. The Queen held Mary's hand, and Mary's love flowed out to her in gratitude. If Father could see her now, he would absolutely die of anger, she thought. Really, Mary Boleyn, you and I have much in common. We have both cared for his grace and lost him. Yes, I know it is true. I blame you for nothing, not for several years now. We both have daughters we adore, and they are of necessity away from us much, eh? But then, you, Mary, have a son also. We shall talk much while they dance. It's too late for me, but you are young and beautiful, and can bear a man many sons. She turned her head away from Mary's rapt gaze. Her dark eyes glistened with unshed tears. Shall we stop by the royal nursery to see your little girl and my sweet niece Margaret on the way? They will be happy to see their queen. I think you are too, Lady Mary. Yes, Your Grace, it is true. My eyes are glad for the sight of your smile. I could tell that, dear Mary. Your feelings are clear on your face. Then we shall sit and talk of our daughters. My loyal sister-in-law will be there. That will be good. Mary thought of Staff's anxious face as he scanned the dancers to see that she was not there. He would understand when she told him later. Father and Anne would never understand. But then she would not tell them. Yes, Your Grace. Mary smiled at the ponderous black figure at her side. The Queen's jewelled crucifix swung from side to side as she walked, and it caught the light from each separate sconce in the long hall. I would enjoy that very, very much, my Queen. The nursery was ablaze with candles, and Princess Mary looked up from a game of child's chess, smiling with the two little girls as they entered. Chapter 25. October the 14th, 1531. Whitehall Palace. Mary could hear Anne's piercing laughter before the guard even swung wide the door for her. She screamed for me to bring you, lady. Nancy panted at her elbow as they rushed down the hall. They are all there and everyone is laughing, just like that. A squeal of raucous delight shredded the air as they entered the mad scene. Anne cavorted, still in her court dress, for they had returned only moments ago from Westminster, where a masque had been held for the Lady Anne, Marquise of Pembroke. George and Anne held hands like wild children and whirled around each other, leaning back against the spin. Their father laughed aloud at their antics and downed a huge flagon of drink. And Jane Rochford hit at the whirling Anna and George with a down pillow, sending great puffs of fine feathers into the air. Mark Smeaton, Anne's new and very talented lutenist, strummed a quick-step galliard from a sitting position in the middle of a fine, polished table. Mary stood aghast for an instant. She could not fathom what might have transformed them so quickly from the dour company who had only just left Westminster. Queen Catherine had long since been banished to Moor House, and her retinue cut from hundreds to a mere 12, even that glorious occasion for the Boleyns when the king had finally deserted his queen at Windsor to ride off hunting with Anne and George had not caused such an explosion of joy. "Mary! Mary! Come on, dance and sing with us!" Anne threw herself at her sister, nearly knocking her off balance, and hugged her hard. "Anne, what is all this?" Mary smiled from the pure joy of their exuberance. She had not seen this sort of foolishness since the old days at Hever. Has the divorce gone through? But surely His Grace would have been more buoyant tonight if that—
"No, silly goose. The best news yet.
We are free. He is dead.
The dear, fat old cardinal is dead.
And she reached far over to slap a guzzling George on the back, who spilled wine all over himself and came up snorting.
He no doubt stands at the very gates of hell this moment.
His Grace has probably heard the delightful news by now. Perhaps he will join us later, if he does," she added, winking conspiratorially at her amused father and grabbing George's goblet from his hand to drink herself.
"We shall have a fine mask ready for him, finer by far than the one he gave me tonight."
Anne again threw her arms around the stunned Mary and turned to address them all.
"Yes, a mask showing how the very vicar of hell, who has dared to plague us all these years, dies and finds he has been appointed guardian of the jakes of hell. Yes, perfect. Music, my mark. Music suitable for an entry into hell."
Mary stood stock still as Anne released her and strode energetically about the room, yanking back chairs and her embroidery frame to give them open floor space. Dear St. George, the girl is serious, Mary thought. The poor old man is dead, and her hatred of him still possesses her after all these years. Mary shuddered and felt her father's eyes calm and cold upon her, just watching. He grinned on one side of his taut mouth, but somehow the other side drew down into a grimace.
"Besides the poor cardinal's sad fall and demise, Mary, I think you should know that the cause of all this unabashed delight is that when Wolsey was arrested to be brought back and tried for treason against the state," Anne lectured her, suddenly more calm, "he was arrested by none other than the long-lost Harry Percy, 8th Earl of Northumberland, my once dear love, whom the cardinal has abused so badly. If you cannot rejoice for my cause, think of the fact that Wolsey's choice triumphed over poor Eleanor Carey when we had asked to have her be made Prioress of Wilton last year. Think on that, rather than Percy, if you must. To get into the spirit around here."
Anne arranged for Harry Percy to arrest the sick old cardinal, Mary asked her father quietly, as Anne turned to chatter to George again. "No, girl, it just happened," he answered low. "My messengers were waiting here with the news when we returned from Westminster. His Grace, no doubt, has his own informants on the matter. It was evidently the King who sent Percy to do the dirty work."
"I can hear every word you are telling, Mary, father, but say on, say on. It is all music to my ears, sweeter than dear Mark's well-tuned melodies. Can you imagine it, Mary? That old man had fallen so far from his pompous power when he dared to tell me whom I would not wed. I love it. He dared to separate an insignificant lad and lass in love. Eventually, that lad arrests him for treason, though. Coward that he is. He catches a chill and dies on the road to his trial, and the trivial, foolish girl is the next queen."
Her voice rose to a high pitch, and tears of pity flooded Mary's eyes.
"At least you can look happy with the rest of us, Mary. I think I had best make you Cerberus, a terrible dog who guards the gates of hell in this playlet, if you cannot look happier than that. The Boleyns are well rid of him, Mary. Harry Percy is justified, and his Grace takes me to France, not Catherine. I shall be Queen of England, and the fat, hateful cardinal shall rot in his grave." She whirled back, giving orders to Mark Smeaton, while Jane Rochford hovered behind them, bending to hear their words. Thomas Boleyn set down his empty flagon and took Mary's elbow firmly. "I know it is a shock to see her so wild with joy, Mary. I like it not either. I prefer the sleek, calculating little Anne, but this has been pent up in her for a long time, and is best exercised before his Grace sees such a display. He is so openly jealous, he might misinterpret it as still harboured love for Percy. Go along with the foolishness, and maybe she'll calm down. I depend on you to be a sobering influence. By the rood, George and Jane are hardly any help to me in that."
"All right, stand over here, Mary. Here. George, do you not think it would be wonderful if Father would play Satan to pass the final words of condemnation, I mean?"
"Sweet Anne, I hardly think," Thomas Boleyn began, as George and Anne dissolved into laughter. Mary could not smother a smile at last.
"There, you see, George, I knew Mary would see the fun in the whole situation,"
Anne shouted.
"Besides, I truly think her sour looks lately are caused by the attentions of a certain handsome man, whose name I shall not mention, to that ravishing Dorothy Cobham."
"Enough of your teasing, Anne." Mary raised her index finger as though to scold a naughty daughter. "I will not have you going on like this."
"See, George, we got her attention at last,"
Anne giggled. "At least that certain rogue is one man to be trusted by both his Grace and me, so fear not. We will send him into exile at his house at wherever it is, sister. He, at least, unlike the butcher's son of a cardinal, always knows his place. I am convinced Staff never plans to climb so high as others around the court."
Mary turned fearfully to look at her father. She had worked so hard in the past year to do as Staff advised her, so her family would not suspect they were in love. Yet she knew her father had spies, many spies. He had told her in a fit of anger to play the whore for Stafford if she wished. He would never understand their love, so let him think what he wanted. Only Anne was right, too. She was very upset at her lover's avid attentions to the beauteous Dorothy Cobham lately. Tonight, at the masque, he had gone much too far. Perhaps she was just moping for herself, or was hurt by Anne's terrible revenge, but Staff's actions annoyed her just as much as Anne's tonight.
"All right, now, who in hell shall we get to play Wolsey himself?"
Anne asked, and laughed uproariously at her own pun. She seemed on the verge of a crying jag, Mary thought. Her face looked happy, but her glassy eyes and piercing voice gave away an inner desperation. Before the laughter died away, there was an echoing knock on the door. They all froze, like thieves caught with booty. Thomas Boleyn held up his jewelled hand for silence and motioned to the guard to open the door. Mary could see several guards in the hall, and Nancy's serious face beyond as she pressed against the wall in the corridor. Yet no one stood at the door to enter. Surely the king would not come to tell the Boleyns the news of the cardinal's death himself. But if he did, Staff might come too. She would like to give him a piece of her mind after his display with Dorothy Cobham tonight. She cared nothing for all of this Wolsey nonsense compared to that. She heard Jane Rochford's swift intake of breath as a dark-cloaked Thomas Cromwell stepped past her father into the room. His black eyes swept over them all like a bow-shot. He bent stiffly to Anne and nodded to Lord Boleyn. How perfect he will be to play Wolsey in hell if my hysterical sister has the nerve to ask, a small voice in Mary's head told her. If Wolsey had many friends like this viper, no wonder his enemies got him in the end. "I come with a sad message from His Grace for you, Lady Anne." His voice came distinctly at them. He always spoke in a dull monotone, but people everywhere hung on his words. Even when the meaning was pleasant, his voice dripped venom and power.
"I hope His Grace is as well as when we left him but an hour ago,"
Anne's sharp voice answered him. "His Grace is well and sends his love anew, lady. The news concerns my late master the Cardinal Wolsey, who, as you know, was to be arrested and brought back to London to stand trial." He hesitated. "Do I sense that the tragic news has preceded me, Lady Anne? Perhaps your father's messengers have told you the news." Staff is right, Mary thought. A cold fear bit at her insides, not in concern for her family, but at the fact that this man knew everything. She thanked the good Lord that Thomas Cromwell favoured the Boleyn cause.
"We have heard somewhat of the news, I must admit, Master Cromwell, but we would be pleased to have it from your lips. It is good to hear the Cardinal so gently remembered by one who worked for him so closely, and yet gladly left his service."
Anne taunted carefully, just on the edge of accusing Cromwell of traitorous behaviour. "As I have heard you say many times, Lady Anne, we all serve the king here. Am I not correct?" He pivoted his square face slowly, and his dark gaze touched each of them in turn, properly, politely. "Have I interrupted some family revel?" He probed again. His thin lips formed a knowing smile. "Mere amusement and foolishness after too much sitting and drinking all night," came Thomas Boleyn's amused voice. "You understand how it is, Thomas, for you work much too hard yourself lately." Lord Boleyn strode several steps toward the king's adviser and clapped him on the shoulder. "Will you stay the night with us before going back? I'm going there myself at dawn." "I am sorry, I must decline the kind offer and head back. There are plans to be laid for the royal conference with the French king at Calais, and as we both well know, my friend, there is no duty, task, or price too great when one serves the king. No price too great." Cromwell bowed low to Anne. His eyes, well hooded by his thick brows, swept over Mary appreciatively, as they always did when they met or talked. It was as though he had some sort of dire plan for her. She nodded slowly to him and had the strangest impulse to cover her breasts and cross her legs for protection. That was what she always felt near him, the fear that he wanted her, that he undressed her with his piercing eyes. But that was foolish. He would never dare. "Since I see my news has preceded me, I shall save time and be on my way back to Westminster before high tide. And to your question, Lady Anne, I did serve His Eminence, the Cardinal, closely and carefully. Indeed, before I came to know His Grace as well as I do now, the wily Cardinal taught me everything I know of how to deal with dangerous problems. Good evening to the Boleyn family." He bowed and was gone. The door shut behind him.
"'Sblood, that man can throw a pall on a party faster than anyone I know. I always thank God in my prayers that he is on our side," Anne said quietly. The wild look was gone from her eyes, and Mary was silently grateful for that. "I think we had best remember,"
Thomas Boleyn said, pouring himself another goblet of dark red wine, that Master Cromwell and men like him are on the side of no one but themselves. It takes such a man to recognise one, Mary almost said, but she held her tongue. She and her Lord Father had kept a truce of silence since the terrible row they had had at Westminster on the night the Queen had rescued her. If the Boleyns had known of the gentle Catherine's kindness to her, and if they had ever guessed how she pitied the poor Queen the loss of husband, position, and the right to raise her daughter, she would never have heard the end of it from any of them.
"Well, the mask in hell was a fine idea anyway, Lady Anne,"
Jane Rochford put in as she sat back in a velvet chair.
"I only thought his Grace might come himself, as he did to tell me I would go to France with him. I thought it might amuse him. Could it be he still harbours some concern for the vicious dead old cardinal?"
"Wolsey served the king well, and for a great while, Anne," their father said, and he sank slowly into the chair next to Jane's. "Again, it would do the Boleyns well to remember that the cardinal also taught his Grace much of what he knows of rule and authority and ultimate power."
"Ultimate power, father?"
Anne giggled and leaned back on her hands on the huge polished table near her now silent lutenist.
"Shall I show you ultimate power? I can have the king here, at this door, at my bidding, in the time it can take some poor simpleton to row the river twice."
"And for what, Anne? What do you give him when he comes?" her father challenged. "Some silly little play about Wolsey. How long before you run out of pretty trinkets and sweet sayings and promises of sons to come? For 5 years you have dangled maybes and hopes before a starving man. I think—"
"You will not lecture me, Earl of Wilton. Earl of Wilton, thanks to my power over the king. I would not be queen and merely the second Boleyn mistress if I had listened to your counsels long ago."
The words stung Mary, but did not seem to faze their father, who sat motionless, his goblet perched on the arm of his chair. Mary stood mesmerised at this confrontation between her father and sister, for although George had told her of the increasing frequency and intensity of their arguments, Mary had never beheld them herself. "I am wiser, child, and know this king better than you. The miracle is that you have had it your way this long, but I tell you, I have seen him turn on those he loved when it suited him. When his beloved sister Mary wed in France with the Duke, he—"
"Stop it! No one knows this king better than I, or is closer to his heart. He can never go back on me now. He is committed. He dissolved the church for me, and they will all stand behind him, all the men who bow and need his goodwill. I go to France to meet with the French king, not Spanish Catherine, his incestuous sister-in-law who rots away in some dusty house in the country. And I will marry him, and I will bear him sons."
"I pray God that will be the way of it, Anne," he answered, and downed his wine. "Now that he cannot go back, I am only counselling that you begin to share his bed before he doubts the sincerity of your promises and passions."
"And then," came Jane's voice as pointed as her face, "suppose you do not bear his Grace a son as soon as he wills it. Suppose he grows impatient. George and I have no son, so—" "You stay out of this, Jane Rochford."
Anne glared at her sister-in-law, who merely shrugged at the words.
"You bear no son to my brother because he loves you not, and I doubt if such cattiness as you show would breed anything but cats or snakes. I am sorry, George, but it is true."
Anne paced swiftly to Mary, and her slender hand grabbed her sister's wrist in a tight grasp.
"Mary bore a son, even as our mother did before us.
Our heritage for sons is good, and his grace knows it well. Maybe Mary's son was even from his grace. So I have no fear of not bearing him sons. That is the least of my concern right now.
Mary felt the urge to snatch back her arm. Anne's words always hurt, and she seemed to have lost all sense of the verbal cruelty she inflicted more and more on those close to her. Staff was right. It was as though some terrible demon seized the girl's tongue at times, as though she feared something. But she knew Staff was wrong about one thing. Surely Anne did not fear the king's bed the closer she got to him in lawful wedlock. Surely that was what Anne had been striving for all these years. The slim, raven-haired woman still held her sister's hand, although her eyes darted about somewhere past Mary's head, and she said no more. Lord Boleyn motioned George and the stormy-faced Jane to leave. Then he pointed toward the door to the wide-eyed Mark Smeaton, who obeyed instantly, tagging behind the Rochfords. Still, Mary and Anne stood facing each other, and Lord Boleyn's eyes swept carefully over them.
You do understand. You do believe me, sister.
Mary could not recall a question. It seemed such an interminable time that they had stood there. Anne's dark brown eyes still gazed into space behind Mary's head. Yes, of course, Anne, it is all right. Everything will be fine. You are tired now, and we had both best go to bed. You are going falconing with the king in the morning, remember? It will be great fun.
And you are going with me to France, and will stay very close, Mary. Promise me. If the French king will not receive me, I must have my own retinue, and a fine one. Father, Mary can have more funds for dresses, can she not? She must be well dressed to show them that the Boleyns are not an upstart family, father.
Their father moved silently to stand behind Anne. Yes, of course, Anne. And Mary is right. I shall call your women. You need to go to bed. I did not mean for my words to unsettle you. It is important to us all that you be rested and lovely and happy in the morning. Anne released Mary's wrist at last and pirouetted to face her father.
Do you think I am lovely, father? Lovely like Mary to hold the king over the years? I know I have not the Howard beauty of mother and Mary, but I shall hold him. I shall.
Yes, of course you shall, my Anne, her father comforted, and patted the girl's shoulder awkwardly. You are of a different beauty than your mother or Mary, but a beauty indeed. And you are clever and talented. After all, you have the greatest king in the world chasing after you. That should end this discussion. Besides, neither your fond mother or your sweet sister have risen to the heights you have. You are the only one who has truly seen the possibilities and acted accordingly. A daughter after my own mould. A Boleyn indeed. Anne stared at him oddly for a moment, and did not answer. Then she turned tiredly, slowly, toward her bedroom door. I wish you to remember that our name is Boleyn now, father, and times have changed. Please go now. Go somewhere and serve your king. Anne gestured to Mary with her right hand. Please stay, sister. Please stay until I sleep. Awed at the strange and touching request, Mary followed Anne into her bedchamber without another glance at their father. Anne's bed was huge and square, almost as great in size as his Grace's bed, probably because he had at first expected to share it with his dear Anne when he had granted her vast Whitehall palace. She hoped Anne would not ask her to sleep here, or in call, for it was possible that staff would pay her chambers a night visit. Then Her own world rushed back to her. Yes, she wanted to be there waiting for Staff. He would not find a sweet, compliant lover breathless for his hurried arrival as he was accustomed. She would show him a true Boleyn temper for his over-fond treatment of that Cobham wench. And if he would dare not to come at all, she would know he was with the woman. Her thoughts would take her no further. He was all she had, but little Catherine. She would die if he should change his love for her.
Do not be so grim, Mary. I do not know where our festive mood went so fast. It was that viper Cromwell ruined it all. I really meant to put on our own family revel in honour of the Cardinal's leave-taking of us all. My prayers are continually answered, it seems. Cromwell would have made a fine Satan, you know. I would like to talk Henry into getting rid of that little shifty-eyed man.
I think you had best not dabble in the king's power when it comes to Cromwell. Besides, father likes him.
And is that your recommendation for the man, sister, that father likes him? Anne teased.
They both smiled as Mary helped Anne shrug out of her tight satin bodice.
Rather a condemnation, I would think.
I know you agree with me now on how to handle father. We shall be great allies in France. Anne lifted the covers and got in, ignoring the hairbrush Mary would have used on her long tresses. She pulled the covers up to her chin like she used to do when she was a little girl to ward off night goblins outside the comforting stone walls of Hever. Mary felt suddenly touched, and she cherished the feeling, since she had been so often angry with Anne's growing petulance these last months. She opened her mouth to say something comforting and wise, but she was not sure what would do. If she could only think of something her mother might say now.
Mary, forgive me, but I would ask you a question, a personal one.
Yes, Anne?
Will you tell me truly, and not be angry?
Yes, I promise. Unless you would ask of my love for Staff, little sister, Mary thought. But she smiled and crossed her heart the way they used to do when they had some deep secret to share. Anne smiled up from her ivory silk pillow, suddenly radiant.
I had forgotten that, Mary. How silly we were then. What I wondered was whether His Grace is very demanding when he possesses a woman's body.
Her smile faded from her lips, and she sat bolt upright, clutching the sheet to her small breasts and leaning close to Mary.
You see, Mary, he has begun to make love to me many times, and he is so strong and big. I mean, not just in kisses and caresses, but he has pulled my dresses down to my waist and feasted his eyes and hands and mouth. And then, too, he nearly took me standing once and lifted all my skirts and yanked off his huge codpiece and would have gone inside me right there had I not become hysterical from fear, and he thought he was hurting me, and he apologised all over himself for at least half an hour. And then, lately, if I sit on his lap, he puts his hands up between my legs and strokes and probes, and I have to pretend I like it. Mary, please tell me if he is gentle when it comes to it. I seem so very small, and he is so... You're so big, Mary.
Her wide eyes glistened with unshed tears, and Mary's love went out to her. She felt deep shock that this little sister, this Anne she had known to flirt and tease and scream like a fishwife at a man, could know fear. But then, somewhere inside, there must still be the little girl, with all the questions. Anne, it will be all right. Yes, everything will be all right. The king loves you, and it is obvious to anyone who sees him with you.
But there are things they do not see, Mary.
it becomes harder and harder to hold him at bay. You have said you are certain of his love and that he is yours indeed now and would never go back on that. Yes, I said that. Then he will marry you as soon as he is able. He is ridden hard by the passions you stir in him, Anne. You cannot blame him or fear him for that. Why cannot he control himself as I can? Foolish little Anne. His Grace is a man, the most powerful man in the world, perhaps. In the momentary silence, Mary beat down the memory of herself in Francois's demanding arms so long ago, entranced, ensnared, but frightened. He is hardly used to waiting for anything he wants, Annie. Is childbirth so terrible, then? Are you... But you have not... No, Mary, I said no. Only, I know children will come if I submit to him. You screamed horribly for hours when you bore little Harry at Hever. I had forgotten. Truly, Anne, the joy of a child is so great that after the pain and troubles, the thought of the bad part goes away. You will see. Yes, I suppose so. Well, it must be done. She pulled back slowly from her closeness to Mary. Father is right, I fear, though I do not like to hear it from him. His Grace needs something extra from me romantically now. The dreadful divorce and all this nasty business with dissolving the Pope's wretched church is depressing him more and more. He cannot see the happy end of the road as clearly as he used to. The forest for the trees, Mary thought aloud. Yes, exactly. I must sleep now. We're going to fly my new gerfalcon in the morning. You can hardly rape me with our falcons on the wing, you know. Anne smiled impudently, and Mary returned the look warmly. Fear not, little sister. The dark outside the window is never so dark when you go out. Dear old Seminate would say if she were here. I tell you true, Anne, when his Grace gets right down to possession, he makes short work of it. That can have its rewards, but then it can mean tragedy too, if you love him. Of course I love his Grace, sister, Anne returned heatedly. That sounded more like the new Anne. The mood of intimacy and warmth was broken. Mary rose slowly. Mary, Anne's voice floated to her as she blew out the cresset lamp and moved toward the door. You were not speaking of love for this king just then, were you? About love having its rewards? Nor will, I warrant. Please, Anne, let it be. But will you tell me sometime what true passionate love is like? To really feel the desire to lie with a man? Mary felt stunned anew. Anne had lived all those years in the bawdy French court a virgin, and now kept private company with Henry Tudor as she had with Harry Percy in secret, and still sounded like an ignorant child. It will come, Anne, Mary said quietly, framed in the light of the doorway. You will come to know all the answers and joys when you wed with his Grace and bear his children. Liar, Mary thought to herself. Liar, tell her now. She hesitated to turn back into the room, and a large black form of a man blocked her path in the dimness and shot his arm around her waist. She gasped, and her heart crashed against her ribs. I'm sorry I gave you a start, girl. I wanted to make certain you had settled her down. I'm proud of the advice you gave her. It will help, her father said, quietly, in her ear. She relaxed against his arm, and he squeezed her gently. How different this was of him. The caress, the gentle thanks. We must keep her calm. She panics
The closer she gets to consummating her bargain with his grace, he went on. He released her waist as though he was surprised he still held her against him. He motioned her silently toward the hall.
I will send Lucinda Ashton in case you need anything, Anne.
Mary turned to call back. Good night. There was no answer. Her father closed the door quietly behind them. His eyes searched Mary's face, and she stood still under his scrutiny. I was thinking tonight how much you looked like your mother when I first knew her, Mary. Would that Anne's wily little brain had your beautiful wrapping. I do not care for the implication that I am nothing but pretty wrapping, father. There is a thinking person in here, too. I did not mean it that way. I know that only too well, but I meant that you are more gentle, yet wayward from the cause lately, too. She felt her anger rise. The cause? I assume you mean the Boleyn cause? I have not heard that phrase since Will died and left his precious Carey cause undone. Do not get your hackles up. I would have us be much closer than we have been these last few years, Mary. You are so good with Anne, and I appreciate it. You mean, of course, that you would like to use me to keep her in line. Damn it, Mary, can we not have a civil conversation? She needs your quiet influence, that is what I meant. To this lofty point on the ladder, father, you and Anne have done quite well without me. I see you so infrequently that I hardly feel I know you as a person, only as some powerful force, pulling this way, pushing another. He stared at her, tight-lipped, and the avid look in his eyes hardened. By the way, she plunged on, am I to assume that you stood at the door while Anne got undressed and then listened to all the private things we had to say to each other? That is enough. You are exhausted and testy, so you can take to your bed too. And you are accompanying your sister to France when she goes. I will not have your denial of that obligation. She turned away and started toward her room. The hall was deserted, except for the usual sentries who stood stone-like, as though they heard nothing, on either side of Anne's door. Obligation. It will be an honour, and I shall go gladly, but only because my sister asked me to go, father. It has nothing to do with your ordering me to do so. Good night. She turned the corner in a rustle of skirts and breathed a sigh of relief. She was exhausted and drained. At least he had not dared to scream at her or shake her. If he thought a little hug would bribe her to start trusting him again, he was a fool. Yes, Anne did have more brains than she did, for Anne had learned to distrust their father, far younger than her older, blind sister Mary. She pulled the latch on the door to her chamber, expecting to find Nancy dozing by the fire, but the girl was not in sight. Indeed, it was late, but it was not like her to leave before her mistress was safe abed. She sighed and shot the bolt. She stretched her hands to the low flames at the hearth. The fire took the chill from the brisk October night, but not from her thoughts. Then something moved in the dark. I was about ready to fetch you myself, even if I had to tangle with your father and Cromwell. He sat up on her bed. His shirt was open to his waist, and his eyes glowed strangely golden in the firelight. Staff! Were you expecting someone else? That is not funny. I would have joined you when I first arrived, but I hesitated to interrupt the Boleyn revels at the happy news of Wolsey's death, he went on. It made me sick to see them cavorting around like that, she admitted. Anne was absolutely jubilant, but I imagine you were having your own revels tonight, since you mention it. I hardly hated the old man the way your sister and father did. I meant with sweet, cow-eyed Dorothy Cobham, of course. He swung his long legs over the side of the bed and sauntered toward her. Oh,
of course, especially since I have loved Dorothy Cobham for some 10 years now, and visit her bed in Whitehall whenever I can, despite the danger and the damned cold weather," he mocked. He bent to kiss her, and she turned swiftly sideways to him, evading his mouth and hands. "I know full well of your attentions to her. Everyone could see at the masque. The public nuzzling, the hand-holding, her rude giggles, which everyone heard. I have no doubts your sister embellished the details well for you on the barge on your way back tonight. Perhaps, since the grand Lady Anne was watching me so closely tonight, I allowed Dorothy to put on a show for her." Mary bit her lower lip guiltily, and was glad it was too dim for him to see her face clearly. "Or did your father tell you how I spent the afternoon riding with his Grace, and that Dorothy was one of the women who went along? Well, whoever told you, I am pleased to have you jealous." His hands crept to her waist. "I am not jealous of that little twit." She pulled from his grasp. "What happened in Anne's room tonight? Did they say something to hurt you?" he inquired. "No more than usual, and I am pleased to say I handled my father rather well. He had more plans for me, you see." His voice came taut and hard in the low dancing firelight. "Like what?" "To keep Anne calm and to accompany her to France." "Is that all?" "Yes." "I thought you meant with his Grace, or a marriage. A trip to France will be fun. I am going too." "And that is supposed to make it fun for me? Or did you mean for yourself? Is little Dorothy going along? You surely do not think I relish seeing you fawning all over her, whether in France or here, do you? That is quite enough of this foolishness, and your temper, sweetheart. The wind on the river was cold, and I have missed you." She walked over to the table and sloshed wine in a goblet. "Did you hitch a ride with that dark raven Cromwell?" "I would not ride with Cromwell if my life depended on it, lass. I will not have him know I visit here, though the man seems to breed spies and might know already. While I am in his Grace's favour, I fear him not. Did Cromwell say anything to you?" "About what?" "About anything personal. I can tell by the way he looks you over every time he lays eyes on you he desires you. Though I cannot blame him there." "Desires me? You think so?" "Yes. A man would like to have you in every sense of the term, love, though I give him more credit than to actually ask for you as some sort of reward from your father or the king. He is clever. He does not openly covet advancement the way others have. Poor Wolsey's riches pulled him into the mire as much as this damned divorce or the Boleyns." She felt icy at the thought of Cromwell's eyes on her, so coldly, so completely. She drank her wine. "Did you send Nancy to bed?" she inquired, while pouring another glass of wine. "No. I told her where Stephen was awaiting me, and she went down to see him. She misses him. We really ought to find a way to merge our two meagre households, so they could be together." His arms came around her from behind, and he nuzzled her neck. "I do not intend to be so easy for you when you are so sweet on that Cobham wench," she said. "And I do not intend to take long rides on the cold Thames and be turned out of the bed of the woman I love," he returned, and his arms tightened. "You may have the bed. I shall sleep elsewhere." "My temper is right on the edge, sweet. You have seldom seen my temper, and you would not like it. Turn around, and I will unlace you." She began to tremble at his tone, but she was angry. What right did he have to order her into bed with him? Anne was lying down the hall thinking that William Stafford was the fondest, gentlest lover, and her father still meant to use her for whatever suited his plans. Play the whore for Stafford if you must, he had told her once. She did not belong to any of them to command like this. She felt his hands on the laces at her back, and she pushed out hard against him. Startled, he dropped his arms, and she darted from his grasp toward the fireplace. She was instantly grabbed off her feet and plopped down on the bed in a tumble of skirts and loosed hair. Staff threw himself down beside her. "Take your hands off me," she began, but he held her so close that their noses touched. He would not dare force her at Whitehall, with people all around and her sister's guards within shouting distance. Everyone would find out about them, and he would never allow that. He was bluffing. She shoved him away, and it was the last thing she could remember doing for a long while after. She had intended to struggle, but she only met his ardour with her own. When it all ended, her cheek was tight against his, and her lips rested in the short hair at his temple. She began to laugh, happily, crazily. "What is it, my love?" he asked. "It is not only you who are too strong for me, Staff. It is my love for you." This was the one man in the whole world she wanted to possess her, to use her, she thought, deep in the swirl of her emotions. But the difference was she chose to have it so. As soon as he stopped kissing her, she would tell him. She would tell him that she would choose to wed him as he had asked, whenever they could escape the lions in their surrounding dens. Chapter 26. October the 24th, 1532. Calais Castle. Although the quaint coastal town of Calais, France, was wrapped in clear blue skies and sunny days that October, inside the great white castle on the cliffs, the weather was sharp and dark. Anne Boleyn raged and stormed for almost an entire week at what she termed the greatest affront and most cruel desertion she had ever had to bear. Her ladies cowered or fumed beneath her nasty temper, or if they secretly yet championed Queen Catherine, they smirked behind their hands. None dared to walk within the boundaries of Anne's thundering wrath. No one but her sister Mary, who understood full well the agonies of politics when they clashed with the agonies of a woman's heart and pride.
"How dare they? How dare they?"
Anne repeated for the 100th time in the 5 days since Henry Tudor and the men of his English retinue had ridden off to hunt and carouse with the French king's all-male entourage.
"I shall be Queen of England, and we shall see then if they dare to snub me the next time we meet. I will have the French in the dust at my feet for this."
Anne. Mary's voice came low in the lull of passion. Francois's new Queen Eleanor is Queen Catherine's niece. She dare not welcome you for her family pride. Despite it all, you can see that.
"Francois should have made her come here to greet us, and that is no reason his too fond sister Marguerite should not have come in the Queen's place. Does Marguerite grow so bold now that she is Queen of Navarre? She knew me when I was here. She loves Francois far better than any queen of his anyway, and to think I read her damned bawdy book to discuss it with her."
Anne flounced by Mary, and her full skirts swished as she turned to pace again.
"The wily French never sent Henry word that there would be no ladies of their court to visit us in this prison. I have a good nerve to throw all my trunks of new gowns off the castle parapet and let the fish wear them. Then Henry would know how much this meant to me, and he will be sorry."
She was past tears now and stared, sullen-eyed, at Mary. Mark Smeaton had long ceased his gentle strumming on his lute as the tirade swelled, broke, and passed into a hushed stillness. They sat, as they had these last long days, in Anne's fine bedroom,
perfectly transported over the English Channel from Whitehall for her comfort and, some thought, for the king's too. Her woven tapestries of Roman goddesses graced the stone walls of ancient Calais Castle, and the flowered plush carpet stretched from hearth to bedstead. Draped in ermine and gold, the coverlet of the massive 8-foot square bed bore Anne's new falcon and rose crest. The polished furniture and golden plate in the chamber seemed to dance with hidden light within, while the wall sconces and burned tapers lent a soft glow to the entire scene. I would ordinarily be the last one to say this, Anne, but I think you would do best to heed Father's last whispered words to you.
Oh, what? Buck up, girl, and smile his grace all the way out the door as he goes to meet Francois?
Yes, and to have this huge place elaborately decked and ready to entertain your 2 kings when they return from the hunt and their conferences.
Conferences? Pooh! They are having the time of their lives, probably dancing, gambling, and having bawdy masks every night, besides fine hunting in the French forests just outside the English Pale, where we cannot follow. Do not forget, I knew Francois too, Mary. His idea of a great amusement is to go in disguise to some little fishing village or vineyard-decked hamlet. I am certain little Calais, which lies below the cliffs, would do quite well, and throw eggs at the men and rape the women. There, did you know that of France's precious Du Roi?
He told me something of the kind once, about some little wine town across the Loire Valley from Amboise. He could not remember the name of the place, but said he would have to go back again some day.
He could not even remember the name of the place.
How like him, Mary. A tiny smile crept to Anne's pouting lips, and Mary found the courage to smile back. He shall probably not remember my name either, Anne, but my pride for such treatment has gone long ago. I cannot say I miss any of it. Anne regarded her sister sideways through her black lashes.
And I cannot say I fully believe you, Mary, though I know your thoughts are hardly on the lusty French king. 'Tis more like you miss your Stafford.
Mary kept her tongue. She had learned weeks ago to refuse to rise to the tease, as she too often had, and lately Anne had taken to amusing herself by wondering aloud in Mary's hearing how true passion would feel on the body and the heart.
Well, so much for that topic. You are as testy as I am, Mary, only you have the sweet disposition, and you choose to suffer in silence. You are right to spout Father's fine advice to me like a dutiful daughter, and I shall be a dutiful daughter in return. I have won his grace, and others before, and I shall do it again. They are only men. When they clatter up the winding road to the postern gate and see what awaits them, they will curse the day they deserted the next Queen of England to ride sweaty and dirty after boar or deer or the sluts in some French village. They will find far lustier game here. She motioned impatiently to Smeaton, who immediately broke into a romping Galliard tune. Her dark eyes dancing with plans, she flounced out her skirts and began to pace again, in little quick circles around Mary's chair. Listen well now, Mary. I need your help. I could not possibly stand Jane's simpering face right now, and some of the others are not to be trusted. I may have Catherine's, the newly declared Duchess of Wales's, royal jewels in my coffers now, but she still has some of their hearts, and well, I know it. Now, we will have the most elaborate banquet this old place has ever seen. Hundreds of French delicacies and some English. I shall visit the kitchens myself to see that the French dishes are prepared properly. You could check those too, Mary, for you ate at Francois's royal banquets as long as I. We will have dancing, masked, I think, and a wonderful mime. Maybe some charades.
Yes, how appropriate. Something about the loving French and English relations, though that is a wretched lie. Some mimes from mythology. I know! We could hang these tapestries in the banquet hall instead of the silver and gold arras which are there now. We shall use those for tablecloths and put on mimes of every tapestry scene.
It sounds wonderful, Anne. I will help you any way I can.
In any way? Remember you said that, Mary.
Anne whirled and clapped her hands together once.
Can you see it all now, Mary? A feast and fun, yes, but revenge, pure and simple on all of them, not the least on their foolish women who choose to let their French lords go gallivanting off to visit the English king's latest concubine. We shall show them.
Mary stood to stop Anne's nervous pacing. She took a step into her swirling path and touched her sister's slender arm. Just what kind of revenge are you thinking of, Anne? It is one thing that they will miss the festivities and the chance to meet the English king and his future wife. That loss shall be theirs, whether they know it or not. But you seem to be implying another. Anne smiled devastatingly at her taller sister.
You had best get the ladies assembled for rehearsals for the mimes, Mary, while I care for the other orders. Do not concern yourself now with the minute details.
Mary's fingers tightened slightly on Anne's arm. Anne, I think you had better tell me what you are thinking. There is something you have not said, of revenge, I think. I can see it in your eyes.
Can you, sister? I thought I was rather good at hiding what I would hide. Then I shall tell you, since you have no way of stopping me. The sweetest revenge shall be this. Let the pious ladies of this fair realm stay away from contact with the English king's great whore. Oh, yes, I know what they are thinking, now they do not come as they are bidden. Their husbands and sons will all go back to them, awed and humbled by their evening here with Anne Boleyn, and they will all go back having been quite unfaithful to their pious little snobs.
Her voice broke in anger. Smeaton had long given up playing and sat stock still, listening to their heated exchange. You had better consider this again, Anne. You are starting to sound like you are opening a brothel. His Grace will never permit it.
Which His Grace, Mary? Well, enough you know that Francois's court has no scruples about a quick conquest of any lovely, willing lady, and I have brought enough of those, single and beautiful women with dazzling dresses. Add that to wine, dancing, and a man away from his home and wife, and we shall see.
She yanked her arm away from Mary's grasp and began her rapid pacing again.
As for their graces, sister,
Anne went on with an increasingly sharp edge on her voice,
you and I shall see to them personally. How perfect! It will certainly amuse father. 2 kings in bed with 2 Boleyns at the same time, though maybe not in the same place.
She smothered a giggle. Mary felt a stab of hurt deep inside, but the great waves of disgust overwhelmed that pain. Anne, how dare you think and talk so to me? Seduce your king, if you will. Heaven knows he has wanted you long enough and has done over much to earn your love. But I shall have no part of Francois.
Do not speak to me that way, Mary. He is your old lover. Oh, yes, I knew of it at the time, though I was young and pondered it and wondered ever since. He must be magnificent in bed. You have no one now but William Stafford, and he is so obviously beneath you that I cannot believe that affair is serious. Francois is the king, Mary, and he deserves to be humbled. It can be your revenge for his casual handling of you. Think of the fun we shall have together, laughing about it after.
Your anger and fears have gotten the best of you, Anne. You should rest, and I will see to the plans for the banquet. Mary fought an urge to reach out and shake the girl, but she was obviously sick and distraught, poisoned by revenge. Wolsey's death and Catherine's fall had not yet appeased her. Please, Anne, sit.
and I will call Lady Guildford. I do not want that old watchdog here. She is still loyal to the Spanish princess. And do not patronise me, Mary. I know father thinks you are here to watch me, to calm me, as if I am not responsible for myself. Well, I am responsible for the rise of the Boleyns, and you had best not forget it. Both you and father must do what I say now, for I shall soon be queen, and you must do what I say then. Begone. And see you hold your tongue about my plans, and that goes for you too, my lovely lutenist. You are too much of a gossiper. She patted his cheek and spun away. The smooth-faced Smeaton gazed up at her slim back adoringly. Yes, my dear Lady Anne, he said only. Go on, Mary. Anne prodded with her hands, then pressed them to her slim hips through her voluminous yellow skirts. I will have no more of your lectures. You are hardly one to warn me of traps and indiscretions, sister. It was like a final slap across the face. Mary almost feared her, feared for them all. She turned swiftly as tears stung her eyes. If only Staff were here. But he was off riding at the king's elbow somewhere. She nearly tripped as she hurried from Anne's sumptuous chamber. She threw herself down on the narrow bed in her own small room, but the tears she thought would overwhelm her would not come. She kept thinking over and over how strange it was to wish for father to be here, to stop this revenge-ridden foolishness, this mad precipice to which the laughing Anne pulled them all. As the messenger had promised, the kings and their men rode into Calais before dinner on the next day. The watchman had shouted their arrival throughout the waiting palace, as the Lady Anne had bidden, and the well-rehearsed ladies scurried to their appointed stations along the great staircase rising from the courtyard. Mary had kept to her room during most of the hurried preparations, and it had only been in the last hours of the frantic practices for the evening's mimes that Anne had insisted Mary join the others. Mary could tell by the ominous narrowing of Anne's almond-shaped eyes that she was angry with her older sister. Let her know how I feel, Mary had thought vehemently, as she had walked through her given parts in the tableaus of Greek and Roman scenes. Now perhaps Anne would drop her crazed plans, or at least leave her well out of it. Mary smoothed her lavender skirts, which rustled in the still October breeze on the cliffs of Calais. Her eyes quickly scanned the laughing bunches of men for Staff. Anne swept down the centre of the steps in her stunning striped dress of Tudor green and white, with white puffed sleeves and slashings of glittering gold. She walked under a green-bowed arch at the bottom of the staircase and curtsied to the beaming English king and the wide-eyed Francois du Roi. Mary squinted into the sun and spotted George just dismounting. There was Norris and Weston, and, yes, there he was, standing beside her cousin Frances Bryan, and not looking her way at all. Then the king's dark raven, Cromwell, blocked her view of Staff as he dismounted, and she silently cursed the king for dragging that man along to always hover nearby and stare. Whatever pretty snares Anne was weaving for the two tall monarchs, they looked well pleased to be stepping wide-eyed into them. Now, as the men streamed up the stairs, the English women joined them, taking a proffered arm here, bestowing a kiss there, and laughing. At least Anne had allowed the women who were married to men of his Grace's court to walk with them, Mary noted grimly. She would wait for Staff to come by and take his arm, no matter what they thought if she lagged that far back. She stiffened her knees to stop them trembling as Anne approached, holding on to both the kings, Tudor and Valois. Francois had aged, and the magnificent physique
had faded. She had heard he had been to war and held a prisoner, but there was so much change in so little time. Still, the face was the same, and the piercing eyes which bored into Anne's dazzling smile. He was speaking to them. His fine French floated to Mary's ears. So, as I say, Mademoiselle du Boleyn, my advice to my dearest brother, Henri du Roy, was to wed now, and then, voila, see what the Pope and Charles of Spain will do afterwards. Oui, Henri? Mary moved back a step in the cluster of silken skirts about her and curtsied low with the rest. She kept her eyes on her sister's golden slippers as Anne lifted her emerald skirts and they climbed the stairs. Anne's tiny feet halted.
You do remember my dearest sister Marie, Your Grace? She heard Anne's lilting voice say in flawless French. She is a widow now, and I am pleased to bring her back to see you again as one of my ladies d'honneur. There was a silence, and Mary stood, unwillingly, her long nails biting into the palms of her hands. But of course, the beautiful golden Mary. How wonderfully these 12 years grace your face and form since I saw you last, Mary. Mary swept him another low curtsy, but she could not force a smile to her face. Henry Tudor cleared his throat and tugged gently on Anne's arm behind Francois. My sister has been anxious to see her French king again, Anne added directly at Francois. Tonight, after you're rested, you will see much of each other. She lifted her foot to the next step as Henry Tudor began to recount for her the skills of the two kings on their fine hunt. Charmed, ma Marie, charmed, Francois du Roy repeated as he turned away from Mary and went on up the vast stairs. Mary loosened her fists. She could have killed Anne. What possessed her to embarrass her, to hurt her like that? She should have believed Staff as usual and not defended Anne to him. The girl was dangerous, and her whims were to be feared. She would never argue with him on that point again. Mary could see Staff now, and she held her ground, although he was still far down the steps, and most of the English women had attached themselves and climbed to the reception in the great hall. In her room she had hidden brief notes to both Staff and her father, in case she had no chance to explain to them exactly what Anne intended, in the way of final entertainment for the French flies in her fine spider's web of revenge. If she had to ask someone else to fetch the notes, there were only two she thought she could trust. She smiled to acknowledge George's hello to her as he hurried up the steps in a crowd. His Jane had already draped herself on the arm of a much improved René de Brosse, who, Mary remembered uncomfortably, had tried to undress her one afternoon at Amboise. At least George could not care less what Jane did, Mary reminded herself. He might even approve of Anne's plan for massive seduction if it meant Jane would bed elsewhere. She turned to scan the remaining men for Staff again and saw her father making straight for her. "Mary, walk with me. Did Francois remember you after all this time?" Her voice went instantly cold. She suddenly feared father would not rescue her from the dire plan if she told him of it. "Yes, father, but he is much changed." "Well, of course, so are we all, Mary, and you would be the first to tell me so. But now to it. How did Anne snap back so well after her temper tantrum when she heard there was to be no visit from the Queen's court? She looks fabulous, and she is spouting enticing plans for the evening. Do I have you to thank for her fortunate recovery of spirits?" "I was with her much, father, but I do not wish to claim any responsibility for her plans." He narrowed his eyes as he caught her tone. "At least she saw the wisdom in my advice to her to buck up," he said.
No, father. To tell you true, she saw revenge in this path. She has every intention of getting even with the French ladies who declined to come to Calais. She watched his face to see if he caught her meaning. Staff hovered near on the other side of her cousin, watching her, but she dared not rush to him as she wished. His dark head turned away in earnest conversation with someone shorter. Go on, Mary. You are afraid. What sort of revenge? She faced him, squarely, but kept her voice low in the buzz of noise around them in the hall. After dinner, and the entertainment, then mass seduction, if I understand her aright. Judas Priest, he said, and Mary's eyes widened with shock as his serious face broke into a grin. That would set the French bitches back on their pretty heels. Father, please, she cannot just— Mary, hush. Tell me this, does she include herself in the scheme? Will she at long last bed with his grace, I mean? Well? It seems so. In that case, I do not give a tinker's damn if she has the whole lot of them hung up by their thumbs outside her window. That is what I have been urging. If this brought her to it, so be it. His eyes refocused on Mary's distraught face. And you, Mary? I think it is horrendous, and I am ashamed to my very soul that you seem to approve. I meant, what role does Anne see for you in all this? Mary could feel herself colour under his scrutiny. She would lock herself in her room and say she was ill. She would have no part of it, even if they cast her off from the family forever. She would tell staff and they would flee into the countryside to live in exile from England. Has she suggested that you, entertain Francois? I have said enough. I am sorry I thought you would wish to speak with Anne for her vengeful actions. I will be in my room. I am quite unwell. He seized her wrist tight while he turned and smiled at someone behind her. I will let you go now to compose yourself, Mary, but do not make me fetch you for dinner. Everyone is starved. They will be washed and eat very soon. And now, I intend to talk to William Stafford. So, you need not greet him. Go straight to your room. He let go of her wrist, and she had no choice but to lift her head and walk from the hall. She did not even dare to glance in Staff's direction, and her father clearly meant to cut her off from any aid Staff could give. She prayed that he saw their confrontation and would somehow get to her to ask what was amiss. If the feasting and banquet began, she might never tell him of her plight until it was too late for his interference with Anne and her father, and the slow-eyed Francois du Roy. In her room, she shoved her note to Staff in her bodice and tore the one to her father to ragged bits. She cast them into the swirling chill air outside her tiny window. She could clearly hear the surf pounding on the rocks far down the cliffs to which the vast white castle clung. Screams of seagulls pierced the wind as it whistled around the stone corners and into lofty crevices. She took a huge gulp of fresh air to clear her head. Whatever they did to her, she would not bed with the French king, or give him one moment to think she would. The thoughts came distinctly to her now. She and Staff must not wait to be wed, hoping for some miracle. She was deeply ensnared by who she was and her ties to the Boleyns, but he had loved her and waited for her all these years, despite the danger. A secret wedding it would have to be, but they would never dare to wrest it from them once she was his wife. They might send them to exile from court, so much the better. She would be a manor wife at Wivenhoe the rest of her days, and be well quit of their treacheries and traps. Little Harry might be lost to them if they were not careful, but He seemed almost a stranger to her now. At least, thank God, he did not see the other Boleyns either, tucked away at Hatfield. And little Catherine must be taken with them. The rewards of two loving parents would be rich compensation for the loss of plush royal surroundings and a tutor shared with the king's niece. If they could only flee tonight. 2 quick raps sounded on the door. She slammed the tiny window shut and dashed to yank on the latch.
"Oh, Master Cromwell."
He bowed his close-cropped, sleek head, his hat held in his big hands. "Lady Mary, I apologize at having startled you. Maybe you were expecting someone else. Your father asked me to fetch you to dinner." His quick eyes went past her, surveyed her little room, then scanned her from slippers to bodice. Suddenly, Mary wished she had not chosen the dress so carefully. Cromwell's gaze flickered over her once again and snagged where her full breasts revealed deep cleavage above the taut thrust of her bodice. "Are you quite ready, Lady Mary?" She stood woodenly facing him with her hand still on the door latch.
"Yes, I guess I am ready."
He did not budge for a moment, and she made a move to leave her room. "You look most ravishing, but that is hardly unusual," he observed in his quiet monotone, and his eyes darted over her again. "Your father said you might not be feeling well, but I am pleased to see no such evidence. If you were ill, I should feel obliged to sit with you until you were strong enough to go to the hall." Her throat felt dry, and she was suddenly hot all over with foreboding. Reluctantly, she closed the door behind them. "I am certain your king would miss you if I did not appear at the feast, Master Cromwell." He flashed a smile at her, and, to her terror, took her arm above her elbow, his fingers scorching through the tight-fitted satin of her sleeve, as though her arm were bare. "Surely there must be some rewards and compensations for my loyal service to His Grace, even if it is just to accompany the most beautiful woman of his court to dinner." The hair along the nape of her neck rose as a chill swept over her, but she could not stop her words. "But His Grace gave you my husband's lands at Plashy 3 years ago." His face did not change, but a tiny flame sprang into each flat brown eye. "I pray you do not hold that grant against me, sweet lady. If it would not anger His Grace, I would gladly give it back to you for your kind thoughts and, shall we say, your good graces." She instinctively pulled her arm from his hand. "I meant not that I wished you to give me the lands, Master Cromwell, though I am certain the king would give you anything you could want to replace them." They were in the hall now, among other faces she knew, and she almost dashed away from him to hide, anywhere. But instead, she stood, pinned by the probing stare of those small, hard eyes. "If the king will give me anything I want, Lady Rochford, I would be a happy man indeed." His gaze dropped to her low-cut, square neckline, and she turned away abruptly. "Here, Mary, sit here," he said, calmly taking her satin-covered wrist firmly. "Your sister, the Lady Anne, wishes you to sit near your family, so when the masque begins you will be close." He pulled out the carved chair and bent over her as she sat. "You look faint, lady, and I should not like to have to carry you to your room. Or at least, I should say, your father and the Lady Anne would not like that." Mary's thoughts darted about in her brain, but she could find no way out. Damn her father. He knew she would not stand still for his orders, but he gave her into the care of this man. Did Cromwell know he was being used too, with her as bait? He was to coerce her into obedience, and in the bargain he could sit with her and eye her hotly and touch her.
What further had they promised to him? Surely he would not dare to think that the sister of the future queen could be for him.
The room has been beautifully decorated, has it not, Mary? And would you not call me Thomas, please? I would wish to be an aid to you, and a friend, if you would ever permit me. It is difficult, I know, to be a woman alone in the vast court, even when one's people are the premier family.
Because one's people are the premier family, more likely, Master Cromwell, she heard herself say pointedly. She slid far back in her chair as she felt his knee brush her skirts.
The first course looks lavish and massive, does it not, my lady?
He said, as though she had remarked about the food. He leaned close to her again. His eyes feasted on her face and shoulders as she sat tensely coiled like a spring, ready to jump from her chair.
I only ask you not to forget that I have given you a sincere and heartfelt offer of help at any time, Mary. You are very afraid of me, it seems, and I am sorry for that. I would rather have things otherwise than that between us. Not here, perhaps, but after all these fine goings-on, when we are home.
She refused to answer him, and stared down into her dull gold reflection in the polished plate before her, as Francois du Roy lifted his first toast of the long banquet to his dear Henri of England. Mary felt exhausted after the dinner, dancing, and the elaborate charades. Cromwell did not ask her to dance, and seemed content the rest of the evening to sit back and keep a steady eye on her as she danced with Norris, Weston, her brother, and even René de Brosse. She considered trusting George with the note for staff, but he raved incessantly about the fabulous job Anne had done with all the plans, and she was afraid. Then Francois claimed her before them all, and she dared not refuse the dance. Besides, she had not seen Staff since the lengthy dinner had been completed. She had so hoped he would get to her in the dancing, as he had so often done. She wondered desperately if they had dared to lock him away to be certain their plans were not foiled. Her mind skimmed numerous escapes and discarded them as impossible. Her best defence, if it came down to facing either Francois or Cromwell in some awkward situation, would be her simple refusal. She must hold to that. The pantomimes of mythological subjects were riotous, and even the crafty Cromwell laughed a bit. Anne played the damsel in distress to King Henry's rescuing knight, and Mary played Venus, emerging from the sea, made by other nymphs, flapping blue and gold bedsheets before her like the rolling waves of the ocean. Francois and Henry reenacted their spectacular meeting on the field of the cloth of gold of 12 years ago, but some half-drunk Frenchman asked for a replay of the fated wrestling match where the French king threw his dear friend Henry, and Anne suddenly stood to end those revels. To Mary's utter relief, her father took her arm, and Cromwell bowed to them both and disappeared in the noisy crowd. "How dare you set him on me?" she began the minute they were out of the press of people. "Calm down, Mary. You are getting as nervous as Anne used to be. Let him have his little rewards for serving the Boleyns. He's a good ally to have. Any fond dreams he may have about you will amount to nothing. Be nice to him. I hardly gave him permission to bed with you, so don't look so outraged." Hardly gave him permission. She was so beside herself, she sputtered her words. "Get away from me. I am going to my room to spend the night alone. If you even entertained the slightest thought of asking me to visit the chambers of Francois du Roy, you can go to hell and take Cromwell with you." She spun away and ran for the safety of her room, gathering her full skirts as she went.
To her profound dismay, couples were strolling the branching halls of the old castle, talking low and laughing, stopping in the dimness between wall sconces to kiss and nuzzle. She yanked open the door to her room and scanned the small chamber quickly before she entered. The hearth fire had been lit, and fresh wine and fruit in a gleaming silver bowl sat on the small polished table. How desperately she wished she would find Staff sitting on her bed with his rakish grin, but she knew, deep inside, they had sent him somewhere. She shot the lock on her door and leaned against it. Whatever messengers they sent to ask her to go to Francois, even if it be the greedy-eyed Cromwell or Wolsey's ghost in its winding sheet, she would refuse. She pulled her gown off her shoulders and breasts and shrugged out of it. She and 2 other ladies shared a maid, but she would not need her services. She would be deep in her bed before the girl came to help her undress. She twisted the gown around her waist so she could see the laces and untie them herself. She stepped out of the masses of brocades and satins and layers of petticoats and wrapped herself in her black satin bedrobe, bought with father's money, unfortunately. From now on, she would go naked and starve first. She downed some wine and was amazed to find it was as fine as what she had been drinking at the feast. How unlike the wine and ale that had been left in her chambers the last week while the men were away. Tomorrow she would find Staff early and tell him everything. She would also make him believe that not only did she fervently wish to marry him as he had asked, for she had told him that clearly enough before, but that she would wed with him as soon as possible. She poured more wine, but slopped a considerable amount on the table when her hand jerked at the knock on the door. She held her breath, but she could hear her heart beat in the quiet above the low crackle of the fire. She pulled the black silk tighter around her.
"It is I, Mary, Jane. Will you not open the door?"
Then Jane was not with René de Brosse, Mary thought jubilantly. Could she trust Jane with the note to Staff? She and Anne had never gotten on, especially lately, so perhaps—
"Mary, I know you're in there."
Mary shot the bolt back and opened the door. Jane Rochford stood there, indeed, but the velvet arm of Francois du Roy was draped over her half-bare shoulders. Mary's eyes grew wide, and she almost slammed the door in their smiling faces.
"See, Mary, I have brought you a wonderful present."
"Merci, merci beaucoup, chérie," Francois said in Jane's ear, and bent to kiss the white skin of her shoulder. She giggled. Francois's hand went to the open edge of Mary's door. "I came to reminisce about old times, Golden Marie," he said with a wink. Begone, Madame Charmant," he ordered the starry-eyed Jane, and slowly pushed Mary's door back toward her, as she stood like a statue. "May we not recall old times tomorrow, Your Grace?" Mary heard herself say smoothly, and she fought to force a smile to her lips. "It is late, and I am rather tired." She was aware that Jane had halted but a few yards away in the dim corridor. If only there were someone else about to call to. Mary either had to fall backward or loose the door, for Francois leaned the weight of his bent arm hard into it. He wore a black velvet robe intricately etched in silver filigree. He strode close past her into the room, but she staunchly held her place at the door. He surveyed the room and then turned back to face her. "See, my sweet, we match again, oui?" "What, sire?" "Just like the evening we first met, when the genius Da Vinci dressed you to match your king. At the Bastille. Do you not remember?" "Yes, I remember. But that was not the first time we had met." "Really? I could not have forgotten another." He smiled, and she did not. He raised a graceful arm to her chamber. Then you do not recall a little room like this one, where we used to meet on chill winter afternoons? Close the door, s'il vous plaît, ma Marie. You are letting in a terrible chill, and if you are so tired, you had best take to your bed. Still, she did not move. He approached slowly and swung the door closed himself. It thudded hollowly. You are shy after so many years, oui? It has been long. I have missed you. Mary smiled then, for the lie was so bold she could not resist. Suddenly, her fear left her. This man could do her harm, no doubt, but not in the way he once had. I was sorry to hear of Queen Claude's death, Your Grace. I hope you are happy with your new queen. My sister was disappointed she could not come to meet us. Oui, of course, but it is a tiny problem that she is Henri's ex-queen's niece. He hesitated. What is it they call Catherine now? The Princess of Wales, sire. Ah, oui. So that means you are on the former Queen Catherine's side of family necessity, Mary continued. Well, my sweet, family necessity can be bent where one's own heart is involved. Exactly, Your Grace, and tonight I must explain to you that the family necessity, which has me here in this room with you, must be bent. I am sorry if there have been misunderstandings, Your Grace. He came closer and stared warmly down at her. You are talking in riddles, my golden one. Still so beautiful after a husband and a child. 2 children, Your Majesty. I thought there was only the lad your king spoke of. Mary felt her pulse quicken. And let us face the truth, Mary. You held the Tudor for 5 years. So now he is the heritage, you leave your sister. My relationship with Henry Tudor, Your Grace, was truly none of my doing, except for the fact that I used to be a frightened little pawn of my father, and my king's. Ah, this is another Marie indeed, but one so beautiful still, so tempting. Just as your goddess rising from the foam of the sea tonight, my Venus. I pictured you then, without your garment, and recalled the lovely days we spent together. She moved to step aside, but he was too quick for her. His long hands darted to her silken waist. He bent to kiss her, but she turned her head. Please, sire, I cannot know what Anne or the king or even my father has said to you. The memories are one thing, but I wish for no others. Please, let me free and leave this chamber. His arched brows descended over his deep-set eyes. Why would you deny me? I loved you once, Your Grace, or I thought I did, but no more. The years have changed me. I ask of you, Francois du Roi, to... As he suddenly parted her robe, her hands darted to tug at his wrists. No, Your Grace, I will not. Love, my Venus, has nothing to do with what joy we can give each other in the privacy of this room tonight. I have chosen you from all the women here. Whomever you fear, they need not know. He massaged the curve of her hip as he covered her mouth with his. She bit his lip and tried to twist away, but he slammed her back into the wood-panelled wall, then pressed her there with his big body. Damn, vixen! He touched his fingers to his lower lip and brought away his own blood. I cannot help what they have told you or promised, sire, she repeated. I will scream and everyone will come. Everyone will know the great whore's sister, who was the English king's mistress before her sister, does not wish to lie with Francois du Roi. He stood stock still against her. She felt smothered by his weight. He had such a stomach and great chest on him that she could hardly draw a breath when he pressed her bosoms flat. He stepped back, and she feared he would strike her. She raised her chin, for anything would be better than his caresses. Instead, he yanked her several steps after him into the room where the firelight fell on them. She stood straight, facing him, afraid to dart back toward the bed. "It is obvious to me, Marie," his voice came coldly, "that your sister is succeeding where you did not. You used to ask for nothing, but she wins a kingdom, eh? You see, she is a clever whore, and you are, as ever, a foolish one. I was foolish once when I played the whore for you, sire, but no more. Say what you will, and then be gone to make your complaint of my actions to my sister or whomever you are to report to." His jewelled hand came at her, and she crashed to the floor. She tasted blood. Her cheek stung. The ceiling seemed to tilt. He towered over her, and his slippered foot kicked at her derriere as he gritted out his words. "Here is what I report to you, Marie. Your Grand Henri du Roi is demented to wed instead of just bed your skinny sister, and ruin the Holy Church in the process. You keep that secret, and I shall keep the one that the rap blonde Boleyn refused François du Roi, her sweet body, to plunder as he used to when it amused him." Wrapping his velvet robe tighter around his girth, he turned away. "I will amuse Brother Henri and his concubine tomorrow with an elaborate tale of how well you served me any way I would have you. Ah, they will be very pleased to hear of your grovelling performance." He shouted a strangled laugh, and the door slammed. She lay stunned, but relieved, totally free of him. Let him lie to her family, or his amused and jaded cronies, for her good name had been long trod in the royal dust of France and England too. It only mattered that staff must know the French king told lies, terrible lies. The chill of the castle snatched at her again, and she scrambled to her feet. She shot the bolt on the door, then stripped naked and scrubbed herself with cold water from her wash basin until the tingle became a rough ache. Mary Boleyn belonged body and mind to William Stafford only, and she would die before anyone else ever touched her again. She donned her crumpled mauve and beige gown, not stopping to put on undergarments. Wherever they had sent staff, or maybe even locked him away, she would find him. She smoothed her mussed hair and seized the silver fruit knife from the table. The fruit and fine wine, of course, were for the French king. The whole thing had been calculated by her sister. The dull pain in her stomach twisted sharp again. The knock was so quiet on the door that she hardly thought she had heard it at first. Not even the sneaky Cromwell would knock that quietly. Perhaps her father had found out that she had failed the Boleyns now and would tell Black Cromwell he could claim his prize to punish her. The knock came again. Maybe it was only the foolish maid. "Isabel? Is that you?" Her voice quavered in the room, barely discernible over the low snapping of the hearth fire. "Lass, it is I." Half fearing a trick, she cracked the door and peered out, her knife poised just out of the visitor's sight. It was Staff's voice, but perhaps that was another trick. "Staff! Oh, Staff!" She was in his arms the moment he closed the door behind him and leaned against it. Cold still clung to his garments and skin, but he felt wonderful against her. "Come on, sweetheart. You and I are going to hide out for the night in a place they will never think to look," he was saying. "Your dangerous little sister has some sort of dire plan for you, I fear, and we had best get out of here before it happens." He craned his head to survey the hall through a cracked door. When he turned back to take her hand, his eyes widened in surprise, as though he were seeing her for the first time. "What the hell has happened?" he shot out. "Are you dressing or undressing? Why the knife? Cromwell? Francois?" Anger stained his tanned face livid, and he took the knife from her unresisting fingers and hurled it behind her. "I shall kill your father." No, my love. Everything is all right now, truly. Francois was here, but I denied him, and he'd left in a huff." "In a huff? And what did the royal bastard do before he left?" "Please, Staff, do not look so awful. He said some terrible things and tried to seduce me, but I dissuaded him." His eyes widened further. "With a fruit knife?" "No, with a refusal. And the truth. It hurt his pride." "And did he hurt you, my little tigress?" "He tried. I fear him no more, Staff, though he did threaten to tell the Boleyns I submitted to his every whim." "I am sure he will, and probably believe it himself rather than ever grasp the fact that he faced a real woman tonight, and she saw him for the whoreson bastard that he is. Swear to me he did not hurt you. Did he try to pull this dress off?" He tugged the still loosened gown slightly off her shoulder. "I was in my robe then. I was just getting dressed now in a hurry to come see where they had sent you. I knew my father meant to get you out of the way somehow. Yes, Lord Thomas Boleyn sent me on a king's errand to see if the royal party could visit the flagship of his navy on the tide tomorrow. I doubt if they really mean to visit, but I had no choice. He even walked me to my horse and watched me canter away." He stuck his head slowly out the door into the hall again. "Where are we going?" "I do not know what will happen now that you have set Francois back on his royal heel, but we had best stick to my original plan. No one is ever getting hands on you again unless it is a certain William Stafford, love. Who knows if your father shall send someone else to your door. But where will we hide? Did you find some place outside the castle? The gates are secured by 2 armies. Hush, love. Come on." He tugged gently at her wrist, and she followed him willingly. She would follow him anywhere he led her, though she be half-dressed as she was now, or even naked. The halls were greatly deserted, and Mary was surprised to see no guards at the door to Anne's rooms as they approached. Instinctively, she tried to draw back from him as he swung open the door. "Shh," he said, low. "She beds with the king in his chamber, and all the guards are there." The vast room where Mary had spent so much of the past week listening to Anne's desperate tirades glowed in a strange half-light. The fire was low, but 2 large cresset lamps threw their circles of light near the hearth. "Are you certain she will not return?" They stood on the flowered light blue hearthrug when he loosed her wrist. "She has finally taken the plunge to submit her precious body to the king, Mary. I think you would agree she will have enough political wile to stay at least the night, no matter what discomforts or terrors befall her in the lion's den." He squinted in the direction of Anne's huge, dark-curtained bed. "This bed will be comfortable enough for us, I assure you, love. We shall remake it carefully when we go at dawn." "No, I cannot." His strong brown hands slid up her arms. "Cannot what, sweetheart?" "I will not sleep in her bed. How could you do so?" "I see. Well, lass, I have no respect for the Lady Anne Boleyn's bed." "I have no respect for it. Only contempt." She heard her voice break, and he pulled her a step forward into his arms. "I'm sorry, sweet, but I thought it would be the safest harbour for us this night. I take it that this dire plan to seduce the French and Francois was her doing." "Yes," she said, muffled into his velvet jerkin. "She is far more stupid than I thought," he said against her dishevelled hair. "Then we, my lady, shall spend the night right here on this hearthrug, and I shall build the fire up a bit." He pulled her down gently to sit on the plush rug in the protective crook of his arm, and she leaned securely against him. Moments passed. He moved away and threw 2 logs into the dying flames. She sat on her haunches, studying the muscle bulges on his back and the lean angles the firelight etched on his face. He turned to face her, 3 feet away. "What are you thinking, love?" he asked. "That I have done with everything except my love for you, and that if you still want me for your wife, I will marry you whenever you will have me, and go with you to the ends of the earth if you ask." His eyes glowed dark, and his lower lip trembled as though he would speak. The tiny muscle on his jawline moved. "Then you will be my wife on the first instant we can manage to escape their snares when we return. And though we may have to travel to the ends of the earth when they find out, I will wager the manor at Wivenhoe will be the place we will live the rest of our days together." Their smiles met wordlessly across the tiny firelit space between them, and the whole room seemed to recede and drift away, as it often did when he gazed upon her rapt that way, and her limbs turned to warm water. It was as though they were afloat on this blue rug in a boat of their own making. The waters of time were held in abeyance for only them, as when they had drifted on the Master Whitman's tiny pond behind the inn at Banstead. The loomed flowers were the water lilies, and the light wool piled a surface on which their little boat sailed. There was nothing that could ever hurt them now, and the golden fireflies of night danced in the darkness of his eyes. Part 4. The Bargain. My true love hath my heart, and I have his, by just exchange one for the other given. I hold his dear, and mine he cannot miss. There never was a better bargain driven. My true love hath my heart, and I have his. His heart in me keeps me and him in one. My heart in him his thoughts and senses guides. He loves my heart, for once it was his own. I cherish his, because in me it bides. My true love hath my heart, and I have his. Sir Philip Sidney. Chapter 27. February the 22nd, 1533. Greenwich. The shouts and boisterous laughter of people in the cobbled courtyard caught Mary's attention only for a moment. She was far too nervous and excited to watch her brother and his cronies, including the once restrained Weston and Norris, throw snowballs at one another and duck, guffawing in white icy breaths behind the glazed marble fountain. She was grateful that the snowfall was only 2 or 3 inches deep, enough to keep the courtiers outside for a while, but not enough to stop a rider on the roads on an important mission. Her warm breath clouded the pane of glass through which she stared, and she turned back into the hall to continue toward the new Queen's apartments. It had been a chilly, blustery day, much like this one, she remembered. That His Grace had wed Anne secretly here at cold Greenwich in the early hours of the morn. Wed her hurriedly, only 2 days after he had learned that the Lady Anne was pregnant. But all that was hardly of consequence to Mary. Finally, there was a glimmer of hope. She might escape the treacherous maze of duties and involved relationships and spies, Cromwell's spies, Staff said. Today, the long-treasured plan to leave the court and her family to secretly wed William Stafford and have a few days at Banstead before they must return to duties and the masks of pretence could become reality. She nodded curtly to the yeoman guards at the double doors to the Queen's suite, and they swung them wide. Staff had gone to Wivenhoe 3 days ago, but now awaited her arrival at a London inn. Everything hinged on her being allowed to leave the palace for a few days. Everything she had lived for these last hard months, even these long, long years since she had loved him, depended on Anne's letting her go. Anne sat in her massive curtained bed, leaning on satin pillows, each embroidered with her new crest. Her hair was loose and long, and though she looked pale, her eyes glowed with confidence and were no longer haunted with the fears of desertion and possession by the Tudor king she now knew to be her devoted servant. Jane Rochford sat in the corner, doing nothing in particular, and several ladies sewed on standing embroidery frames about the room. The languorous Mark Smeaton perched on the far edge of the bed, playing almost pensively on an elaborately gilded and painted lute. Mary curtsied slightly, and Anne nodded without a smile. Her eyes looked large and luminous, framed by her dark brows and lashes. "Are you feeling better this morning, sister?" Mary asked. "Sblood, no, Mary. That is why I'm not up yet, obviously. I take it that all the shouting is another game of ducks and geese or a snowball fight. Is George out there?" "Yes, and many others. There is a new dusting of snow on the ground." "What a time to have the morning sickness for the babe. I never feel well until nearly noon, and His Grace has a fit if he thinks I get up too early. Oh, well, it will be well worth it when he is born, and," she added as a smile lit her face, "it makes the whole court wonder if the Queen is indeed with royal child already. I hope the French spies have told Francois and his snobby Queen. It amuses me to tease them all, but soon everyone will be able to tell for certain anyway. I have made it clear to my sweet-faced lutenist that if he tells all he knows, I will have him strung up on the ramparts of the tower." Her slender foot kicked out in Smeaton's direction under the covers, and she shot him a smile. "I will tell them nothing, Your Grace, nothing," he sang back to her in tune with his strumming. "I'm glad you told me this terrible nausea and dizziness when I rise would not outlast a 3-month span, Mary. I could not have managed it otherwise. And I can feel my fine, slim waistline fast going." She looked down at her barely rounded belly. "But the son for the throne, he will be worth it." "It is of a son I wish to ask, Your Grace." Mary resisted the impulse to wring her hands and tried to keep her voice calm. "My son, Mary?" "No, Your Grace. Henry Carey, Will Carey's son and mine. You see, I almost never see the lad, and he grows so fast. And since you keep your bed in the mornings and see His Grace much in the afternoons, I thought it might be a convenient time for you to let me visit him at Hatfield." Anne's almond-shaped eyes fastened on her blonde sister's face. It is sad for a child to be without a father and mother, too. "I hope you do not mean that as another of your pious suggestions that the King's illegitimate daughter, Mary, be allowed to visit her Spanish mother, the Princess of Wales, just because she is so ill this winter." Mary could feel her heart pounding, vibrating her velvet bodice. "No, of course not. I meant nothing by the remark yesterday. I am speaking only of my son and your legal ward. Please, Anne, Your Grace,
It would mean much to me to see him, even if for a day or two. Well, if you are not gone long, I'm certain I could spare your services. Sometimes, sister, she said, leaning toward Mary and lowering her voice, I am not certain whose side you are on, although the Boleyns have quite vanquished the treasonable forces of the Spanish princess, and, as His Grace and I have said, her stiff-necked daughter will be allowed back to court only when she will bow her head to the rightful heir to the throne after he is born this autumn. Indeed, after I am crowned at the Abbey in June, as His Grace has promised, no one will dare to doubt who is queen, or whisper, there goes the king's concubine, his whore, in the streets. You have many loyal followers, and more to come, sister, Mary comforted. Yes, Mary. Father, the king, and Cromwell shall make certain of that. Only it would help me to know that you are one of my most loyal subjects, and not only my sister. She sighed, and her slender hands smoothed the silk coverlet over her legs pensively. I can see why the court is more boring for you now that your paramour, Stafford, has gone off to Wivenhoe. She raised her hand and pointed her finger at Mary as though she were warning or scolding a child. See that you do not accidentally stray to his little manor after seeing your child. Mary took a deep breath and fought to keep the alarm from her face. I go not to Wivenhoe, your grace. Indeed, I have never even seen the place. Jane Rochford approached the bed beside Mary and offered Anne a golden goblet with spiced wine. Could you not hear well enough where you sat? Anne inquired tartly to the short woman, but she took the wine. Jane said nothing. Fine, Mary, go if you will, but do not tarry there. And as to your friend at Wivenhoe, His Grace intends to marry him to the Dorsey wench this summer. A sister to the Queen, you, of course, will wed much higher than that. Mary almost shouted for joy. It would be too late for all their plans after tomorrow. She backed quickly away from the bed and curtsied. She would be gone within the hour and join staff to ride for Hatfield, and tomorrow would see their wedding at Banstead. Free from them all for a time. Our sister Mary is journeying out in this terrible weather, Jane noted sweetly to Anne, and Mary could have slapped her for her meddling. Does your father approve then, Mary? I think, Mary began, but Anne's sharp tone interrupted her. Hush, Jane, and stay out of Mary's and my business. Lord Boleyn is not king here, or queen either. It is my decision that Mary shall visit Will Carey's son, and so she shall. Tattle to father if you wish, but keep well from me if you do, and I will tell Cromwell myself, so he knows where she is. I hope, dear Jane, it will not choke you to have to keep juicy information quite to yourself. Jane opened her mouth to answer, but bent in a jerky curtsy, and backed from the bed to her chair in the corner again, without a word. Anne's smile of triumph and Mary's obvious relief hung between the sisters. I thank you, your grace. I shall not forget this kindness. See you do not, Mary. I'd say best wishes to the lad. Maybe I shall have him appointed to the Inns of Court to learn royal service at the bar when he is ready. He would be 11 now? Yes, almost 12. Then he could serve my son as adviser or companion some day, perhaps. You would like that, Mary? The Carey children would be honoured to serve the king's family, Mary said low. Her legs began to tremble. Could she not get away? He would think she had failed to convince the Queen she should go. He might not wait for her, or come back here. May I leave now, your grace? The morning rest would do you good. Yes, I dare say. I should keep up my strength, for the fact I am carrying his babe does little to damper the Tudor ardour at night. Goodbye, then. Mary spun and forced herself to walk slowly from the room.
The raucous shouts still permeated the courtyard, and she was relieved to see few people in the corridor. His Grace was probably closeted with his Cromwell, for he was content no longer to let a Chancellor run the government, unbridled as Wolsey had done all those years. She would be on her horse and off with Stephen and the grooms before anyone missed her. Nancy's face lit like a torch when she saw her mistress's smile.
"She is letting you go, then?"
"Yes, and she set no real limit on the time, Nance. Is everything ready? Here, help me get this gown off." Nancy unlaced and peeled off her dress and helped her into the brown riding gown. The girl knew her lady was going to be with staff, but neither she nor her Stephen knew anything of the intended wedding.
"You will kiss the lad for me, then, lady, when you are at Hatfield? Will he remember me, do you think?"
"He was so young when he was sent away, Nance, but I shall tell him your kind words anyway, and as for the kissing, when last I tried it 2 years ago, he wiped the kisses off his mouth. 'Tis like a young lad I know, lady. Not Stephen, I hope, Nance." Mary teased, and Nancy's face broke into a huge grin. Mary hugged her maid from sheer excitement as they left the room and headed for the stable block. Thank heavens Anne had not thought to inquire which grooms or guards she took, for Staff had hand-picked them all, and his own man, Stephen, was in charge of the small party. Eden stood waiting and snorting at the excitement of a run in the chill air as Stephen helped Mary up on the mare's back and wrapped her heavy cloak and skirts about her legs. The 2 other men mounted, and Stephen stood awkwardly near Nancy, fingering his linen cap for a moment. "Kiss the maid goodbye then, Stephen. We're off for the city," Mary urged, smiling down at the pair. "Yes, m'lady," Stephen said seriously. He mounted, Nancy waved, and they left the warm confines of red-bricked Greenwich for the snowy river road to London. The narrow, thatch-roofed inn Staff had chosen for their rendezvous was called the Queen's Head, and it sported a dirty sign which was evidently meant to bear a likeness of Queen Catherine's face, which stared down into the crooked street. The Queen's Head stood with its eaves crowded in by other 2- and 3-story buildings, nearly in the shadow of the tower on Cooper's Row. The only part of the sign that could resemble Anne if they ever had to change the face, mused Mary as she dismounted, was the staring eyes. Her nose was so cold she covered it with her gloved hands and blew warm air into them as she had on the ride. Her cheeks burned and her toes in her boots felt numb. But nothing mattered, except that tomorrow would be her wedding day. A wedding day she had chosen, and so desperately desired.
"Here, m'lady," Stephen said, and guided her in the door under the sign.
It was dark within, and her eyes swept the dimness for his tall form. The room looked deserted. Stephen swung the door shut behind them, and the draught of cold air ceased. Staff jumped up from his reclining position on a bench near the glowing hearth. "Mary, sweetheart, thank God!" He enveloped her in the warmth of his huge arms and led her to the fire. She drank warmed ale from his cup and stripped off her gloves to stretch her fingers to the low, crackling blaze. He watched her, wide-eyed, his hand resting gently on the back of her waist. "She let me go with no trouble, really, love," she heard herself tell him in a rush. Foolish Rochford tried to intervene, but Anne would have none of that. Once she makes a decision these days, there is a great tempest if anyone tries to cross her. "You are so quiet, my lord. How did you find Wivenhoe?" "Snug and fit and awaiting its mistress, Mary Bullen, should we ever get to live there. I was thinking of that on the road into town yesterday, scrapping this plan and being wed in Colchester and sending them word when we are well settled at Wivenhoe. Maybe we could tell them it is haunted and keep them all away." He pulled her still cold hands into his and warmed them by gently rubbing them with his fingers. I wanted to do that so much, my sweet. But I knew I could not, or all hell would come crashing in around us." He looked down at his booted feet. "It is the first thing that has made me want to turn rebel in a long time. Please, Staff, do not talk like that. It is all right, lass. I do not mean it. Only the desire to have you away from their prying eyes and greedy hands is enough to make me very careless sometimes. If it is not that damned Cromwell ogling you, it is your father's veiled hints to me that he has marriage plans for you, just to keep me under his thumb." She turned to face him and lifted her hands to his lean, handsome face. "Staff, look at me." He raised his dark eyes and smiled. "That is an order I will gladly follow any time, sweet. I am serious. Listen. There is nothing we will have to fear from them any more. They cannot separate us after tomorrow. We will be wed, and no other husband would dare accept me then. If we have to face their anger, we shall do so together. And if they send us away in disgrace, so much the better. For I would love to live at Wivenhoe." He stared deep into her blazing eyes. "This Mary I will take to wife is a far stronger woman than the one I first desired. Whatever happens, sweetheart, you will live at Wivenhoe, and soon, I promise. And we had best be on the road to Hatfield, so that at first dawn tomorrow we shall be heading Sanctuary and Eden for Master Whitman's inn and that little church. But first I will claim a kiss from my intended, since it seems her red lips have quite warmed to my taste by now." He pulled her very slowly against him and put his hands under the heavy folds of her cloak. The kiss was warm and tender, then deep and probing. When he lifted his head, she saw the familiar look of passion in his eyes. "Come on, my lass, we are off to Hatfield, or else this dirty little inn will have to serve for our nuptial chamber." He grabbed his black cloak and hat, and they strode hand in hand for the door. By the time the early dusk turned the clean snow to evening grey, they had reached Hatfield, and Mary had spent 2 hours with Henry Carey. He was lanky, freckled, auburn-haired, polite, and achingly adoring. He recited Latin and Greek verses for her, and told her of his good relationship with his tutor and with his Grace's son Fitzroy. He expressed his fervent wish to see his aunt, the new queen, whom he could not remember from his early days at court, and reminded her twice that he was to be remembered to his dear grandsire. Something awful twisted deep inside Mary when the boy spoke of his grandsire the second time, and quietly she pursued her fear. "How often have you seen Grandsire Boleyn, Harry?" "Oh, quite often, Mother. 2 weeks last. He brings fine presents and talks for hours of the court, and he promised me I shall go there some day. He has told me I might rise high in his Grace's favour with his help, and I will not forget that." "No, of course not. Now that your aunt is queen, you can attain a favoured position. She mentioned to me that you might be a companion to her children when they should be born." "But Grandsire told me I would rise high long ago, Mother, even before the new queen took the place of, became queen." "Damn my father," she thought distinctly. "He never told me of any of these visits, but of course he would not want me to know he has been long poisoning the lad's mind. When I return, I shall tell him he will stop, or else I shall tell his Grace what my precious father most fears I will tell him. He will not use this child as his next plan should his other power schemes go awry." "Mother, you look so angry. Are you all right?" His pale, earnest face bent close to hers. "Yes, of course, my Harry. Now, enough talk about the court. It is far enough away from here." "Only 20 miles, Grandsire says, Mother."
Well, yes. Now, tell me more of the geography Master Gwyn has been teaching. They used to think the world was flat, you said, and the words echoed in her mind. I used to think my father was to be trusted. He has bent children's minds before in his hail fellow well met mask, and he will not do it again to Harry. If only Anne were not Harry's guardian now. Are you listening, Mother? He smiled at her, his beautiful golden-haired mother with the blue eyes and troubled face. And she had been so happy today when she first came to see him. Had he said something amiss to her? Did she think he would be further in his studies? Yes, my dearest, I am listening. Say on, and then we should eat and go to bed, for by morning light I must set out. Shall I recite the lineage of our dear king for you instead, Mother? He inquired, his earnest eyes still on her face. The thatched roof of the Golden Gull glittered as though it were strung with chains of diamonds in the afternoon sun. It had taken them longer than Staff had calculated on the stretch from the Kent Road west to Banstead, for a sifting of new snow had fallen, and they had to keep the horses under tight rein because of hidden ruts on the covered road. Despite the biting air, they chatted and stopped to kiss and admire the powdered white beauty of the evergreen forest and the brown iced etching of the lonely trunks of elm or beech, while Stephen and the two grooms dropped farther and farther behind. Banstead lay silent but for the thin lines of smoke trailing their fingers into the winter sky, and few human footprints marred the untouched carpet of snow. The Whitmans had been awaiting them, for Staff had sent word days before, and soon the roaring hearth thawed out their hands and feet. "Be the places you remember it then, m'lady?" Master Whitman asked, seeing her scan the room repeatedly. "No, Master Whitman, much more lovely than I remember it," she told him. "I am looking carefully, so I am certain to remember all of it." "Aye, one's wedding day is a special day to remember," Mistress Whitman put in. "My John brought me from Dover the very next day after our wedding, but I recall and well the little inn we stayed in down on the waterfront. There was a real feather bed in the next room, though ours was straw, and I recall that well, too." She blushed as she caught her husband's warning eye and Staff's grin. "Well, I do so recall it, and I shall tell it if I want to, John." "But 'tis their wedding day, and they do not want to sit here and be told a yourn," he growled back. Staff's voice cut in to settle the potential spat. "Now, John, we have been here long enough to warm up, so I wish us to go. Are you certain the priest will be there?" "Aye, my lord. All afternoon till you come," he said. "Then, if Mistress Whitman would help Lady Carey change dresses, we will be off to the church. The winter nights come early, and I intend to catch all of this one, eh, Mistress Whitman?" She laughed as she and Mary climbed the stairs. "I know you're teasing us both, my lord," she called back over her shoulder, "and I will not rise to the taunt." Mary unpacked her ivory and pink May-Day gown with tiny roses and shook the wrinkles out of it. She had wanted to have one made especially for today, but there was no unusually fine court occasion in the near future, and she was afraid someone would become suspicious. Staff himself had requested this dress, she thought, as Mistress Whitman laced it up for her. She missed Nancy's sure hands on her hair, but her tresses were badly tangled by the wind, so on a whim she left her hair long, and Mistress Whitman brushed it out for her. The golden snare he had bought for her here in Banstead so long ago has no place at this wedding, she thought, for she was freer today than she had ever been before. His eyes lit when he saw her. He had changed into a velvet, ivory and yellow doublet, which matched her gown beautifully. He put the warm cloak around her shoulders. Holding her skirt hems from the snow, she let him lift her onto Sanctuary's back. The Whitmans trailed after them as Staff walked the horse the short way toward the Gothic spires which dominated the little village.
They stamped inside, and Mistress Whitman took their cloaks away, while Master John went off to find the priest. "You look the most lovely I have ever seen you, my Mary, and I have studied you and dreamed of you for long years now." He brushed her lips with his and straightened. "I never despaired that this day would not come, but to tell you true, now that it has, I can hardly believe it." "You are not sorry." He put his head back and gave a short laugh. "You are the one who will be sorry, my love, if you try to put me off one more minute from what has always been mine since I first was swept under by that beautiful face. And when I found there was a beautiful woman trapped behind the face, I was lost forever." "That is a strange way to put a compliment, Staff. Shall we argue, then, love?" He pinched her arm gently and grinned down at her. "Here comes the priest." "Father Robert, my lord and lady," John Whitman said awkwardly. The priest's eyes showed recognition when he saw Mary. "Yes, I believe I remember that you passed through in the terrible summer of the sweat," he said. "We spoke briefly, did we not?" "Yes, Father, I remember. You will marry us, then?" "Gladly, gladly. And may I inquire if the lord and lady are from the court in London? You are from no family hereabouts, and yet choose to be wed in Little Banstead?" The statement was a request for information about this curious wedding. Staff's voice came in the stillness close beside her. "We are from London, Father, and for sentimental reasons wish to be wed today. Will you comply?" "Indeed? Then you will both vouch that there be no impediments to the union?" "None, Father." "And the lady?" "None, Father. My lord and I are both free to wed, and will have it so." "Then come, come, my children." They strolled slowly up the narrow central aisle between the few chairs and benches which graced the very front of the vaulted church. The coloured windows stained their clothes and faces in vibrant hues. "By what names shall you be called and registered?" Father Robert inquired quietly as he turned to face them, holding his worn black prayer book. "I am William Stafford, and this is Mary, Lady Carey," Staff told him before she could answer. Staff took her hand and faced the priest squarely. "Then we shall begin," the father said simply, and he began his recital in Latin. Mary stared hard at the golden crucifix against his black garments. It looked like one her dear friend Mary Tudor had worn so long ago in France, but she must not think of that now. And it was not quite as heavy as the one which used to swing from the ample bosom of now exiled Queen Catherine, who had been so kind to her when there was no need to be. She turned her head and found Staff's eyes warm upon her. She looked down at their clasped hands as he slipped the gold band on her finger. Of course, she would have to hide it somewhere, not on a chain around her neck, for it would show with the low-cut gowns Anne had made quite the style at court. Poor, bitter Anne had had her secret wedding too, but now she would bear the king a child and be safe, no matter if his ardours cooled, as they had toward Mary so long ago. Staff leaned down to kiss her. They embraced each other, and then the beaming Whitmans. It seemed like a dream. She was his wife. And little Catherine had a loving father, though it might be months before she could be told. They could never take Staff away from her the way they had her firstborn, her pride, and even her body. Now, it was all hers to keep. They signed the huge parish registry as Lord and Lady and sat in the tiny room which served as an office, while Father Robert inked in their names on their official marriage parchment on a shaky table.
"I fear greatly for the Holy Church, my lord," the priest said directly to Staff in an abrupt change from the small talk he had been pursuing. "Do you understand? Is there anything you could say to reassure me?"
"I am sorry, Father," Staff answered, looking directly at the pale man. "The latest Act of Parliament forbidding direct appeals to Rome is only a first step. I am sorry, but you no doubt read the Times rightly."
"Yes," he said only, and bent his head to his lettering. Then he added under his breath, "I have prayed that these terrible happenings might be an indication of our Lord's second coming, but I fear our earthly king is only misguided, and hardly the Antichrist. Is it true the one they call the king's great concubine has so besotted his soul that he would kill the Holy Church to keep her? Spanish Catherine is queen anointed, and true church folk know it well."
Mary gave a tiny gasp, and the priest's eyes sought hers.
"I'm sorry, Lady Stafford, I did not know where your sympathies would lie, and I should not have spoken so. But I am only a priest of a small village, and therefore I am not afraid to say what my soul would have me say."
"You are fortunate then indeed, Father Robert, and I wish you safety in the times ahead," Staff said.
"Thank you for your concern, but that is the Lord's business. I shall tend the relics, and pray over the graves, and nourish the little flock, and leave the rest, including our king and court, to him. That is the Lord's business too."
"Yes, Father. It comforts me to think of it that way," Mary said honestly. "And you may be assured that the king is not the Antichrist."
"Perhaps not, lady, but some sort of evil is coming for a fall. Mark my words. Evil only corrupts itself everlastingly, and it will be rooted out." He stood with his thin hands on his little desk. "Go your way now, and Pax Vobiscum."
"Thank you, Father," Staff said, and left a bag of coins on the rickety table, which nearly tottered under his touch. The setting winter sun was etching great black shadows on the church as they left. The graves of the village forefathers looked like snowy miniature houses, and the first touch of eventide wind whistled in the carved entryway. Rows of icicles dripped from the carved eaves like jagged teeth of a stone monster waiting to devour whoever ventured within. Mary turned to imprint the little church in her memory, but it suddenly loomed behind, dark and lonely, and she turned back, wrapping her warm cloak about her. Though the Whitmans had planned to serve Staff and Mary a fine wedding supper in the privacy of their room, the newly married couple insisted that they eat with the Whitmans at their hearth in the hall. They raised many toasts, laughed and reminisced, and the 4 Whitman children sat wide-eyed by the blazing fire in wonderment at having so fine a lord and lady eating at table with their parents. Mary cuddled 3-year-old Jennifer on her lap, remembered little Catherine at that age, and dreamed of the children she would bear Staff some day, but not, hopefully, until they saw fit to tell the court and her family of their marriage and could go to Wivenhoe. She never wished to attempt to raise a son or daughter in the emotional confines of the court again. "We will make this last toast, then, to a sound night's winter sleep," Staff was saying, with his goblet aloft again. He winked at Mary, and to her dismay, she could feel a blush spread over her neck and cheeks. The fire was entirely too warm, and the wine lightly touched her face and mind with laughter. They mounted the stairs together, and she turned back shyly to wave at the beaming little family of Master Whitman. She felt every bit a first-time bride, even though she had been possessed by far too many men, and the Whitmans would be shocked to know of her unhappy past. I much prefer this to the screaming and running and undressing at court, she observed quietly as he swung open the door to their room. You will never know how much I suffered that night, lass. What night? The night you were wed at court. I heard them all tearing through the hall, laughing, and I went to the stables and got raving drunk with the grooms and stable boys. Lost a good bit of money gambling, too.
Did you, my love? You never told me that.
He closed the door and shot the bolt firmly. There are many things I never told you of my suffering for you, sweetheart. But that is all behind us now, and pray God things will always be better for us in the future together. He smiled, a deep, lazy smile, and pulled her gently over to the fire. The room smelled of fresh herbs and clean rushes rustled on the wooden floor. Deftly he unlaced her dress, and it fell in a pink pool at her feet. His arms encircled her, and they stood in the warmth of the fire and their love. Wine, sweet? His voice came quietly in her hair. I think I have had quite enough wine, my staff. He lifted her in one fluid motion before she even sensed he would do so. I think you have had quite enough of everything except me and the loving I intend to give you, Mary Boleyn, Lady Stafford. He laid her gently on the bed and stood to undress. His voice came muffled from under his shirt and doublet as he pulled them off as one garment. I promise you, sweet, if you do lie on this bed awake half the night, it will not be with longing that I would touch you as last time we were here. Her mouth dropped open in surprise.
But you were long sleeping. How did you know of that?
He laughed deep in his throat as he bent to strip off his breeks. I told you, Golden Mary, there are some things in my longing for you that you do not know. You had best make a careful study of me over the years, and perhaps you will learn what I mean. I intend to, my lord. If only we could live together openly. We will, sweetheart, we will, somehow and as soon as we can manage it. If Anne should bear him a son, I will ask him outright. But enough of that other world. This one is ours. Chapter 28. March the 17th, 1534. Hampton Court. It was the earliest spring Mary could remember, and the maze-like gardens were newly alive with tiny nubs of purple and yellow crocus, and the thin branches of forsythia stirred with new life in their golden buds. She gently stroked her flat belly against the mauve velvet of her gown. It gave no sign yet, but soon enough she would begin to swell with the growth of Staff's first child. They had waited a year for this, and now she would tell him. He would be somewhat alarmed, for he knew that the babe would eventually necessitate their telling the king and queen, and asking to be dismissed or allowed to live together at court. But they were so happy, whether they had to meet in secret or not, that they could weather even that. She inhaled a deep breath laden with the aromas of moist spring earth, and sat on the marble bench in the deserted rose garden, near the hidden bower where they often met during the afternoons when they could slip away. Married more than a year, she mused, the smile on her lips again. If only the Boleyn fortunes had not been so shaky lately, and Anne so hysterical and distraught, they would have told them long ago. Mary glanced up at the wing of the nursery which directly overlooked these gardens. The 6-month-old Princess Elizabeth no doubt slept or played beyond those windows, the child who was to have been the prince Anne and the king's astrologers had promised him. It was a white-faced, red-haired child whose christening at Greenwich the king refused to attend. The Boleyns had huddled behind Archbishop Cranmer as he blessed their best hope to hold the crown, and worst of all, Anne had newly miscarried of a pregnancy. Now the Boleyns were in fear and disarray, and even father showed desperation in his darting eyes. This was no time for them to be told of a new marriage or pregnancy of their black sheep daughter Mary. But if only the king would cease to look elsewhere, as he had lately with various mistresses, and would bed with the queen, Anne could conceive again. Then they would surely tell them, and then— There were quick footsteps on the gravel path, and she ducked back into their little bower. The interior was not so hidden with its leaves and flowers yet to come, but the vines and briars were fairly thick. Staff was here, his head and shoulders blocking out the garden beyond. "Stephen tells me his Nancy says you wanted to see me, sweetheart. Is anything amiss?" He took a step toward her, and his hands went to her waist. "Not amiss, love, but I wanted to tell you something. Did you have difficulty getting away?" "No. His Grace is with a messenger from his sister in Suffolk, and Cromwell is closeted with your father. Cromwell has taken to giving me one raised eyebrow lately, and wishing me a good night's sleep. So I assume he knows or suspects how much I see you. But he could not know we are wed. Sometimes I do not know what the man knows or thinks, but I do sense that he is amazingly protective of you, for his Grace obviously knows nothing of us. It seems to have dropped from the king's realm of interest, what I do, although he always wants me about on the sporting field. At least he has given up on that foolish Dorsey match for me." He smiled rakishly and took a step deeper into the bower. "I do not fancy 2 wives to please." She pushed out her lower lip in an intentional pout. "I am starting to believe you do not deserve to hear what I have to tell you at all." "No? Is it important, then?" "Tell me." He gave her waist a little squeeze. "Well, my lord, it is only that we are going to have to weather the storm sometime in the near future, and tell them we are wed. Your sister would go right through the roof, sweet, and his Grace has been continually on edge since he signed his friend Sir Thomas More's bill of execution." His face changed suddenly, and his eyes widened. "Why did you say we must tell them in the near future, love? What are you telling me?" She smiled up at him, and her arms went around his neck. "My dear Lord Stafford, you have always known everything about me without my having to tell you. Have you so changed? Has marriage so dulled your senses?" He stared down, incredulous. "Mary?" He picked her up and tried to spin them, but her feet and skirts caught in the wooden trellis, and the briars pulled at their clothes. "Put me down, Staff. You cannot do that in here." They both collapsed against each other, weak with laughter. He seized her hands in a powerful grip against his red velvet chest. "You are with child, my love." She nodded, wide-eyed, drinking in his wordless joy. "How long? Did you just discover it?" "I did not just discover it, my lord, but now I am certain. In late September, or early October, I would judge. An heir for Wivenhoe, my love." "Yes, an heir for Wivenhoe, and for freedom away from court and all their damned intrigues. But, lass, unlike some, I will be happy with a beautiful daughter that has her mother's eyes." He bent and kissed her gently as though he were suddenly afraid she were fragile. "I will not break, you know, Staff, not even when I begin to swell. I would not want you to think that you have to—" "Have no fear of that, my sweetheart." He bent to kiss her again, but raised his head and listened. Now, who the deuce is shouting like that at such a momentous time? "I'm so happy for our wonderful news, Mary." "Did you think it would never happen? 30 years of age is hardly past childbearing years, you know. She gave him a playful poke in his midsection, and he grinned like a small boy. Then she heard it too, a call from far away in the gardens. Nancy's voice, calling her name. Oh no, not a summons to Anne's chamber. I cannot bear her ranting and raving staff. She is utterly beside herself. It is worse than the week in France when you all rode out with Francois and she stormed and screamed for 5 days. I know she is desperate and frightened, but any words of comfort she just rips to shreds. Yes, it is Nancy, sweet, and Lady Wingfield. Go on now. I may be late tonight, but I will wake you if you are asleep, and we will properly celebrate our good news then. He kissed her quickly and disappeared in the direction of the river opposite from Nancy's approach. She suddenly wished she had waited to tell him when they were really alone with no interruptions upon their joy. But then this place had its own beautiful memories, and she had always planned to tell him here when it happened. Mary flounced out her skirts and hoped Lady Wingfield would not notice the tiny pools in the materials from the mad spinning against the rose vines. She raised her hand to Nancy as the two women caught sight of her strolling toward them. "I was trying to call loudly for you, my lady," Nancy assured her with a conspiratory wink.
"Thank you, girl," Lady Wingfield cut in. "You did indeed know where your mistress likes to walk in the afternoons. Lady Rochford, the Queen is calling for you, and unless you come quickly with me, the others will bear the brunt of her temper."
"Then we shall go directly, Lady Wingfield. Do you know the cause of the summons?" They hurried across the spring gardens, somehow changed by the fact that Mary had to go back to Anne's dark, vaulted room, where she had only 2 weeks ago borne the dead child.
"The cause, lady? Hurt and vile temper and fear. But I beg you do not tell the Queen, or the little Rochford I said so."
Mary glanced at the sweet-faced, grey-haired matron as they climbed the stairs. "No, lady, I will not tell her that her dear companion can see things clearly."
"I know you do also, Lady Rochford,"
the woman whispered to Mary as they wended their way among the small crowd outside the Queen's chambers.
"You are somehow different from the others." "Spoons, where have you been hiding, Mary?"
came Anne's sharp voice from the depths of the bed, even before Mary could see her pinched white face staring out at them all. "In the gardens, Your Grace. I did not know you would be requiring me again, or I would not have strayed."
"Dreaming you were home at Hever, I suppose. Well, you had best stay closer in future. As it is, both father and I wish to speak with you."
A tiny knot twisted in Mary's stomach. She and her father had hardly been on speaking terms this last year, since she had argued with him about his secret visits to her son at Hatfield. He had even taken to sending Cromwell as go-between if he wished to ask her a question or give an order.
"Sit here on the bed, sister,"
Anne motioned with a slender, jewelled hand.
"I get rather dizzy with everyone standing about or moving around the room all the time."
Mary sat gently on the foot of the bed. Anne's body had fully healed from her miscarriage, but she seemed unwilling to rise from her bed, despite what the doctors said.
"First, I would have some of the truth, and I know I will not get it from these simpering faces around me. Jane Rochford tells me, at my insistence, that my husband, the King, has been visiting others at night. I know that if he is seeing them at night, he is bedding them. I have long known there are various court ladies who are greedy little sluts enough to let him do as he will. Is that true, what Jane says? Is it come to that already? Tell me, Mary, for I would know. Cromwell, father, and George are lying to me. Is it true?"
"I seldom see the King, sister, as you know, and I am not there to see."
"Is it true, Mary?" "You may not be there, but Stafford is about, and I know you two still see each other. Well?"
Mary held her breath, then let the words out in a rush. "I have heard that your information is correct, Your Grace."
Then I must arise and get my strength back. Father is planning something drastic, and it does not include me. I must get my looks and laughter back, and then we shall see who holds this king. I can conceive again, Mary. This child was ill-formed, and it was not my fault. They whisper I am the cause of it, but it is not. It cannot be true. They say I bewitched him, and my sixth tiny finger shows that I'm a witch.
Her voice broke, and Mary pressed her thin hand between her own. Who has told you these vile rumours, Anne? Jane Rochford? Ignoring her question and comforting touch, Anne plunged on.
The Boleyns have fine, healthy children like Elizabeth, like your Henry and Catherine. I shall have a boy.
The Queen struggled to the edge of the bed and dangled her legs still under the sheets.
No, get back, all of you, and leave us for a while. My sister will help me. Rochford and Lady Wingfield may stay. Everyone else, leave me. Here, Mary, let me lean on you. In a week I shall be back with him, and there shall be no more fly-by-night whores in his bed. I shall get the names, and if any of them are my ladies, they will be banished.
Anne's eyes refocused on Mary's worried face, and she seemed to calm somewhat.
Here now, sister, I had something to tell you of your little Harry. His Grace is sending Elizabeth, in style with a full household of her own, to be raised at Hatfield, so Henry Fitzroy and your son will be sent elsewhere for their tutoring.
Anne rose with Mary's help and walked a few unsteady steps.
Really, Mary, do not look so distraught. You must not expect the lad to stay with Fitzroy much longer anyway, since Bessie Blount's illegitimate son is older and should be sent to the law courts soon. Your Harry is only nephew to the king by marriage.
Yes, Your Grace, I understand. Where will he be sent?
I'm not certain. Cromwell is deciding a good place. I cannot fathom that I could feel so exhausted from but a few steps.
Cromwell? Cannot you decide, Your Grace?
Yes, of course, the final decision is mine. Cromwell only works for me, you know.
Rather like he serves the king, Mary replied before she could stop her thoughts.
And what do you imply by that? Help me back to bed. I do not wish to have your pious lectures about anything, including that little bastard Mary Tudor should be allowed to visit her Spanish mother. She must be made to serve as Elizabeth's handmaid and companion. Do not look so grieved. It will be a good lesson to her. She and her wretched mother must learn who is queen and who is only princess of the realm now. I could also appoint your Catherine to live at Hatfield, since the Duchess of Suffolk has been so ill and at Westhorpe, unable to return to court. Elizabeth should have her little cousin with her. You would like little Catherine to be well provided for, would you not?
Yes. Oh, yes, thank you, sister. Tears of relief sprang to Mary's eyes, for she had worried over Catherine's future, as she had heard daily of the worsening health of her dear friend Mary Tudor, beloved Duchess of Suffolk. All the court knew the king's sister had hovered at the very door of death these past weeks.
I thank the saints you are not queen here, Mary. Your spine and heart of jelly would hardly do the Boleyns any good. Though I am strong and will not bow to their whims, the people and court will come to love me when they have their prince, and they will have him from my body as soon as I am well again.
She collapsed weakly to a sitting position on the bed. Mary lifted her legs and covered her with the sheet.
Tell Jane to fetch Cromwell.
Jane's face appeared beside Mary's as though she had heard every word they had shouted or whispered. "I will fetch him, Your Grace," she said, and darted back from the bed in a swift curtsy.
And tell him nothing, Jane. Just fetch him, and do not tell his Grace you do so.
Anne added, her eyes still on Mary. "Then I should go to see what father wants, Your Grace," Mary said, bending slightly over Anne after Jane had departed.
Wait, sit again. There is something else.
Mary did so.
I promise you I will take care of your 2 little children, and that I will continue to ignore your little liaison with William Stafford, at least until His Grace and I find your husband. But you must be my friend, Mary, you must."
Her fingers gripped Mary's arm hard. "I am your friend, Anne."
"Then you forgive me for making you sleep with Francois in France."
Mary bowed her head, and the huge ruby on Anne's thumb winked bloodily at her. She knew Francois had told them his lies, as he had vowed. She hated the memory of that night now that she felt clean and whole as Staff's wife. What good would it do now to deny it all?
"Mary, you forgive me?"
"Yes, of course."
"And you will help me? Vow it."
"I do so promise, sister, unless you have some other plan for me to sleep with, wed, or love elsewhere, than I would choose for myself."
"You will marry where the king and I bid you. But for the rest, yes, I promise. When you wed, we shall surely find you someone you can love, as they say. And as for sleeping elsewhere, that is what I do not wish you to do. You see, Mary—"
Her voice dropped to a bare whisper, and Mary had to lean closer.
"I heard Father talking to George about how beautiful you still are, and how you seem to have bloomed anew lately, and I fear that, well, I know Father so well, I fear he may try to get you to hold the king for the family."
Mary's body jerked back, and her hands went to her open mouth. Anne's dark eyes pierced Mary's wide ones.
"Yes, Mary, I am glad to see you knew nothing of it, and he has not asked you yet. But I fear he will, and you must vow to me to have no part of it."
"Your Grace, Anne, how could you ever believe I would do such a thing? Besides, it is over long, long ago for me with the king, before his heart was yours. I would never do such a thing, even if Father threatens me."
"I thought as much, but I have seen you bend to him before against your will, and, unlike me, I know you love him still."
"I do not, sister. That too went long ago."
"Do not lie to yourself, Mary. I can see the grief in your eyes when he hurts or uses you. Do not let him try to bribe you through your children or Stafford. I am queen here. And Mary," her hand shot out and grabbed the folds of Mary's gown, "you must vow to tell me if he even asks you to do so. I can only handle him if I know his plottings against me."
"And Father would never plot against you. You are his dear hope, and well he knows it."
"But you see, Mary, you were his hope once, and when the strings to the king's heart dissolved, he dropped you. Can you deny it?"
"No. I have always learned by your example, sister."
"Go on now. You must see him and then tell me what he says."
"I wish not to be trapped as a spy between you and Father, Anne. I have been in too many snares already, and I wish it not."
"Then on this one thing only, as you have promised me, Mary. I need your strength, please."
Yes, I understand.
"Go now, before Jane comes back with Cromwell in tow. I'm not sure what I shall tell him."
She turned away from Mary on her side and sighed.
"I only sent her on the errand to rid us of her prying ears. Still, she may be useful to me in this."
Anne's voice faded away as though she would sleep, and Mary rose carefully from the bed. Then she turned back. "Anne."
"Yes?"
"You might talk with Cromwell about not sending Harry too far away. He should have some companion to be educated with. I would not have him be a solitary monk."
"All right. We have a bargain. But you might tell Cromwell yourself, you know. He much covets your goodwill. Hurry, Mary, then come right back and tell me."
Mary assumed she would find her father in his massive suite just down the hall.
He had spread his secretaries and clerks out into George's room too, now that George was appointed commander of the Cinque Ports and spent much time at his new gift of Beaulieu Castle, 90 miles from London. It was just like a party for Anne when their brother returned from each trip or mission. If only George were here now, he could calm Anne and help her to regain her strength. Cromwell and Jane sailed out of the door to Lord Boleyn's rooms as Mary approached. Cromwell doffed his black velvet hat and stood firm in his tracks to bow to her. Mary managed to smile, for she sensed that this cold, square-shaped man could be of more help than harm to her in the days to come. He wielded much power with both the king and queen, and she and staff would need every ally they could muster when they told them of their marriage and the babe.
"You were just going to see your father, Lady Rochford?"
Cromwell always put his statements in ominous-sounding questions, Mary had long noted. "Yes, Master Cromwell. And you are going to see the Queen?" He smiled, and his eyes went quickly over her, as they always did, though she no longer trembled at the possibility that he would take the next step of intimately touching her.
"Perhaps I shall be back to see you while you are still closeted with Lord Boleyn, then," he said smoothly. "The Queen's interviews last briefly lately, though I am certain she will make every effort to be up and about now the lovely spring is here. I see you have been strolling the gardens." Her face showed surprise. Had he seen them? Had his spies reported to him already? "You have ripped your gown on a briar and have grass marks on your slippers, lady," he explained. "If only I did not have to work so hard inside the palace, I would love to accompany you outside sometime. We could discuss where your son Henry shall be transferred on our walk, perhaps. Good day. Lady Jane?"
He nodded to Mary and swept off down the hall, with Jane Rochford in his smooth wake.
Mary knocked on the door, wondering why the guards were not about. If only she could see staff before she walked into this lion's den, she would feel more secure. Yet she was stronger now. She was changed. Surely she did not love her father and could stand up to anything he dared to propose. Both guards and a messenger stood with her father at his huge desk when another man opened the door for her. He did not see her until she approached several steps, wondering if his alert eyes would also discover she had been walking in the gardens. "Mary, come and sit. These men were just leaving." He shooed them away and seated her. She felt, with great alarm, the deep, irrational happiness which always bubbled to the surface when he centred his attentions on her. No, she thought distinctly to herself. Protect yourself. Do not trust his mask of smiles and love. "We have hardly talked lately," he began. "You've been such a help to Anne in the loss of this second child. I was about to send for her mother, but I think she is snapping out of it a bit."
"Yes, I have just seen her, and I'm certain of it. She wants to get her strength back, and I'm sure she will soon. When His Grace sees her smiling again, she will be back in his goodwill soon enough."
"Let us be realistic about that, Mary. The light for her has gone out of his eyes. I've seen it happen before."
"Yes, father. So have I." His eyes narrowed nervously.
"Yes, well, we must do everything to see that Anne at least has other opportunities to bear the Tudor son who will rule after his Grace, whatever his relationship may be to her in the future."
Mary sat stock still and stared at him until he glanced down at his folded hands.
"His Grace, as you may or may not know, daughter, has been on a bull's rampage, bedding court ladies since the unfortunate loss of his second child. The women are all without principle and would hope to lure the king away from his rightful wife."
"In other words, father, nothing ever changes."
"Hush!
And listen, Mary, this is serious business for the Boleyns, and that includes you and your 2 children.
Will Carey's and my 2 children.
We will not argue that again, girl.
He stood and began to pace back and forth before the oriel window which flooded the room with warm light and cast his shadow across Mary as he passed.
He can stud as many of the little bitches as he wants for all I care, but there is one different, one who threatens. Anne has her here as lady-in-waiting now at his Grace's request, though I do not think Anne suspects her at all.
Of whom do you speak?
That simpering, smiling Jane Seymour from Wolf Hall in Wiltshire. Her family is full of overprotective brothers, and so far she refuses the king, and that can breed disaster, as we have all seen. Now, either Jane Seymour must be eliminated, or the king must be lured away. Do you follow me?
Cannot Anne send the little Seymour back to Wolf Hall?
I fear that would be a foolish move. It would be like taking the target away from the king at butts or breaking his favourite tennis racket. The repercussion might be, well, unpleasant.
Then that leaves the other option of luring the king away from the girl, Mary said calmly, but she knew her eyes and trembling upper lip betrayed her nervousness.
Yes, Mary, exactly.
He ceased his pacing and stood facing her, leaning hard on his cluttered table. This reminds me rather of chess, Father, and I have never been good at the game, though I do know well enough the role of pawns.
What? Look, Mary, everything hinges on his Grace's goodwill, and you know well how to deal with that.
Do I? His ill will, rather, since I have long outlived my usefulness to him, and to you, Father. I will be going now before you say something that will cause a permanent rift between us.
Sit, Mary. You will do this for Anne and George and your mother and me.
Do not dare to bring Mother's name into this, or Anne's either, for that matter. Let us go to Anne's chambers and discuss this with her. If you believe it is for Anne, you act like a brothel owner, like a pimp. She saw him clench his jaw muscles, and his eyes glared at her. Still, he held his temper, and his voice came low.
Anne is distraught and cannot see things clearly of late. We must do this for her, without her knowledge.
The mood she is in these last days, she would put us all on the block at the Tower, family or not.
Anne's power goes to her head sometimes, but she will do as she is told, if it comes down to it.
The answer is no, Father, absolutely no. I will not help you or abet your nefarious plans.
Do you still fancy you love Stafford? You will comply, or I will have him sent away or married off. Cromwell is my ally, and he is just now ready to assign your little Harry to some abbey or house to finish his education. Would you really like that place to be clear to the Welsh border, madam?
Mary stood, but leaned the backs of her knees on the chair seat from which she had risen. Try any of that, and I shall tell the Queen, Father. Cromwell is the King's ally, first and foremost, as I have heard you yourself say, and little Harry is Anne's legal ward until his majority. Besides, if you really sent him far away, he would not be so available to have you pour your poison of his false heritage in his ears. You will raise no rumours or rebellion behind my son, Father, or the King will hear of your secret visits to Hatfield all these years. She nearly ran to the door and turned back as she reached it. Do what you have to do, Father, but keep me well out of it and leave my children untouched. He sat calmly at his desk, as though he had not heard her outburst. Its voice came coldly at her back as she put her hand to the door latch. "I really ought to give you to Cromwell to tame, Mary. He has wanted to possess you for some years now, and I'm starting to think you deserve him. You misuse your beauty and that lush body on that renegade Stafford when you could have the king or some duke at least at your beck and call. How I have wished over the years that you had half the cleverness and brains of your sister. You have never even learned to hide the fear or love you feel when it is of dire necessity to do so. And if I have not learned to hide my revulsion of you, my utter contempt of you, father, I am so sorry." She yanked the door open. "By the way, daughter, your dear friend Mary Tudor, Duchess of Suffolk, died yesterday at Westhope, so perhaps we could arrange a match for you with the Duke. The Duke, of course, is most grieved, but I warrant he will be renewed within the year. So much for true love." She stood in shock with the door half open. Her beautiful friend, dead. So young, and the little laughing Margaret without her mother, and Catherine there in that house of death. "Cromwell plans to send for your daughter with an escort. His Grace will no doubt be in mourning for a month, so hopefully that will put a damper on his amorous activities for a while. He loved his sister over well to forgive her 2 foolish indiscretions. He only last month sent word by Suffolk that he forgave her for her stubborn stand for the Spanish princess he was duped into marrying when he was only a boy." The flow of words went right through her, and she could grasp none of them. The raven-haired Mary, dead. Mary, who went to France to wed the old king so she could have her beloved Suffolk. Mary, frightened when Francois locked her for 6 weeks in dark Cluny to be certain she was not with child. Mary, who looked so radiant on her wedding day to the Duke long ago in Paris. Mary, cold and dead. "You're going to stand there all day, girl. Your daughter will be back safe tomorrow. Cromwell intends to tell Anne she will have to wear mourning for both her royal sister-in-law as well as the dead baby, so you need not run to her with the news. Go to your room now. You look terrible." Mary did not even glance back. Her desire to scream her hatred at him was gone, burned out and wasted in her grief for her friend, who first showed her how to love someone the world said she could not have. No, she thought, as she walked woodenly along the corridor with its convoluted carvings and intricate tapestries, the grief is not only for Mary Tudor. She felt grief for the entire family, that they were brought to this dangerous and horrible point. Anne, Queen of England, a frightened, bitter shell. George, besotted by his new toys of lands and position. Mother, alone as always at Hever. And father. Her mind would go no further. She shoved open the door to her room. Nancy was not about, but that was well. She needed to be alone now. She rummaged in her wooden jewellery box under the crimson garnet necklace, the huge Howard pearl drop, and the other gifts from Staff's dead aunt she had stored there, which she dared not wear among the gossiping courtiers. Her fingers seized the tiny carved pawn from that chess game in France so long ago. She stared at it, unblinking, and held it tight in the palm of her hand as she sank down on the floor against the velvet draperies of her bed curtain and began to sob. Chapter 29. June the 9th, 1534. Whitehall Palace. As her baby grew and Mary's waistline swelled, she withdrew more and more from the court around her. That was easy enough lately, for the King and Queen had been on a leisurely summer progress through the green Midlands of England. His Grace had even cancelled an important diplomatic trip to France to take Anne on the journey. It was commonly known that the Queen was with child again, and that Henry Tudor had given her one last chance to produce his heir. But now the King and Queen had returned to Whitehall, and this happy retirement of Mary's would soon be over one way or the other. Either her sister would need her enough to keep her about when she knew she was with child and married to a man not of her choosing, or she would be banished, or worse. Staff had been forced to accompany the royal party, for the King favoured his attendance in whatever martial or sporting endeavour he undertook. The 3 weeks had dragged by for Mary. She had spent the time walking, thinking and talking to Nancy and to the Boleyn cousin, Madge Shelton, whom their father had brought to court as one of Anne's new ladies-in-waiting. The girl was winsome and lovely, with a perfect oval face and curly blonde hair, almost as light as her own. Madge's green eyes danced with the excitement of being at the court, even though its royal lord and lady had been gone these last weeks. The King had wanted to take the new and charming Mistress Shelton along on the trip, but had given in to his wife's refusal when he discovered that the Queen was beginning another pregnancy. Mary felt somewhat guilty that she liked the 17-year-old girl so much, for the whole truth was that Mistress Shelton had been brought to court by Thomas Boleyn to hold the King's attentions for his petulant and increasingly nasty Queen Anne. In one fell swoop, as Thomas Boleyn had planned, the green-eyed Madge had become her royal cousin's maid and the King's latest mistress. Mary hoped fervently that the 3-week sabbatical and the new pregnancy would soothe Anne's vile torment of the girl. Mary also prayed that the joy over the new child would allow Staff and her to tell Anne of their marriage and ask to be retired to Wivenhoe. It had been almost half an hour now since the huge royal entourage had clattered into the courtyard of Whitehall, and Mary began to pace in her room, wondering how long it would take Staff to free himself and come to see her. When he saw her waist, he would know the time of secrecy had passed for them, for neither cloaks nor dresses with high waistlines could hide it now. She glanced down at the completed and painstakingly written letter on her table under the sunny window. She began to skim the words, though she knew them by heart, and the old haunting feeling returned. It was like guilt, hate, and love, all mingled together in a crucible of pain. The door sprang open, and she turned, half expecting to see Nancy with another report on the returned travellers, since she had heard no footsteps in the hall. But it was Staff, so tall and handsome, grinning, and he had come back to her. "My love, I was waiting and waiting," she began, but he smothered her words with a crushing kiss. Then, with a look on his face of more awe than concern or worry, he put his hands on her shoulders and stood her arm-length away. "Lady Stafford, I believe the whole world will know you are pregnant now, as well as your sister. We can delay their being told no longer. That is obvious. Who has guessed or asked? I did not imagine 3 weeks could make such a difference, but indeed, sweetheart, the child has blossomed, and that means a certain end to our secret. I thank God they are in a fairly hopeful mood because of the Queen's new pregnancy. Does your father know of our child? Cromwell?"
I have not seen my dear father, Staff. He has been about, and Madge has seen him, but he stays well out of my way.
Then Madge must know. You have seen much of her, then? I am not sure that is wise, for the sharp edge of the Queen's wrath may yet fall on the girl.
Really, my love, Mary said, looking up into his concerned face.
The girl is my cousin, though I have not seen her for years before Father hauled her into this mess. But she is new here and alone, and I remember how terrible that can be in a vast court. Staff sank down on the bed and pulled his boots off, and sighed, wiggling his toes. I applaud your sweet motives, lass. But the wench is hardly alone. In her first week at court this spring, the king bedded her, the Queen screamed at her, and Norris continues to make a fool of himself over her whenever his Grace is not around. Just be careful you do not stand too close to her if the Queen's axe should fall. I would have to bet that her Grace will have little Madge Shelton, cousin or not, out of here in a week. So anyway, Madge has no doubt guessed about your babe, and Cromwell? I have seen him twice, but I wore a pelisse each time. He has been very busy with the king gone, but he approached me in the gardens by the river once, and I dared not run away as I wished. We walked for a little while. I assume he behaved himself, except for his beady eyes, that is, which try to caress you every time you are in view. Do not be angry, Staff. She sat beside him on the bed. He draped his arms over her shoulders and pulled her gently to his side. I am not angry, love. I only hate myself every time I think of you left behind here with the vipers. Lately, my Mary has taken quite good care of herself. But I hate not having you and the babe out of here and safe. But now we must tell them, so then we shall see. Yes, sweetheart, then we shall see. Oh, I am exhausted, Mary, and had best be back by supper. Will you lie beside me here? They cuddled in the middle of the bed, Mary on her back and Staff on his side facing her, with his arm under her head. She put his open hand on her belly. See, my love, he moves about more than ever now. Or she, he said sleepily. I still would not mind a miniature of your Catherine. Is she well at Hever? I know how much this summer will mean to your mother having her there again. She is quite well. But all men want a son, Staff. Yes, and I also. But there will be time for at least another child before you begin hobbling around on a cane, he teased. He opened one eye, then the other, and stared at her fine profile. Is there something else besides having to face them that is troubling you, Mary? Have you not come to terms with your father's last wretched scheme to use you as bait? No, Staff, it is not that. But there is something that has been haunting me. I have dreamed of it, Staff. Tell me. His eyes were wide awake on his tired face. While the court was away on progress, the first week you were gone, word came here that after Sir Thomas More was beheaded on Tower Hill, the king's men put his head on a pike on London Bridge and gave his family only the trunk of his body for burial. Look, Mary, it is only another indication of how terrible the times are, and how far the king has sunk into the mire of treachery. Sir Thomas More may have been his Grace's loyal adviser and friend these years, but the king turned against him completely when More dared not to sign the Act of Supremacy, declaring the king head of the new church. I do not doubt that the king, or Cromwell, told his henchmen to make a clear example of More. Fear not for his body being separate from his head. The Lord God has need of men with the moral strength of Thomas More on Resurrection Day, whether their heads be buried with their bodies or not. You must put the whole awful thing out of your mind. I cannot. How can I? You do not, and I know you blame yourself that we all signed the document like sheep. But that is not all. What more? He sat up, cross-legged, on the bed, facing her, leaning over her, intent. After his head had been there on the pole for a week, for they say it was guarded that long, and by then the crows had been at the eyes, and Mary, do not torture yourself with this. I must tell you, Staff, after a week it hardly looked like a man's head, but then, when the guards dispersed, his eldest daughter, Meg Roper, yes, the tall girl, she married a lawyer in the king's household. Staff, his daughter loved him so much that she went out at night in a boat to London Bridge and bribed the keeper of the bridge to drop his head to her. She took it in her skirts and carried it home in her lap to bury it with his body. She loved him so much she did that. Staff's big hand reached out and curled around hers, clenched at her side, her tear-filled eyes still haunted by the wonderment of her own words, of Meg Roper, sought his face. I am sorry, Mary. It is a fearsome thing, but you must not carry these thoughts around with you, for the babe's sake at least. I have prayed for Meg Roper, Staff. I have written to her too, telling her that I admire her courage and her love. I apologised that the Boleyn family had any part in bringing her the loss of her dearly beloved father. Lass, you cannot go about the kingdom trying to gain forgiveness for the Boleyns. Do not put that burden on yourself. You are not a part of them, and will be well rid of them soon. Your mother we shall keep close. The rest will be most difficult to hold over the years. There is always some sort of disaster brewing on the horizon around your father, and I will have you and the child well rid of it. Where are you going? I have changed my mind. This is no time for sleeping. They have returned from a triumphant trip through the central shires, and even Testy Anne is in a good mood. The prospect of a child has returned the glow to her cheeks, and she was hardly booed at all along the way. His Grace has dreams and hopes of a legitimate son again, and has sweet Madge to serve his every whim while he waits for the heir's arrival. We shall tell them now, before supper, before someone sees you, and all hell explodes. He began stuffing his breeks back in the top of his boots. Still, I will send the letter to Meg Roper, Staff. Fine, love, send the letter. But you must cease to carry guilt around with you for your family's actions, or your disappointment in the father you love. Fetch a police to cover yourself. I will not have your sister screeching at us before we can present it to them calmly first. Though the day was warm, Mary wrapped a loose blue pelisse around her shoulders and arranged its folds carefully. Staff kissed her and sent her on ahead, through the crowded halls to the Queen's privy chamber, and said he would be along to join her shortly, after he had told the king and begged his indulgence. If you can keep from discussing it with your sister until I arrive, do so. Do not play the heroine, for I want to be there. And if the king walks in with me, do not panic. Staff had instructed her moments ago. His last words went over and over in her mind. Do not panic. I will be there. The walk to Anne's chambers was not long, but it seemed an eternity. The time had come. Time always thrust things swiftly upon one, and then one had to act. Time would bring her to the labour bed to birth Staff's babe. Time would bring Anne's next child. Time had brought death to a beloved friend. Time had brought separation from Hever. Time had brought a daughter who loved her father so much that she would carry his poor bloody head home in her lap. Anne's bedchamber was full of hovering Boleyns, and worst of all, the king was there, and in a rage.
Mary nearly fled in alarm, but the yeoman guards behind her had closed the door and stood against it. At least Staff would be here quickly when he did not find the king where he sought him. Only the impassive Cromwell is needed to complete this scene, Mary thought, but no one looked impassive here. She wrapped her pelisse protectively about her and lurched back against the wall as the suspended tableau before her exploded.
Am I to understand, madam, that this entire trip, where you had me prancing through Derby and Rutland and Shropshire, was a cruel hoax, a deception?
The king's ruddy face went increasingly livid as his voice rose.
No, child! Am I to believe a woman who has borne a child and been pregnant yet again cannot tell when she is with child? You misread the signs. S'blood, madam, the whole thing has been a typical Boleyn trick. My people are right when they shout, "Witch! Witch!"
Please, my lord, the signs were there, and if I am not with child, I can be soon again. Our trip was wonderful, so placid and jovial, and
I touched you not, and you were well content of it, madam. So, how you plan to get with royal child is quite beyond me.
Does not the fact that the Queen did not encourage your grace to bed her indicate that she truly believed she was with child and was afraid to harm her delicate condition? Thomas Boleyn said, low in the angry hush in the room. Henry Tudor swung his great head toward the voice and glowered, but his quick mind was working, and he hesitated.
Indeed, my lord, that is true, Anne said, for it is only now the riding back to Whitehall brought on my monthly flow, and all my hopes were crushed. I did not know, your grace. In my supreme joy to believe I was carrying your child again, I did not know. I am grief-stricken to my very soul. And well you should be. I put off an important state visit to Calais for this charade.
He sat hard on the chair near Anne, but when she reached out to touch his shoulder, he recoiled.
Are you certain the blood was not a miscarriage? You were not far pregnant?
He asked low, staring at her taut face.
I am certain. I am sorry I failed you, my dear lord. I will truly conceive now, you will see, she said, and forced a smile.
Perhaps the rest without a child growing in her room will lend the added strength necessary, your grace, came Thomas Boleyn's soothing voice again.
First a fine daughter, true Tudor indeed with her red gold hair, and then a fine son. I tell you this, madam, the king said quietly, apparently ignoring Lord Boleyn's words. There had better be a son soon, and a live one. I have a son in Henry Fitzroy, and perhaps others. So lack of sons is no fault of mine.
Mary's pulse began to race at the implication of other unlawful sons the king could claim, and she glanced fearfully at her father's rapt face. Evidently they had not even noticed her entry, for their attention was all bent toward the centre of their universe.
So, indeed, if another child be lost, it is obvious where the fault, the sin, lies. I'm going riding now. Eat with your own little court of Boleyns and Rochefords and Norfolks. I'm tired of it all.
He rose, and his short purple cape swept in an arc behind his massive shoulders. His eyes bored into Mary's wide azure ones as he approached the door.
Your Grace,
came Anne's well-modulated voice behind him, and he turned back to his audience as he stood near Mary.
I will do everything I can to ensure your Grace a fine heir, as fine as Elizabeth, in whom you rightly place such fatherly pride. I will do whatever your Grace would bid, but I would ask one small favour from you in return.
Well? Anne glanced to her father's worried face, and then said quite clearly, I would beg your grace to send my cousin Madge Shelton from court back to her parents in Essex. It bothers me to have her always about and not a friend to the Queen, much as other of my ladies who are not loyal to me."
She stood erect, poised, and faced the king across the endless space of rich, damascene carpet. From where she stood behind him, Mary could see the sinews in his bull neck swell, and the muscles on his huge forearms seemed to jerk. She drew in a quick breath and braced herself against the wall. "You may have been made queen, madam, but be confident that is no assurance you may tell your Lord King how to behave. You will learn to bear such things as your betters have done before you." The guards opened the double doors at the king's approach, and Mary moved from the wall to keep from being crushed. The king nearly collided with her and put his hands out to roughly move her from his path. Staff's face appeared in the whirl somewhere over the king's shoulder as his strong hands set Mary back into the room.
"You see, madam,"
the king ground out to Anne through clenched teeth,
"your sister bears live sons. Look to her example. Stafford, come with me."
All the eyes in the room focused on Mary, left standing at the open double doors, with Stafford standing half behind her. Everyone stared. George nervously, her father bitterly. Jane Rochford could hardly smother a simper at the whole scene of the Boleyns' dismay, and Anne merely whirled her back to them. Staff broke the spell by whispering in Mary's ear as he turned to follow in the angry wake of the king. "Keep your cloak tight. I will calm his grace and only tell him we are wed and ask to go to Wivenhoe. The rest is not safe now. I will hurry back, and I will somehow send Cromwell for your protection." "No, not Cromwell," she started to say, but he was gone on a run and she ached to follow him.
"How nice that all the family could assemble for that dressing down,"
Jane Rochford said in the quiet of the room.
"Shut your mouth, Jane, or I will have you out in the street with the rest of the cheap gossips and tat-tales,"
Anne shot out without looking up.
"It is enough I had to bear your company these last 3 weeks, though at least your dear Mark Gostwig kept you occupied enough for some respite." "Do you intend to let your wife be so spoke to, George?"
Jane prodded.
"Stop this foolish bickering."
Thomas Boleyn's voice cut in.
"Jane, you will take whatever words the Queen gives you, or cease to serve her and be quit of here. We all need to stand together on this."
"We have long ceased standing together, father, if indeed we ever did,"
Anne shouted.
"You brought doe-eyed Madge to court. Now I am telling you to get rid of her if you do not wish to see that damned skinny Fitzroy on the throne in place of your own grandchild."
"That problem, I'm afraid, is yours, Anne. I cannot help you there."
"No, father, you cannot help me at all. At least George and Mary are still faithful in this mess. George always. And you must admit, Mary stood up to that last desperate plan of yours to have her seduce the king. And as for the cow-faced Seymour with the big innocent eyes, I shall have her out of here soon enough."
"You dare not, Anne."
"Dare not? Get from my sight, father. The Queen is telling you to leave."
"I am going, daughter. Your Grace, to give you time to get yourself together and to realise that time has altered your influence here. As I said, you dare not touch the little Seymour. You can only vie for the royal bed and hope to God you conceive a son. I will be back later. See that when his Grace returns from the hunt you look ravishing and greet him in the courtyard. Fight hard for him, Anne. That is your only chance now."
He strode to the door, and Mary moved far out of his way.
"Did you mark his Grace's interest in your son, Mary?" he said as he passed.
The characters in the room rotated positions again, with the other powerful protagonist off stage. Anne sank in the chair the king had vacated, and George stood at a loss for words, first on one foot and then the other. Jane hovered watchful in the wings. Anne motioned for Mary to join her. Mary made her entrance, with her pelisse still draped around her.
"It is good to see you after 3 weeks with the same faces, sister.
Do not look so frightened. I am not, I assure you," Anne said tonelessly. "I admire your courage, Your Grace." Mary sat in the nearby chair Anne's jewelled hand had indicated.
"It comes from having everything to lose rather than nothing. It is only the ones with nothing to lose who are afraid to act. Well, that is my new credo, anyway. Have you heard from Hever? Is Mother quite well?"
"Yes, all is well there. My Catherine will keep Mother occupied for the summer. Semine has arthritis, but she is managing. It has only slowed her down a bit." Anne leaned her head on the back of her chair and closed her eyes.
Oh, quiet Hever, where no one shouts, gossips, or demands.
Her eyes shot open.
"But did you only come to welcome us home, Mary? You came for a purpose, did you not? When I do not summon my dear Mary, she usually chooses not to come."
"Yes, sister. I have come to ask you a great favour. I feel I have served you well, and I would always be your friend. I am in dire need of your love and blessing."
"What? Say on."
Anne's eyes went instinctively to Mary's covered midriff, and Mary felt her courage ebb. "As you well know, Your Grace, the Lord Stafford and I have been in love for some years."
"Lovers, you mean? That was the gift I gave you after you lost everything, Mary. I know he visited your room almost nightly. I am glad you have been happy, but do not ask me to let you wed him. You are the sister of the Queen now, and not just some penniless widow of a poor esquire. Do not look at me that way, Mary. I am sorry, but I have problems of my own, as well you know. I will not propose to his Grace that the Queen's sister marry far beneath her." Mary stood and backed a few steps away from Anne's chair. Jane Rochford was listening so intently that her mouth hung open behind Anne, and George looked anxiously from one sister to the other. "I am sorry to disappoint or anger you, my sister, but I have never loved anyone as I love Staff, nor shall I ever. Like the king's own sister, I married once at the royal bidding to serve the king as he would have me do. When I was cast off, I began to live my own life and make my own decisions, even as you have, Your Grace. I am proud to inform you that Lord Stafford and I have been wed for over a year now. I have never been happier, and I regret no moment of my decision or my marriage." For once, Anne was speechless. Her dark eyes glittered, then narrowed. "After all I have done for you," she said, low, "you dare to repay me this way? Your son, well cared for, with a fine allowance and tutor by my hand? I went to father to get you enough money to replace the rags on your back after Will Carey died, and you dare to wed the rebel with the farmlands at God-forsaken Wivenhoe, wherever that may be.
His Grace has long favoured Lord Stafford, and he has served the king well. The Boleyns have only risen so high recently by hanging on your skirts, sister. I feel I am eminently suited in class and birth to be Lady Stafford."
"You damned fool, Mary. I have loved you, but you were always a fool.
George's marriage was one thing. That was long before the Boleyns, not the Bullens any longer. Remember, Mary ascended. George's marriage was one thing, but this, from you. You could have at least had a duke. Norris has always favoured you.
Jane Rochford's voice interrupted.
I think Norris favours your cousin, Madge Shelton, now, though his competition is somewhat stiff. I applaud Mary's backbone. Stafford always was a handsome stud, and he is obviously wild for Mary. I cannot wait until Lord Boleyn hears the news.
Get out of my sight, you she-ass!
Anne screamed, turning to throw the empty goblet at Jane.
Bray your gossip in someone else's ear. Go! Never set foot in the Queen's rooms again!
Jane darted sideways to miss the flying goblet and was nearly out the door as the metal vessel thudded to the floor. She almost collided with Staff, who looked immensely relieved to see that the curses and goblet were directed at Jane and not Mary.
Confession time all around, is it not, George?
Anne said over her shoulder as she saw Staff on the threshold. Staff strode in and bowed low. He dared to stand only several feet away from the seething Anne, while Mary stood her ground farther away.
Your Grace, Mary has told you of our news. I have told the King. And, to put it true and blunt, Your Grace, we have his reluctant blessing.
I wish he had sent you to the Tower. As well I may yet, Stafford. However did you manage his blessing at all? He favours you, I know, but I would wager his motive is intended to be more punitive toward father and me, a sign that the Boleyns cannot rise so far as they think to rise.
That was my assessment of his reaction exactly, Your Grace. Anne took a step closer to Staff, and he stood stock still, towering over her.
You always did tell the blatant truth, Stafford. What I like best about you is that you are the only one I know who can somehow keep the king off balance.
Now that I no longer have the power to do so,
That is what amuses me, Stafford. You have always had some kind of power over him, where there was none given.
I have been, and always will be, full loyal to the king, and he knows that well.
Really? It seems to me this clever little marriage move on your part shows you are quite the rebel still, my lord. But a rebel who favours gentle game. Too bad. Too bad. Did his Grace say anything else?
She probed. I spoke to him of my love for Mary, Your Grace. There is quite a romantic in him, under all the gross power.
Oh, yes. I remember well his version of romance. Letters, lockets, passionate vows, promises of eternal love. But there is no such thing. It is all another of the world's lies.
Eternal? Maybe not, sister, Mary said, coming to stand by Staff's side, but quite enough for a whole lifetime, as far as I can see.
And now I shall ask you the next touchy question, Lord and Lady Stafford. Why have you now decided to tell us this? Why have you tarried so long? Did you ask his Grace to let you go to live at your country farm because you are sick to death of the reeking atmosphere of the palace and my marriage, or, indeed, was there another compelling cause?
I did ask his Grace that he let us retire to Wivenhoe.
Say on.
He said we might go for a time, but he could not spare us permanently. I was grateful for that much.
And further? Anne prodded, her voice nearly breaking as her tone rose dangerously. She stared hard at Mary, and her clear brow creased into a severe frown.
Yes, sister, Mary said quietly, standing tall beside her husband, but not reaching to touch his arm for support, as she longed to do. Yes, I am carrying a child. Anne whirled away and yanked a tall-backed chair after her so that it spun crazily toward the stunned George. A sob tore her throat, and she swung her fist, catching Staff on the jaw. He stood stock still until Anne recoiled and sprang toward Mary.
"Let me see your sin!"
she screamed, clawing at Mary. Both George and Staff darted forward. Mary sprang back behind Staff, whose strong arms went around Anne before George could reach them. He held her to his chest as she thrashed, screamed, and sobbed.
"How dare you!"
she cried over and over against his shirt.
"It is not fair! Damn you both!"
"No, it is not fair, Your Grace, and I am sorry for that," Staff said gently against her raven hair, as Mary and George stood still on either side of them. "You deserve another child, Your Grace, and surely you shall have one. If not, you have a beautiful and clever Tudor daughter who is pure English, unlike the Spanish Catherine's girl. Keep calm, do not be afraid, and all can yet be well." Anne stopped struggling and screaming and leaned against him for a silent moment. Then she lifted her tear-streaked face and looked long at Mary. Staff released her.
"When will the child be born?"
she asked tonelessly. "In the autumn, sister. I love you, Anne, and I would wish your blessings.
"I cannot give you that, Mary. No, I cannot. You have deceived me terribly when you said you were my friend and I trusted you. It is enough I let you go away. Does the king know of the child?"
"No, Your Grace," Staff said low.
"Now you may rest assured George and I will not tell him,"
she said, and her eyes went jerkily over Mary's shoulder toward the door.
"But perhaps Master Cromwell will."
Cromwell glided toward them across the carpet. "I am sorry I could not come as soon as you sent me word I was needed, Lord Stafford. I was leaving by barge and had to be rowed back to shore. What service may I give?"
"The question is, Master Cromwell," Anne said, moving a few steps to face him, "what have you heard already? What did you know of all this long ago? I warrant you knew as many of the details as Lord Stafford himself."
"Of their liaison, Your Grace?"
"Of course! Did you think I spoke of archery practice or jousting?"
"I have suspected for some time that Lady Stafford was with child, Your Grace, though I knew nothing of the marriage."
"For conversation's sake, I will assume that is a truthful answer," Anne replied. "Then you two are to be congratulated. You gave Cromwell's army of clever spies the slip. That is almost amusing, is it not, Cromwell?"
When he did not answer, the Queen's desperate control shattered again.
"Get them out of my sight, King's man! Banish them! Get them well on the road before my father or the King hears of the pregnancy. Not for the daughter whose very being depends on it, no, but for the beautiful daughter with the Howard looks and simple heart who bears live sons. Get out of here, all of you! I have much to do."
Mary wanted to hug Anne farewell, but she felt crushed and exhausted, not terrified as she had expected. She curtsied and backed away, but Anne had turned to the window, and George, dear, loyal George, put his hands to her shoulders, and they were still standing like that, unspeaking, as the doors closed. In the hall, Courtiers still clustered around the Queen's threshold as though awaiting favours. There will be no favours today, Mary thought grimly, as she took Staff's arm and they wended their way through the maze of people behind Cromwell. Jane Rochford darted up from nowhere, no doubt lagging about to hear the rest of the screaming through the door.
Lord Stafford, Mary, I am so happy for you,
she gushed. Thank you, Jane, Mary said low. Please, please, do not go to the Queen so, and try to be a friend to her.
George is friend enough for her, and that pretty musician Smeaton,
Jane replied tartly.
I do not see that George left with the rest of you.
They walked on, leaving the girl behind, but Mary could still hear her petulant voice speaking to someone else. They were nearly on the road to Wivenhoe now, and soon there would be a great distance between them, gossip, and the court. They would be on the road to freedom from all of this, and God willing, they might be able to stay away a very long, long time. You lead a charmed life, Stafford. Cromwell finally spoke when they were out of the crush of eager faces in the hall by Mary's room. He smiled at them, but his voice was as cold as usual, no matter what the words. It is a rare man indeed who can flaunt authority and propriety and walk away unscathed. Will you need a contingent of guards on the road? Thank you. No, Master Cromwell. Mary and I have 4 servants between us, and that shall suffice. Then let me only say, Cromwell went on, his eyes shifting to Mary's face, that I shall be your ally and not your enemy, should you have the need of aid, even at little, where is it now? Wivenhoe, near Colchester, Master Cromwell. Yes, maybe I shall visit you sometime. I would like to meet your ghosts. He pivoted stiffly to face Staff. Let us say it plainly, Lord Stafford. You and I have always been clever chess players. You are one of the few who have even beaten me. Now you are off on an adventure which greatly intrigues me. He glanced at Mary again. The Boleyns, all of the Boleyns, may need friends, and I am simply volunteering. Do you believe me, Stafford? Yes, Cromwell. For various reasons, yes. Only remember that I am quite through having my wife be a pawn in anyone else's chess game ever again. I will die first. Then we understand each other perfectly, as I thought we always did. Good luck to you both. If you wish to know the winds of the times, you have only to write to me. Thank you, Master Cromwell, Mary said, and forced a small smile. If you have any influence on my sister, sir, please counsel her to curb her temper, and the king can be hers again. He stared squarely into Mary's wide eyes. We can only hope for that, I think, Lady Stafford, and hope is often a last resort. He bowed to them in the deserted hall and was gone. We are going to Wivenhoe, girl, Staff told the sleepy Nancy when they entered Mary's room. The whole world knows your mistress and I are wed, and will soon enough know of the child. Pack several dresses, and we will have the rest sent after us. The day is getting late, but we will not sleep under this roof tonight.
Oh, I'm so glad! Nancy hugged Mary and turned back to Staff. Are you in disgrace and banished, then?
More or less, Mary answered, yanking open the top drawer of her wardrobe. Come on, Nance, we will talk on the way. You see, lass, Staff teased as he felt the tremendous impact of their sudden freedom assail his brain. Stephen is going too, and with the tight accommodations at Wivenhoe Manor House, your lady and I would be most grateful if you and he could see fit to share a room, and Though I fear your betters have not set you a very good example, we would prefer that you wed with him first, if the two of you would do us so kind a favour." Nancy's face went from incredulous to stunned to joyous to embarrassed.
"Staff, did you have to tell her that surprise now? You are just like a little boy who cannot wait for dinner," Mary scolded. "Nancy, you must keep hacking or we will end up in a dungeon somewhere and have to rescind the suggestion." She smiled broadly at Staff as the girl bent to her packing and stuffing with a vengeance. Within an hour, the Wivenhoe party clattered away from Whitehall along the river and soon turned eastward with the sun warm on their backs. Thomas Boleyn had not appeared to scold or stop them, as Mary had feared he would. She was glad not to see him, but somehow it only said he did not care. She thought again of brave and loving Meg Roper, with her father's head in her lap, as they left the tower behind and cantered through Whitechapel and Spitalfields. Staff's great stallion, Sanctuary, snorted as though he already scented the far-distant Wivenhoe, and Eden kept well abreast of the huge horse as they rode side by side toward Colchester. Chapter 30. October the 22nd, 1534. Wivenhoe Manor. It had been the most marvellous summer Mary could remember. Now the trees and shrubs and flowers of Wivenhoe flaunted their riot of autumn colours, and she wondered how long the sequestered beauty would dare to last in her life. She was heavy with child, but the joy she felt with her husband and daughter about her in their new home made her almost forget the agonies of her heart. Despite the peace of Wivenhoe, her thoughts went often to London, and she prayed that her sister would find peace and love, and bear her husband an heir. And, too, she prayed that Anne would forgive her this secret marriage, and the child, forgive her, as Will Carey had not, for the love she bore Staff. When her prayers turned to her father, no words would come, only rattled hopes and jagged emotions. "Do you really think today will be the day, Mother?" 9-year-old Catherine asked for the third time in the last hour. "It is so exciting, and you promised I could help care for him after he is born." The girl's eyes darted up from the sampler she was stitching, and she smiled. "Yes, my dear, you will be a tremendous help, but remember, the babe may well be a little sister."
"Somehow, Mother, I just feel it is a boy. We never see Harry much, so it will take his place."
One child never really takes the place of another in a parent's love, Catherine. You will understand that some day. Mary tried to sit erect on the stone bench in the herb garden, but her back ached, so it really did no good. She would have to lie down, or get Staff or Nancy to rub it. It worried her that she felt so tired when she was surely on the threshold of labour, where she would need all her strength. It had been 9 years since she had delivered a child.
"But if the Queen bears the King a son, it will surely replace my cousin Elizabeth in their love, Mother," Catherine was arguing. "Then she will be most sad when she grows up that her father will love her not. Brennan told me."
"You must not listen to Brennan so much, my love," Mary chided gently, trying to keep the scolding tone from her voice. "Brennan is only the cook in a small country manor and knows nothing of London and the court. Besides, Elizabeth will grow up to be a fine princess of the realm at the very least. You must keep her spirits up and be a friend to her, should the Queen send for you to live in the princess's company, as she has promised she would."
"Maybe the Queen is so busy that she forgot, Mother. I have been here a whole 2 months since I left Grandmother at Hever."
"Well, let's not speak of that now, sweet. Run and fetch Nancy for me. Staff is out making some sort of bargain with his threshers in the grain fields, and he'll be back soon. I may take a little nap."
"But it is not your time, is it?"
No, my lass. Now go fetch Nancy. Catherine scurried off, her flying feet on the gravel path making a rapid rhythmic crunching. She ran behind the stone fence, and Mary could see only the top golden curls of her head bobbing along before she disappeared into the kitchen entry. The ivy-draped walls of the house reflected in the fish pond, and the stark contrast of whitewashed walls and dark-patterned wood made an image of a second Wivenhoe in its calm, watery surface. Mary treasured Wivenhoe, as she always had Hever, for the calm and peace it gave. Then, too, there were gentle water lilies floating endlessly on this tiny pond, as they had at the Golden Gull in Banstead. Even the manor's ghost disturbed them not, though Mary had heard the stairboards creak at night and sensed unrest. Staff told her it was her own unrest, and that the spirit visits had never yet occurred when he had been in the house. It was only the senile ravings of his old maiden aunt, he said. But Mary thought otherwise. Once, at supper, she had forced him into a debate over who the strange visitor might be who creaked on the stairs. My Aunt Susan always insisted it was my Uncle Humphrey, since he was the one hanged at Tyburn, and everyone thought a ghost must have a violent death, he had said. But what do you believe, my love? She had prompted. I reason that if there is any such thing, my Mary, it is my own father, he admitted. You see, this manor was his birthright, and Humphrey had Stonehouse Manor, nearer to Colchester, before they lost that as a result of the rebellion. Then, too, my father died of fever in this house, and as far as I can tell, the ghost never acts up when I am in the house. Though my mother died here giving birth to me, the ghost never came until my father died. It is almost as if, he concluded, his eyes growing distant and his voice softer, as if my father is unsettled when I am at court in the hands of the king, so to speak, and rests quietly when I visit, and especially now that we reside here. It is only a theory, if I am to believe any of my old aunt's tales and warnings. Perhaps the stairs just creak, for I have seen nothing of it, despite the old lady's stories of furniture moved about and doors ajar. If it comes now at all, he had teased, it will surely be to see what a beautiful wife and daughter I have brought to Wivenhoe. But you had best not tell little Catherine the tale, and do not worry yourself, for it is quite a friendly ghost. How can you be sure? She had probed, still nervous about the possibility of a haunted manor house. He fears not to creak about in day as well as night. Now the best folk tell us know that no evil ghost would dare that. She had not been certain in the end if he were teasing or not, so she had let the matter drop. It was her own haunted mind, he had said, and well, maybe he was right. But there had been no ghosts upon their joyous arrival here to live at Wivenhoe, she recalled, and a smile lit her tired face at the memory. Staff had carried her, dirt-stained and road-weary as she was, across the threshold, shouting for his shocked staff to assemble to greet the lord who so seldom visited, and his new lady they had never seen. Safe at last in the oaken and stucco arms of charming Wivenhoe, Staff, Mary, Nancy and Stephen had laughed and hugged one another in a raucous self-welcome. The 8-member household staff had stood in troubled awe at first to hear their new mistress was sister to the great Henry's Queen Anne Boleyn, but soon enough they had accepted and grew to like her too. Proudly bursting with enthusiasm, Staff had shown her the trim and lovely manor house of 3 gabled stories. On the ground floor, a solar, dining hall and kitchen rooms, including pantry, buttery and bolting room, where all the storing and sifting of flour took place. Up the carved oak staircase, the master's bedroom and sitting room, and 4 other smaller bedrooms. Above, under the high-peaked rafters, the servants' rooms and extra storage. The house lay in a huge H shape, surrounded by garden plots, orchards, and this lovely pond where she sat now. The furniture inside consisted mostly of big, carved medieval pieces staff promised her they would replace over the years, but Mary had loved it all, instantly. So like Hever in the rich, polished patina of the oaks, maples, and cherry woods, so open to the fresh smells of the gardens, yet so warm and cosy within. And best, she loved their tall, dark oak bedstead, with the carved tendrils of vines and flowers twisting up the 4 heavy posters which supported the intricately scrolled and crested wood canopy overhead. Even now, as autumn began, she could picture the crisp winter nights to come when they would pull the beige-embroidered bed curtains closed and have their own safe world, away from Cromwell's spies and the sudden summons of the king.
"Little Catherine says you would take a nap, lady." Nancy's voice broke into her reverie.
"Oh, yes, Nance, you gave me a start. If you would just come with me up the steep stairs and help me into bed, I would appreciate it. It is getting to be a dark day, is it not? The Lord should be back soon. If it rains on the grain crop so near harvest time, he will be in a black mood."
"Have you pains yet, lady?" Mary shook her head. They went in through the narrow open hearth kitchen, and Brennan looked up from kneading a huge wooden trencher of bread dough. Her eyes widened at the sight of Nancy helping Mary toward the hall.
"No, Brennan," Nance answered the unspoken question.
"We need not send Stephen for the village midwife yet, but just stay about in case we need boiling water."
"She is a fine cook, Nance, but somewhat of a gossip," Mary observed as they left the kitchen. "Jane Rochford would consider her a dangerous rival of scandal-mongering if we took her to court, I warrant." The parlour lay silent and dim off the narrow front entry hall as they ascended the steps. Although the oak staircase was dark and gloomy since no sun streamed through windows today, the stairs were well built and never creaked under even staff's weight. That is one indication that the Wivenhoe ghost truly does walk here, Mary reasoned nervously. Their bed was a tall square one, and the carved walnut cradle for the new baby stood ready at its side. Mary sat and Nancy swung her feet up. No, do not cover me, it is warm enough, and if the Lord comes, do not let me sleep long."
"Yes, milady."
Nancy pulled the heavy curtains over the 2 diamond-paned windows and turned to go. "Nancy, I have not been too short with you lately, have I?"
"No, Lady Mary, but if you were, I would understand with the babe coming and all."
"And all. Yes, it is more than just the babe, Nance. I so often think of the Queen, unhappy and far away. It seems terribly unfair that I am here with staff, and things are so peaceful. You and Stephen are happy, I know. I can see it."
"I have never been so happy, lady. Perhaps I shall bear my Stephen a son in God's good time. I told him to stay close today, and so did the Lord. He can go for the midwife any time, lady."
"Yes, Nance. Thank you. Go on now, and get me up for supper if I fall asleep." Nancy closed the door to the room quietly. The manor house was very silent. Staff's groom, Patrick, had probably taken Catherine for her afternoon ride, as he did when Staff was looking to manor business or spending the afternoon with Mary. And Brennan needed bread, and Mary needed Staff, and Anne needed a child. She got so tired some afternoons that she almost dozed sitting up, and her waking thoughts merged into her inner voices. It was like that now, floating on the soft mattress where they had so joyfully made love before her size and bulk had made it impossible lately. "Palaces and castles be damned. I will live and die at Wivenhoe, she was thinking. The room swam in dim light, and sleep would come in an instant here. Maybe she was asleep already, but then she would not know the babe kicked at her from within. It had dropped so much lower now that it must come soon. An heir for Wivenhoe, to take the place of the rebel Humphrey, who was stolen from sanctuary and hanged, or perhaps to make up for Staff's father's early death at Wivenhoe, here in this room. The sharp creak scratched at her drifting mind, and her eyes shot open. "Nance," she heard herself say, and her heart quickened as though it knew something her mind could not. The door to the room stood ajar, but had not Nancy closed it? A floorboard moaned near the bed. She sat bolt upright. She felt icy cold, but the day was warm, even sultry, and no breeze stirred through the closed curtains. "No," she said aloud, and heavily moved herself toward the far side of the bed and swung her feet down. She stood unsteadily and paced slowly in a wide arc around the room, staying near the wall. She dared not look back as her hand touched the door handle. It was very warm to the touch, and she pulled back. She heard her sharp intake of breath in the silence, and pulled the heavy door open farther by its wooden edge. In the hall, she leaned on the carved banister at the top of the stairs and opened her mouth to call for Nancy or Staff or anyone. The staircase stretched downward, calmly deserted. Then it happened. She distinctly felt a warm touch between her shoulder blades, and she meant to scream. But it was gone, instantly, and she spun wide-eyed against the wall. There was nothing but the blur in her own eyes, and that was tears. Fear left her then. Why had she meant to shout to those working below? She felt calm and warm, for the touch had been gentle, and the feeling had been love. "It is Staff's father," she whispered, or thought. He had only wanted to see her and touch her, for she loved his son, and maybe he knew that a Tudor king had ruined her life too. She would tell Staff later, though he might think it was all in her worried mind again. Perhaps she had dreamed it in her exhaustion. No one would ever believe the fantasy that a dead father could be warmer than the reality of a living one. "Lady, are you all right? Why are you standing here? Your face looks like... Well, I was coming to tell you your brother has ridden in." Mary stood stone still as her wandering mind tried to grasp Nancy's words. "George? Here? With what news or orders, I wonder? Is Lord Stafford back? I must comb my hair." She went back into the bedroom, with Nancy trailing behind. The door latch no longer felt unusually warm, if indeed it had ever been warm at all. The bed was as she had left it, and the covers clearly showed where she had scooted across Staff's side to get up. Nancy seemed not to notice as she fixed the heavy curls of her mistress's hair. George's face lit in a broad smile when he saw her, and he did not hide his surprise at her changed appearance. "I had forgotten how you bloom when you're with child, Mary," he teased. "It was not since you were pregnant with little Catherine at court that I saw you like this. It becomes you so. And I never saw you in your first pregnancy with Harry at Hever." Mary warmly kissed George's cheek. "Does it seem to you I spend a great deal of my life in exile from the court for some indiscretion or other, George? But I have never been happier." She motioned him to a chair in the parlour, and they sat close together. Perhaps you had best not report that I am so content here. Tell father, for instance, I have never been more wretched, and maybe he will leave me alone. You are still bitter, Mary, though I do not blame you. You have never learned to just accept the inevitable the way I have, nor do you ever attack him, as Anne does. Have you always accepted the inevitable, brother? Ever since I had to marry Jane, and I saw the fact I wanted Margot Wyatt more than anything was nothing to him. Yes, Mary, since then I have taken my pleasures out of sight of them all, and be damned to them, except for Mother and Anne, of course. Are you telling me there has been someone else to fill the void Jane could never fill in your life? She prodded, intrigued. Not really someone like Staff is to you, Mary. Several someones over the years, you might say. There is a certain woman living at Bewley now, and she is content to await the few days I can seize to spend there. Anne knows, of course, but I warrant Father and Cromwell have missed this one. He grinned like a small boy who has gotten away with stealing chickens from the farmer. Beyond that, I am much busy on King's business. Speaking of that, I understand you correspond with Master Cromwell. Yes, we do. Is that the nature of your business here, to tell us we are to lose our last line to the court? No, of course not. I wanted mostly to see you and know how you're faring. It is a small matter, but a productive one, I would judge. Do not try to put me off, George. I have been around longer than you and know how things go. Did Cromwell or Father send you? I cannot dare to hope it was Anne. I am sorry, Mary. It was not Anne. Truly, Cromwell sends his fondest greetings. Do you actually trust Cromwell, then? My Lord Stafford is not such an innocent to trust Cromwell, but they have made some sort of bargain to work together, it would seem. George, will you carry a letter I have written to him? We usually wait until he sends a messenger and then just return a note with the man. I shall take it back for you. You alone wrote this letter. Is it secret? Not secret, but I want him, and anyone he would care to tell, to know what it is really like for me now. Anne has not forgiven me, and I am grieved for that, but I regret nothing. It is there on the mantel. If you will get it, I will read you a part. Thank you. I do not want it to be secret, George. It is my letter to the world, if you would call it that. She began to read from the parchment. You see, Master Cromwell, the world sets little store by me and my Lord Stafford, and I have freely chosen to live a simple, honest life with him. Still, we do wish to regain the favour of the King and Queen, for well I might have had a greater man of birth and a higher, but I assure you I could never have had one that loved me so well, nor a more honest man. I had rather beg my bread with him than be the greatest queen christened, and I believe, verily, he would not forsake me, even to be a king. I should like a copy of that, love, came Staff's voice behind her chair. It is most beautiful and likely to be wasted on the silly ears at court. He leaned over her chair and kissed her on the cheek. George, you are welcome here to Wivenhoe. Did you come to see if you are an uncle again? They shook hands warmly, and Staff sat on the hearth bench near Mary's chair. He had been working hard at something, for his hair was windblown and there was rich, dark mud on his boots. Then you have a message? Staff's eyes bored into George's wary ones. I think you are the sort of man with whom it is best to come straight to the point, Staff, George ventured. And I think you will find that your sister is that sort of woman, George. Say on, but realise that anything which concerns Mary is now of utmost importance to me. Yes, of course. I bear a request from Father. He could not come himself? Mary asked sharply. Hush, love, Staff said. Do not goad George, for he is only the messenger, not Thomas Boleyn incarnate.
Things are as bad as I am sure Cromwell has told you, George began slowly. Anne does not conceive of another royal child, although the king has bedded her off and on all summer. He goes from mistress to mistress, as he has long done, but father fears that he is increasingly under the influence of one lady and her rapacious family.
Jane Seymour still, Mary thought aloud. Does she still hold him off? Then it would seem she has taken her ambitions and tactics from the Queen.
Exactly, Mary. That is exactly what father says. The Boleyns must hold the king, pull him from the Seymours until Anne bears the heir, or, if she cannot, father fears Elizabeth will never get to the throne. It will be the bastard Fitzroy, or—
His words hung in the air, and Mary feared, as she had long ago learned to do when father sought her help. Staff and Mary said nothing, and George cleared his throat.
Sister, do you not remember how the king referred to you as the woman who bore live sons the day he discovered Anne was not really with child, and they argued so terribly?
Yes, I remember. It was an awful scene. If this has to do with my son Harry, George, tell father to forget it. The king knows well, and has for some time, that the lad is not his flesh and blood. She rose awkwardly to her feet. Father's secret trips to Hatfield to fill the boy's head with dreams were quite wasted. Whatever he is thinking, the answer is no. No, no, no. Staff rose to stand beside her and rubbed her shoulders as if to tell her to keep calm. I am fine, my lord, truly, she assured him, but her voice quavered.
I think you are wrong, sister, George pressed on. I have seen the boy a few months ago. He looks Tudor through and through.
Mary took a step toward George, ignoring Staff's gentle touch, trying to push her back to her seat.
He is a Carey, through and through. He resembles Will Carey. Then that just goes to show how people can disagree over it, but not be certain, sister. The lad is tall and healthy and clever, and Fitzroy is skinny and often weakly. His Grace will leap at the chance to declare Harry his own, if only you will say so.
Mary. Staff's voice came low at her, but she could not stop the flow of feelings. I will not be calm and silent, my lord, I cannot. She tried not to shout, but she could not control her voice. Tell your father that Harry is William Carey's son, and would have been his heir if his Grace had not taken the boy's lands and birthright and given them to his love, Anne Boleyn, and his henchman Cromwell. Some believe he took the Carey possessions to show to the world that the boy was not Will Carey's son, Mary. George pursued, doggedly. I have heard that argument before, and it is a lie. If father even suggests to the king that Harry is his son, I shall walk all the way to London if I must, and deny it to the king's face. Tell father that. Tell him that some day he should try to love someone when they can do him no service for his dreadful lust for Boleyn power. Tell him that he should go back to Hever, for our foolish mother loves him still, though how she does, I can never fathom. Tell him. Staff's arms were around her in the next moment, almost in the same instant in which she felt the first stabbing pain. It surely was the child, but she was so beside herself with anger and hurt that it could have been her mind playing tricks on her again. Staff carefully picked her up in his arms when he saw the pain on her face. George stood by, clearly distraught, as Staff carried her from the parlour and up the silent stairs. I saw the ghost. He touched me, she said to Staff between the waves of pain. Staff shouted for Nancy from where he stood and bent over Mary, untying her long linen sleeves from her bodice. Did you, sweetheart? Today? Where? She meant to answer and to tell him how warm and comforting the memory was, but a sharp pain swept her words away. Staff was removing her shoes and telling her how much he loved her when Nancy's face appeared close over her.
"Stephen has gone for the midwife, Lady Mary. I will not leave you."
"Can we send for my mother, Staff?" Mary heard herself ask suddenly. "Send George away and tell him to bring Mother." "I shall ask him, love, but I think he must return to court." Concern was stamped on Staff's strong features, and she gripped his hand tight in the next wave of pain. "We shall send Stephen to bring your mother for a visit after the child is born, as we discussed. All right? Father will not like her to come here to Wivenhoe, Staff. Then your father be damned, my love. Lady Elizabeth will come." Nancy and Staff had her into a clean, loose frock now, and she felt much better and not so tired. But surely the Lord in heaven would give her strength for this trial. She was no longer afraid. "You do not fear to have the child here, do you, Mary?" "Here at Wivenhoe, my lord? Of course not." "In this room, I mean. Did you think you saw the ghost in here?" "How did you know, Staff? Did I tell you?" "No, sweetheart, I guessed. Nancy said you were standing wildly in the hall, and when you told me you saw the ghost, he opened the door and came in to see me when I was resting." She interrupted his gentle question. "I heard him on the stairs, and then he touched my back. Then I was not afraid any longer, Staff, and I am not afraid now." "That is fine, my love. That is as it should be." "Do you think I am dreaming or lying, Staff? Tell me you believe it." "Of course I believe it. Did I not tell you he would want a good look at my beautiful wife?" She started to laugh at his tease, but the dark hands of pain descended on her again. She bit her lip to stop the scream. Then Nancy shooed Staff from the room as Mary began the hours of labour to bring forth a child for Wivenhoe. A son was born nearly at midnight, and they called him Andrew William, as they had decided. They wanted the child to have his own freely given first name and not be named for someone in high position, as were Henry and Catherine. William they gave as a middle name in remembrance of Staff's dead father and for Staff's own first name. Mary whispered the baby's name over and over on her lips, and wondered, as she finally fell asleep, if the watchful ghost would come to see his namesake. Staff was beside himself with joy and pride. Nancy told her later that he had even wept, and Stephen had been sent to fetch a whole keg of precious wine from the cellar in celebration. The next mid-morn, George came to see the child before he and his man set off on the road back to Greenwich. He looked nervous and bleary-eyed to Mary, as though he had not slept. "George, I am sorry you must be the bearer of news back to court. Not only that I will have none of his nefarious plot to dupe his grace into believing Harry is his, but that you are the one who will tell them that Staff and I have a son, when one is desperately needed elsewhere." "Coward that I am, sister, I may lie low on that news until Cromwell tells someone, though Anne could hear it best from me, perhaps. She needs me more and more now, Mary. I try to cushion her pain as best I can, but she gets wild sometimes, and no one can stand her actions or the things she says. Every woman needs a man to cushion her pain, George." Mary reached out and took Staff's hand. "Jane rants and raves about the time I spend with Anne. Of course. It is almost as though she were jealous, but I know that cannot be, since Anne is only my sister and not some paramour. I resented Eleanor Carey once in much the same way. She and Will were somehow soulmates, and I resented that. I can understand Jane's unease." She thought George meant to argue the point, but he suddenly blurted, "Forgive me for upsetting you so, sister. I fear it brought on the child." No, George, all is well. The child came in his own time. George nodded and shuffled nervously to glance at the sleeping newborn babe again.
Well, there is no red hair on this one, he observed foolishly, but Mary did not let the words upset her. I will be on the road, then. Thank you, Staff and Mary, for your hospitality. It is wondrous quiet here at Wivenhoe. I'm not sure how I would do here after a while.
It is that calm and quiet we love, George. Farewell. She smiled weakly up at him. George bent to kiss Mary's cheek and shake Staff's hand. Staff walked him out of the room and down the stairs. Their voices faded away, and the room was suddenly silent again. No boards creaked, and she began to doze. Staff came back just as the babe started to fuss for nursing. He lifted the brown-haired mite into Mary's arms and lay down carefully next to them. He watched while his son suckled greedily, and Mary felt her love flow out to them both. When the child slept again, Staff said suddenly, "I wish to thank you again for our son, my love. Catherine is quite beside herself with joy, and it will be a battle to keep her from picking him up all the time. She wants to cuddle him like a doll. And so do I, my love, though he is more, much more. My first love child, though the Lord above knows I cherish the other two also. But I would die for this one."
I pray that will never be a necessity, sweet, only that you change the toddling clothes, wipe the nose, and untangle the leading strings.
What else did George tell you in private after I made my dramatic exit, Staff? He reached over and lazily stroked her loose golden hair as he spoke quietly. Your little cousin, Madge Shelton, is to marry Henry Norris, for one thing. Anne never managed to be rid of Madge. She could not accomplish even that. No, though his Grace beds no longer with the girl. As for the other gossip, there was not much to interest you.
What else did he say of the Boleyn fortunes and the Queen, Staff? Please, I would know. I will worry less then, truly.
Remember, you are here with me and safe, sweetheart. But things are bad and getting worse. Unless Anne can somehow conceive, the dire handwriting is on the royal wall.
Meaning?
Meaning, the king is more desperate than ever for a son, as you can guess from George's little visit to us. If Anne can give him none, he will try to get one somewhere. As usual, your wily father reads the signs correctly when he thinks to pawn little Harry Carey off on his Grace. But the king wants a true heir, a legitimate son.
But if there is only Elizabeth and the Queen cannot bear him a son, what then?
It boggles the mind. The Boleyns have risen so high they can never really retreat, only somehow be pulled off the lofty perch.
Do you believe he would dare to divorce Anne, as Catherine before her, claiming that their marriage is cursed for their dead children?
No, Staff, he cannot. He would look most foolish after the ruination of the church and the killing of a raft of friends and advisers such as Sir Thomas More. That is my reasoning exactly, sweet. Indeed, what can he do? It will be something calculated and desperate, I fear. Clever Anne sees it too. George said she came upon Jane Seymour perched on the king's lap last week in the Queen's chambers and threw a raving fit for 2 days. The babe suddenly stirred fitfully in her arms, and Mary rocked and shushed him. He senses that the times are bad, Staff, and now his Aunt Anne will hate him through no fault of his own, for she hates the mother who bore him even more. You must not think so, lass. Anne cannot help herself. I know. I forgive her, but how I wish she could forgive me. I feel sad and guilty that I bear this beautiful child now, when her whole life depends on a son. You had best not feel guilty about my son, Mary, no matter what the times are like. Sweetheart, you must cease to be haunted like this for Anne, or your father, or the king. You are no longer their plaything, but a woman of your own, and mine. She turned her face into his hand, which caressed her cheek as he spoke. She kissed his palm. Are you saying I have ghosts in my head, Staff? Can you deny you carry much of the cruel past about with you? The rebellion? Your entrapment by the king all these years when you would rather have been here? Perhaps you only do not show your ghosts, as much as I, my lord. He sighed and lowered his hand to stroke Andrew's velvet cheek with one bent finger. You are right, Lady Stafford. You know your lord quite well now, and I think you love him still. Still, Lord Stafford? I love him more each day than I ever knew possible. But I would sleep now too. Would you put your son back in his cradle? Staff stood and lifted the child carefully, the span of his 2 hands running the entire length of the babe's body. He put him in the cradle and covered him. I had best go down and see how the Reeve is doing with his accounts, love, he said, leaning over her on the bed. Will you sleep well here alone? Of course, but I am not alone, even when you are not here. There is Andrew, and the other. I am not afraid here, Staff. I think it is rather my favourite room. He kissed her lingeringly on the lips and straightened. That is good to hear, madam, for one way or the other. You had better plan on spending a lot of time right where you are now. He grinned and left the door ajar behind him. She smiled at his familiar impudence. Yes, she was thrilled with the child, guilt over Anne or not, for her sister may be now lost to her forever. But she was so tired, and she must sleep before the babe woke again to demand feeding. If she heard the stairs creak, she would not fear at Wivenhoe, for the atmosphere was free and good. If only she could smother her desperate thoughts, then only outside the sanctuary of the manor and Staff's encircling love would there be real ghosts to fear. Chapter 31. February the 2nd, 1536. Wivenhoe Manor. Mary's 2-year calm at Wivenhoe, raising her son and daughter and being the beloved wife of one of the shire's leading landowners, was shattered quite suddenly one mild winter afternoon as the icicles on the eaves dripped in random beats upon the sodden flower beds. The crisp note from Master Cromwell, brought by the usual messenger, said only that the King's chief minister himself would arrive by noon on the morrow with important news. Mary showed the note to Staff, who had scooped up the toddling Andrew in his arms the instant he had entered the parlour. Master Cromwell himself, Staff said coldly, and handed the crisp paper back to Mary. I do not think we can hope that he merely desires a respite in the country. Now that the Queen is with child again, maybe she forgives us and wants us to come back. I doubt it, Staff said, grinning at the delighted Andrew as he bounced the child on his knee. She is barely 3 months pregnant. Forgiveness might come after an heir is birthed, but probably not before. He turned his head toward Mary's concerned face. Do you still grieve so much over Anne's cursing you when we left? You have not mentioned it for a long while, and I had hoped you had come to terms with it. If the Queen wishes to see you, would you go?
I would like to see her, Staff, but I would not wish to stay. Wivenhoe is my home, and I would not venture to court without you even to visit.
Especially not with that dark raven Cromwell in tow, you would not.
I thought you and he had a bargain these past years.
The bargain is there, and well enough kept on both sides, I think. But that does not mean I do not see the man clearly.
Yes, to see things clearly. Master da Vinci tried to tell me that in France ages ago. He eyed her strangely and forgot to bounce Andrew until the child began to shout. "Horse! Horse, Papa!"
You had best tell Brennan and Nancy then, sweetheart, for he will surely bring several men, and we must ask him to stay the night.
Yes, she turned back to him at the doorway. Perhaps the Queen has finally remembered her promise to have Catherine educated with the Princess Elizabeth at Hatfield.
I doubt if Cromwell tromps clear out to Wivenhoe for that tidbit, Mary. No, I think we had better brace ourselves and try to hang on to all we hold dear together.
Mary hurried toward the kitchens to find Brennan and Nancy as Staff began to bounce their sandy-haired toddler on his knee.
Motherhood and fresh country air has enhanced your beauty, Lady Stafford,
Cromwell said as he bent low over her hand. Motherhood and Wivenhoe have quite enhanced my happiness at any rate, Master Cromwell, she answered calmly.
Stafford, as always, you look in charge of life,
the stocky man observed as they escorted him into the parlour for wine and fresh cheese.
A lovely retreat, he said, as his eyes swept the room. A retreat in a way, Cromwell, but a home indeed. Mary and I have no wish to permanently return to court, Staff said, immediately on the offensive against the smug, closed face of the King's closest adviser.
Then we must all hope that will not be necessary, Lord Stafford. But I do bring very sad news that needs a warm response from the Queen's sister.
Sad news? Is Anne all right, not the babe?
Mary's voice came in a strangled tone.
Yes, tragically the Queen has miscarried of her child, and—
No, it cannot be!
Mary shrieked, and Staff bent over her with his crushingly strong arms around her shoulders. Cromwell's small, piercing eyes drank in the emotional scene.
I am sorry, lady, but there was no gentle way to give you that news. It seems the early delivery was brought on by a wretched accident to his Grace. In the Queen's 15th week, the King was riding in heavy armour in the lists at Greenwich. When he became unhorsed by an opponent, his stallion fell full weight on him. The court was paralysed with fear, for he lay unconscious for nearly 2 hours, and we thought he might die.
Mary sat away from Staff's chest now, her teary eyes fixed on Cromwell's face.
When your uncle Norfolk carried the tragic news to the Queen, she went into premature labour and was delivered of a dead child. It would have been a son.
Then God help us all, Staff murmured.
And Mary could not find the words to say anything. When his Grace recovered and heard of the dead son, he stalked into the Queen's chambers and screamed that— Yes, Cromwell, we can quite imagine what his Grace might have said.
Staff cut in.
Ah, of course. And that terrible scene took place on the very day that the Princess of Wales, Catherine of Aragon, was buried. The king had previously found Queen Anne and her ladies cavorting, dressed in gayest yellow, when they had heard of her death at Kimbolton, and he blamed the Queen for witchcraft after she lost their son. He has told many courtiers it was God's judgment on him for being so bewitched all of these years. How dare he talk to her that way after he chased her, like a lustful bull, all those years? Mary said vehemently. Witchcraft! Does he take his cues from the ignorant common folk who spit at her on the day she was crowned and shouted, "Witch, witch"? How dare he? Cromwell leaned forward, one elbow on his knee, as though to observe her passionate outburst more closely. It is well known, despite the fact the Queen tries to hide it, lady, that she does have a tiny sixth finger on one hand. The devil's mark, folk would have claimed, years ago. Master Cromwell, if my lord and I thought you believed this horrible rubbish for one moment, we would have to ask you to leave our home, no matter how kind you have been to us over the years. Cromwell smiled and slowly held up a palm as if to ward off her anger. Please, sweet lady, calm yourself. I am here on a personal mission to help your sister, and to fulfill a request she has made of me. The king hunts winter boar at Eltham, and does not know I am on the Queen's errand. Will you listen further now? Mary only nodded, but Staff's eyes bored into Cromwell's face, and he held tight to Mary's hands. Whether or not people believe the rumours of witchcraft from a foolish and greedy court is not my concern. My duty is to serve my master the king, and therefore what the king wishes I must enact. But I owe the Boleyns much, for it was through acquiring the great divorce that I first came to serve the king. And then, too, your father has helped me quite as much as I have helped him over the years. An involuntary icy shudder shot through Mary's body, and Staff put one arm around her shoulders. Cromwell watched her closely as he spoke. The Queen has begged me to fetch you to her at Greenwich. She promises you your safety, and prays you will come to her in her great hour of need. She bid me tell you that time is slipping fast away, and she would see your sweet face. She asks you to trust me as her messenger, for she was afraid to send anyone whom you might not believe. George and her closest allies, Norris, Weston, and Brereton, must stick close to the king at Eltham, of course. When does the king return to Greenwich, then, Master Cromwell? Came Staff's low voice in the jumble of Mary's thoughts. He is quite erratic these days. I cannot promise you he would not suddenly return. He has taken to staging elaborate masques and jousts, even though the weather be biting chill. So he may be back to Greenwich soon, on a whim. In short, I do not know. But the Queen has great need of you, and no one else can comfort, it seems. Surely the Lady Mary would be quite safe going for a brief visit to her royal sister. I go with her, Cromwell. You would understand that. Of course, it is good to have a larger party on these roads in the winter. And the Queen would have to understand that my home is here, with my husband and the 2 children I raise. I could not stay. Would you tell her that? Yes, lady, be assured. Then, shall I see Nancy and begin to pack, my lord? She looked up at Staff's impassive face. He continued to stare unblinkingly at Cromwell.
Yes, fine. And I shall stay behind now with Master Cromwell. He needs a small tour of Wivenhoe before we eat an early supper and retire to rest for the journey. Nancy must stay behind with Andrew, of course.
Mary rose shakily. Her knees felt terribly weak, as though she had ridden clear to London in a hard saddle already. As she left the parlour, she heard Staff say to Cromwell,
"Tell the rest of it to me now, Thomas. I would know it all, or the Queen's sister stays here with me, and you return quite alone."
She halted in the dim hall and held her breath. The terrible secrets of her parents' argument so long ago, while she eavesdropped at Hever, came back to her hauntingly.
"The rest of it, Stafford? Though you do not say so, I sense this is your last favour for the poor Queen. You feel you owe her a little something, and this is the final payoff. Really, Stafford, you read in far too much. The Queen, whom I have served so faithfully as adjunct to the King, desperately wishes to see her sister. Exactly why I am not certain, for she would not say. But we know whom you will serve next week or next month if he decides to rid himself of her. It is obvious there could be no divorce. This Queen would not be shuffled off to some deserted country house with few servants or permanently forbidden to see her daughter. How will you manage it for him, Cromwell, since your very being will depend on it? Anne Boleyn is still Queen of England, Lord Stafford, and as King's chief minister. I cannot listen to such insinuations. Will you show me your charming Wivenhoe, or shall I only await our early morning departure in my room? I have brought dispatches and parchments to tend to. I will show you the little farm I love, Master Cromwell. I will show it to you so that you may think on its peace and security when some day you shall need such as the poor desperate Queen does now." Mary darted toward the kitchen as she heard the chair scrape on the floor, for the sudden plans meant much work for her and the servants. She nearly stumbled over Andrew's blocks of wood strewn about the red-bricked entryway as she hurried away from Cromwell's droning voice. The last part of their journey to the court at Greenwich was by horse barge, which Cromwell had arranged to wait for them under London Bridge in the city. Through occasional flakes of snow, Mary stared up at the stony supports of the bridge and remembered that this was where brave Meg Roper had retrieved her father's head. It was still mild for February, and the only river ice was the brittle, fragile kind which clung to the shallow shoals near the banks. The grey tower glided coldly past, and massive Greenwich appeared from behind the bare arms of the trees. The memories staggered her. She had come here as Will's bride. Here the King had first seduced her. Here Staff had first kissed her. Here Staff had proved to her his undying love when they had returned from Plassey. Here, Mary, are you all right? Staff's voice came low in her ear. Yes, my love. All right when I know you are near. I shall be, Mary. You will have to go to the Queen alone, but I shall be near. Cromwell hurried them along the path toward the Queen's wing. Will we see her immediately, Master Cromwell? Mary questioned, suddenly realizing it was all rushing too fast toward her. I shall first announce that you are here, Lady Stafford, while you and your lord take a moment's respite and have some heated wine. Will my father be about, by chance, Master Cromwell? I did not come to see him. I realise that, lady.
Do not worry. He sticks close to the king these days, and is at Eltham.
And Jane Seymour?
Seymour, lady?
Yes. Is she at Eltham too?
I believe she was invited and declined. She is at Wolf Hall with her family, and will not be back until the king acknowledges he will insist no more on her forbidden affections. She seems to be quite the Boleyn ally lately.
Hardly that. I am no wench new brought to court, Master Cromwell. That only means she plays for high stakes, and you and my lord know it well enough. Do not think I am so untutored.
I apologise, Lady Stafford. It is seldom that such a stunning woman thinks in a political way. I see you have learned to do so. He opened a door. In here. Rest by the fire and ask my man for whatever refreshment you would have. I shall return shortly.
They took off their cloaks. Cromwell's servant poured them wine and scraped the mud from their boots.
Can you not feel it, my lord? She said low to Staff as they sat before the blazing hearth. Behind the servant's back, Staff held a quick finger to his lips and shook his head. Feel what, sweetheart? He inquired smoothly.
Well, just how familiar it all is.
She had wanted to tell him how the palace was oppressive and terrifying to her, how the very walls and heavy tapestries smothered her after the plain stucco and rough-beamed walls of Wivenhoe. But, indeed, Staff was right to urge caution. Cromwell was well known for his spies, and she and Staff had talked late last night, planning how careful they must be if they chose to walk among the snares of Cromwell and the court in such unhappy times. Cromwell was back almost immediately. Her Grace is ecstatic that you have come and awaits you now, Lady Stafford. Will you follow me? Your lord can be summoned from here if the Queen wishes it. Mary touched Staff on the shoulder as she followed Cromwell from the room. The strength she sought, the love she would give in this interview would be her own, nurtured by sanctuary at Wivenhoe, but it would come from her dear husband too. Only Lady Wingfield was in attendance on the Queen when Mary entered the chamber, and Anne dismissed her with a wave of her hand. How barren the room looked, without the familiar cluster of ladies sewing or talking. Not even the ever-present musician Smeaton sat on table or chair or the corner of the Queen's vast bed, as he often had before. Surely the king would not dare to diminish the Queen's household in his anger, nor would Anne's temper make them all desert her in her hours of need.
Sister, Mary, come here. I am so happy that you have come to see me. It has been long.
Mary's eyes narrowed to pierce the dimness of Anne's curtained bed. The drapes of the room had been drawn, and several candles burning low littered the huge table next to the bed.
Sit here with me so I might see you. You are not changed, not at all changed, Mary.
I am changed inside, Your Grace, and I am much grieved to hear of the lost child, sister.
Speak not of that. It is over. It is all over now.
Anne looked thin, and her face was long with dark shadows under each almond-shaped eye. How those eyes used to dance with flirtation and fire, Mary remembered. She took Anne's delicate hand in her own warm ones. I was so happy that you sent to see me, Your Grace. I have missed you these 2 years, and have thought of you often, and prayed for your happiness.
God is not answering Boleyn prayers lately, Mary, though I thank you for your loving words. And Will you not call me Anne today? George does when we are alone. He told me of your child and your home. I made him tell me all about you. It sounds rather like a little heaver there, but then you would like that.
Yes, Anne, I do like it.
And you are very, very content there with Stafford, and he loves you still.
The pitiful eagerness of Anne's voice and face frightened Mary. This kindness, this desperate reach for love, was somehow more terrible than the ranting and raving she remembered and feared. A single tear traced its lone path down Mary's cheek.
Yes, I know. Do not be afraid to tell me. You have a man who truly loves you, and 2 sons besides. I have accepted it all now, Mary. Do not be afraid to be here.
You have Elizabeth, Anne, and Cromwell says she is beautiful, and his Grace loves her well.
He can hardly help loving her, for she is clever-witted and as red-haired as himself. But daughters do not really count in the royal scheme of things, so that is that. Princess Elizabeth will live and die a princess if the king has anything to do with it. But now, here, you and I have some business to take care of before we just enjoy talking. Can you fetch me that document right there? I am guilty of long neglecting members of my family who need my love in return for the good service they have always rendered me.
Have you forgiven me, then, your Anne? I have longed for that these years.
Yes. Mary, do not cry. You have always let your heart and feelings leap to your face, though I warrant at little country Wivenhoe you need not hide them as in this viper's nest. This document gives back to you the rightful guardianship of your son, Henry Carey, upon my death, and
your death?
Please, Anne, you need not. Stop and listen, Mary. The Queen is used to having people listen to her, courtiers, spies, whatever. Everyone except her husband, of course. His Grace is getting desperate, and I am quite in his way now.
Please, do not speak of death, Anne. You are young.
But I feel very, very old, Mary. Now, until the event of my death, the lad's annuities shall continue equal in value to the lands which his Grace gave away at the time of the boy's father's death.
Anne's eyes lifted from the paper to Mary's intent face.
I was proud of you when you told George to get father out of your boy's life, Mary, I assure you. I had George report to father exactly what you had said.
What did father say of it?
I believe he dismissed your message as the ravings of a woman in the throes of childbirth. But it rattled him greatly. He must have thought you would be properly chastened after a year's exile away from this mess. Now, the other thing about little Harry is that you and Stafford may have him to Wivenhoe, or wherever, for 2 months a year.
Oh, Anne, I thank you so. It is the most wonderful gift you could give me. Mary put her arms around Anne's stiff, slender body and trembled to know how thin she was under her silken robe. Anne put her arms slowly on Mary's back.
"Loose me, Mary," she said, after only a moment. "The other thing is your daughter, Catherine. The princess is 3 now, and would benefit from a part-time companion at Hatfield. Then, when her father sends for Elizabeth to come to court, Catherine could go to you at Wivenhoe. She would have a good allowance and a better tutor than she ever had when she was in the company of Princess Mary's little Margaret."
My lord and I cannot thank you enough, dear sister.
Here,
You must keep these documents, in case father or anyone else tries to give you an argument should I not be near. There is one last thing. Fetch my jewel box. Behind that carved panel, there, where I used to keep it.
Mary grasped the heavy box and put it on the bed next to Anne.
Would you believe it, Mary, that this is only 1/10 of my things, not counting the crowning jewels? The others are kept under lock and key, but I shall have them sent to me in little bits in the near future. There are some things he will never have back to grace that skinny neck of Seymour or anyone else. They are by rights Elizabeth's after I am gone. Do you understand?
Mary nodded, wide-eyed, wondering what Anne would dare to do and whether Staff would allow her to be part of it. Mary Tudor had once taken a jewel from Francois and had paid dearly for it when she was discovered.
Several things I have sent to Mother to keep for Elizabeth's majority, and she has vowed not to tell Father. I would like to have you keep several for her too. And this piece for little Catherine.
A heavy rope of pearls, as big as chickpeas, dripped from Anne's slender fingers.
I know I can trust you to preserve these few things for my child, should I be unable to for some reason.
Yes, of course.
Cromwell must not know. Can you put them down your dress? No, I shall give you this little pomander purse. Purses are quite in style now, and no one will think a thing of it.
I hardly know what is in style or out at court, sister.
Cruelty and treachery are in style, Mary, but then they always were. I have heard by a note from Father at Eltham that the King returns for one of his extravagant jousts on the morrow, and I wish to attend. I must show no fear, or he will eat me like a little rabbit. Will you stay that long and go with me? Staff, too. It would give me much strength to face all of their sniggers after the death of my little son. Please, Mary. His Grace will quite ignore us, so do not fear him. Will you stay with me, Mary?
I would gladly walk by your side, Anne.
Go on, then, and hide those jewels somewhere. Tell your lord to put them in his boots or something. He was always very clever, and he feared Father and the King not at all. I shall not either.
You should not, Your Grace. You are the Queen. Mary bent to kiss Anne's sallow cheek. It felt cold, as though the sparkling life and vitality that had long warmed it had gone out.
Come back for supper with me, Mary, and bring Staff. I shall send Lady Wingfield for you later. I trust her. She is not one of Cromwell's lackeys.
But Cromwell has served the Boleyns too, Anne, though of course he serves the King first.
Cromwell serves Cromwell first, my sweet and foolish sister. Do not believe otherwise.
Mary wanted to give more words of comfort to the slender woman who sat facing her alone in the huge bed under the Boleyn and Tudor family crests, but words would not come. She curtsied quickly and opened the door into the hall. Surprisingly, it was crowded with courtiers now, but she could not spot Staff or Cromwell in the clusters of people. She held the silken purse Anne had given her tightly and began to thread her way toward the room where she had left Staff. Suddenly, Norris and Weston sprang up before her in the crowd, and as she smiled and swept them a short curtsy, the King loomed up behind them. She stepped quickly back toward the tapestried wall. He looked massive, taller and much heavier than she had remembered. His jowls were hard and square, and his blue eyes sought her own. She hastened to curtsy again. Her back hit the wall behind her as she saw his booted feet halt. His large jewelled hand shot out to her wrist. He raised her to stand before him. At first I thought it was just a pretty ghost from the past, he began, and the voices around them hushed in rapt attention.
"Have you been summoned back to court, Lady Mary?" he asked directly. She raised her eyes to his, hooded with thick red brows and sandy lashes.
"Only for a day or two to visit my sister, Your Grace. My lord and I will be returning to our home very shortly."
"If you have come to give the Queen advice on breeding sons, it is quite too late, madam," he growled.
Then he pivoted his head to take in the circle of courtiers.
"Come with me, Lady Stafford," he said low. "I would speak with you."
Mary caught George's worried face as she swept after the king through the crowd. This would surely alarm Anne if he told her. And Staff. She clutched the corded purse strings tight in her hand. The king had always taken long strides, and it was quite impossible to walk apace with him. She had no choice but to follow, to try to keep calm and to bluff it out if need be. She prayed he had no dire designs on 16-year-old Harry, who was now being educated at Lincoln's Inn Field, not so far away. The privy room to which he led her was close to the Queen's wing, the room in which he had put her to await him after the masque for Queen Catherine, when he had first seduced her, while his wife slept nearby. Surely he would not.
"Would you sit, lady?"
he asked bluntly when he had closed the door on Norris and Weston's faces. "If you wish me to, Your Grace," she said, and remained standing.
"I only ask, not order, lady. Suit yourself."
He sat on the edge of a huge carved chair, and, as she looked at him squarely, his head appeared to be in the very centre of the small bed in the chamber. Ironically, she thought, she and the king were dressed in the same colours, even as they used to do, years ago, on foolish whims, and both wore travelling gear and riding boots. The bulky muscles of his chest and shoulders swelled his brown Spanish leather jerkin over doublet and hose of dark burgundy hue, in echo to her own warm gown of the dark wine colour.
"The Queen sent for you, you said, Lady Mary?"
"Yes, Your Grace."
"You are still very beautiful. You have hardly changed over the years."
"I am much changed in truth, sire. Only the changes are inside and do not show."
"Are you so changed? A flagrant affair and secret marriage with Stafford under my nose all those months. And before that, I recall you served Francois du Roy in your bed at Calais, quite to his utter satisfaction."
She gripped her fists tightly around the purse strings. "Francois du Roy lied to you and the Queen, Your Grace. I refused his advances, and he left cursing me and the English, and vowing he would tell you I had done everything he asked." A strange grin lit his face, and his eyes shifted.
"Do you swear it? Francois lied?"
"Yes." He laughed sharply.
"I knew you would never bed with that wily jackal after you had been mine."
The words hit her like a blow in the stomach, but she stood still, fighting the desire to flee.
"Did you tell him you loved another king, lady? You still love your king, do you not?"
"All good and loyal subjects love their king, sire, and I have always been your good and loyal subject." His open palm cracked hard on the table.
"'Sblood, Mary! Do not be clever with me. Yes, you have changed. All of Boleyn's clever children change, and for the worse. Sit, madam. I do not wish to knock you down, for it is surely another I would strike at. Sit."
She looked behind her, then sat slowly in the chair on the other side of the table, instead of the one nearer him.
"Pretty women about the court are a plague. See that you are gone by the morrow."
His voice softened suddenly.
I would have you away and out of danger. You are innocent still, compared to the rest, and have done me no wrong."
"Wrong? I do not understand, sire. Surely," she thought, "he refers to his dead son, and blames Anne for that."
"How does your son, Mary?"
he said calmly, as though he had read her thoughts of sons. Which son of mine? She wanted to ask impudently, but she knew which one, and would not risk his wrath on that. "He is a fine student at Lincoln's Court, Your Grace. He is tall, and a good athlete. He is nearly 16 and 1/2, sire."
"I know how old the lad is, madam. They say," he said, leaning forward to watch her face closely, "that he has red hair."
"It is somewhat reddish, sire, with auburn touches, much as Will Carey's, you remember."
"I do remember, Golden Mary. I remember much, including that your father has implied off and on that the lad was not Will Carey's child. I trust him not, so I will have it once and for all from your lovely lips, madam. Was the boy Will Carey's son indeed? Will Carey was no fine athlete, and not so clever either. And if the boy has those traits, well, I would have you tell me the truth."
She fought to control her voice and face. This was the moment that could save or condemn Harry. Father would be forever grateful if she would only tearfully vow to her king that the child was his. Then the Boleyns might sit more secure in the dangerous saddle of the king's volatile affections. Then a birthright to money and power would be assured, especially now that the ailing Fitzroy was so desperately ill. "I would certainly have told your grace if the child was yours. I would have told you long ago, for the boy's sake and yours, sire." She held her breath and stared deep into his eyes. She must convince him now, before he somehow cast the Boleyns adrift forever and kept her son to please his own vanity and passion for a live and healthy son, as he had done long ago with poor Bessie Blount's boy. If he ever guessed the lad could as easily be his as Will's, and that only Staff knew that truth, he might throw caution to the winds and keep Harry as his own.
"That is as I thought," he said finally. "I tried once to reckon it back to see if we had bedded then, and we had. But I was much about with others then, and Carey was home those months, and you would have told me."
"Yes, sire, I was with Will, and you were much about with others then."
"I will not have your recriminations, though you were always more sweet and understanding than your sister. Her recriminations are unending."
"I meant no recrimination, sire."
"And now you have another son, my Stafford?"
"Yes, Andrew," she offered in the empty silence.
"Why were you not the Boleyn who held out Mary, instead of that sour and bitter sister of yours? Well, what is past is well past. You were well worth the bargain before all these complications set in."
He rose, and in one step towered over her and pulled her to her feet, trapped between him and the table and her chair. He placed his huge hands on either side of her head and stared down at her alarmed face.
"You will bear no sons for Henry Tudor, Mary, but some lovely lass shall, as sweet and fair as yourself. Take that rebel husband of yours and be gone on the morrow, for I do not want you about the Queen and her people. You'll thank me later for that. Go and hide your pretty head at Colchester and bear him sons. But do not forget that once you belong to your king,
His face was almost touching hers, and his hot breath smelled of cloves and mace.
"Go from this room now, or I shall take my first sweet revenge on the Boleyns in a way I had never dreamed. Sweet, sweet revenge. But then, I have no quarrel with your Lord Stafford."
Still, he held her head in a vice-like grip, staring down at her, his mouth poised inches from hers.
"Please, Your Grace."
"Yes, go on, before I force you to that bed and we relive our first night together here so long ago. Do you remember?" He bent to kiss her lips, but she wrenched away and backed off in a half-curtsy.
"As you ordered, sire, I shall be going."
Her voice sounded choked, and she wobbled on her legs. Still facing him, she pulled the door latch.
"I shall remember you to Lord Stafford," she heard herself say. "He will always be your loyal servant, even as I shall."
He stood staring at her, somehow suspended between anger and awe. She tried to force a smile, but could not. Gripping her purse strings in her cramped fingers, she turned in the hall and saw George and Staff hurrying toward her far down the corridor. Ignoring the anxious faces of Weston and Norris, she walked unsteadily toward Staff. Though she and Staff had decided they could not gainsay the king to stay beyond the next day, they went with Anne and her entourage to the joust the next morning, planning to leave directly from the Tiltfields on their awaiting and packed horses. Norris and George were to be part of the joust, as was the king. They were settled in their seats only a moment when one of Anne's servants elbowed through the press of people and whispered something in the Queen's ear. Anne's face went stark white, and she motioned Weston to her side. Mary sat next to the Queen, and Staff was on his wife's other side, so Mary could hear the desperate words clearly.
"It is of Smeaton, Your Grace, as you had asked,"
the girl whispered, her wild eyes darting to Mary's face behind the Queen's.
"Yes, Joan. Did they find him?"
"Where has the rogue been?"
"He went to Master Cromwell's to dine yesterday after Cromwell returned with your sister. Then Smeaton disappeared."
"Mark Smeaton was asked to dine at Cromwell's." Anne's hand grasped the girl's wrist in a cruel grip.
"There's more. Tell me the rest."
The girl's face turned pouty, and she began to whimper.
"Stop that and tell me, or I will have you thrown under the horses,"
Anne hissed at her.
"And keep your voice down. Cromwell's men took the poor boy to the Tower late at night. A guard was bribed to admit that Cromwell was questioning the poor boy and to torture, Your Grace." "Torture? Sweet, gentle Smeaton? Thinking he will tell them what? Oh, go on. Be gone and hold your tongue."
Weston looked almost green with fear. Anne turned to Mary's wide-eyed stare and saw that Staff had heard too.
"Did you mark that? Cromwell is desperate indeed if he has to hurt my little lutenist to get information of my supposed spying or plotting or whatever his Grace is so desperately trying to concoct. But a desperate Cromwell is dangerous and bears close watching."
The king sat encased in armour on his huge destrier at the end of the field, and Anne waved bravely to him, as though they were the most intimate of lovers. He merely nodded, and as they turned to watch George in the first match-up, Mary's eye caught her father, who had just seated himself behind them. He was so much older than the 2 years that had passed since she had last seen him.
"Do not gape so, Mary,"
Thomas Boleyn chided low. "I am pleased to see you back with the family where you should be." He raised himself slightly out of his seat to watch George's first charge.
You and your country lord are a little late to help, though. There is something dangerous afoot, your grace, he said quietly, turning his face to the back of Anne's head. The king has ordered out a triple number of yeoman guards.
And that two-faced Janus Cromwell does me a favour one day and then kidnaps and tortures my musician the next. I shall have his head for this.
I think not, Anne, their father replied. I am afraid Cromwell has shown his true colours by all this, and he will help the Boleyns no more. I've sent for your Uncle Norfolk. We need a conference, and quickly. Damn, I wish George were a better jouster, and I do not know what in hell's gates is taking Norfolk so long to arrive. The stands cheered the victor who had defeated George Boleyn, and the tired horses trotted off the field, while the battered tilt rail was realigned. I had heard the king ordered you and Stafford to be gone today, Mary. You could hardly expect him to welcome you with a big smile. We are leaving, father, but Anne wished us to accompany her here as she ends her retirement. I see. Then it is back to the country to desert her here to face God knows what in this wretched atmosphere.
I have urged them to go, father. They have a lovely home, and a young child to return to. Leave Mary be,
Anne ordered sharply without turning her head. Anne rose at the beginning of the next match, smiled, and waved to the strangely subdued gallery. On a whim, she pulled a golden ribbon off her puffy satin sleeve and threw it to her champion, Henry Norris, who doffed his heavy silver helmet in mock salute. As he and Lord Wingfield plodded away to take up their position, the Queen's stands suddenly exploded with yeoman guards in their red doublets and hose, brandishing their ceremonial axe-head pikes before them. Several ladies screamed in shock, and Staff pulled Mary back tight against him on the bench. Across the jousting field, Sir Anthony Wingfield had doffed his helmet and was staring mutely at Norris's being surrounded by guards, who swarmed onto the field. Still, beyond it all, Henry Tudor sat, stock still, on his horse, staring at them all. Anne stood and took her father's proffered arm.
By what authority do you disturb the king's games?
Her voice rang out clear and strong. Then their Uncle Norfolk elbowed his way through the guards, and Mary breathed a tiny sigh of relief before Staff's whispered words came terrifyingly clear in her ear. That Judas!
Uncle, I am pleased to see you, the Queen was saying. May I ask the cause of all this array of force?
I fear you are the cause, your grace, and some of those with whom you conspire. Anne's sharp, unbelieving laughter shredded the air, and her father's words came hard at Norfolk. Look, man, this is a terrible scene. Does the king actually demand— I am sorry, Thomas, Lord Boleyn, but here is the signed writ and order of arrest for the Queen to be legally questioned concerning her crimes. Thomas Boleyn went white and looked as though he would double over in pain. Crimes? Crimes? What crimes? Name them! Not here, please, Lord Boleyn. The masses will know soon enough. Please come with us, your grace.
Come where, Uncle?
To the palace today, and the Tower tomorrow, for questioning. He handed the writ to the stunned Thomas Boleyn, and the pain was etched on his face for all to see. I act not of my own desires, your grace, but the king commands. No, my lord, you shall not accompany her now. Her own answers are wanted. Norfolk blocked Thomas Boleyn's way with his gauntleted arm. May I go with my sister then? Mary heard herself ask, and she stood on Staff's arm, ignoring his warning look. No, Lady Mary. You and Stafford had best hie yourself back to Colchester and be well out of it."
Norfolk nodded to Mary's shocked face, and then to the rows of guards who closed ranks to cut off the departing Queen and Weston from the rest of the crowd.
"All will be well, dear sister. This is mere trumped-up foolishness, and you may write that down, uncle."
The Queen's mouth was curved in a derisive laugh, but her eyes were wide and wild. As she turned to go, her voice floated back to them, and all Mary could see of her now was the veil of the pearl-studded red headdress which graced her raven hair. The joust field was suddenly deserted, and the king had disappeared. Fervently, Mary wished she would never see him again.
"There is nothing you can do here now, Mary," Staff said low. "You'll get on your horse with me now, or shall I carry you? This way. Come on, sweetheart."
But Mary looked back at her father's incredulous, shattered face and hesitated. He raised his blank eyes to Stafford, and then to Mary.
"It says here," he read, his voice suddenly old and quavering, "that the Queen of England, Anne Boleyn, is arrested for treason and adultery with Smeaton, her musician, and Lords Norris, Weston, and Brereton, and with her brother, George Boleyn, Viscount Rochford. Smeaton has already confessed, and Jane Rochford has given sworn testimony of her husband with the Queen."
His voice trailed off, and Mary realised that she had screamed. Instinctively, she reached for her father's arm, but he recoiled, crumpled the document, and threw it down.
"Lies! Lies!"
Tears made jagged tracks down his wrinkled face, and his lip trembled. Staff loosened his firm hold on Mary as she moved like a sleepwalker toward her father. The horror of what the paper said her mind could not encompass yet. But her father was crushed and in pain. That she could feel deep inside. She put one hand on his shoulder, but he stared into vacancy, as though she were not there. "Father," she said gently, "Father, I know you are thinking of all your dreams and of George and Anne. Go home to Hever and Mother. They will comfort you." His eyes fastened on her tear-streaked face.
"Leave with your husband, Mary,"
he said, as though exhausted. She could barely discern his words.
"I'm staying. The king has ordered it. But something must be done to save it all. Surely something can be done. I only have to think about it now."
He turned away, stooped, and her hand fell off his shoulder as he went. She fought the urge to chase after him and throw her arms around his thin neck, but Staff's hands were on her again, and he half pulled, half carried her down the far side of the gallery, gaily decked with Tudor white and green. He took her, unprotesting, through the gardens to the stable block. It was only when he lifted her on Eden's back and she turned to glance back at the palace that her calm became hysteria, and Staff had to carry her before him on Sanctuary until they reached the outskirts of London. In a little inn on the edge of Lambeth, he held her on his lap and let her sob. While the grooms and Stephen hovered nervously with the horses in the street, he made her drink wine and eat fruit and cheese. "Can you ride, my love? If you do not think you can, Sanctuary can handle the extra weight until we reach Banstead." She turned her swollen eyes slowly to him. "Banstead?" "Yes, lass. I can fetch our son from Wivenhoe after we make it to Hever. I want us far away from here, and I do not care if we never see his Grace's fine palaces again. Your mother has need of you, and you of her. We can make it from Banstead to Hever by noon tomorrow." Mary nodded slowly. Her head hurt terribly, and she was certain she would be sick if she had to get on a horse. "I can make it to Banstead, my staff, if you are near." "I will be near, every step of the way, my love," he comforted, his mouth pressed close in her hair. What will happen to George and Anne? She wanted to ask him. But she was afraid he would tell her the truth, and not what she so desperately wanted to hear. "We are off to Banstead and Hever, then." He swung her into his arms and strode for the door. "And never fear that our dreams will crash about us like that, my sweetheart. Our dreams are quite a different thing." She looked up dazedly into his worried face. Pain etched his forehead and wrinkled his firm brow. "I shall remember that, my lord, no matter what befalls," she said, and he shouldered open the inn door to put her on the waiting Eden's back. Chapter 32. February the 5th, 1536. Hever Castle. Hever stood cold and bare against the grey Kent sky as they approached. The ivy cloak of the castle was gone for winter, and only the clinging tendrils of brown vines etched the walls. The forest's trees stood stark and straight, and the eye-like windows reflected only the flatness of the threatening sky. Mary's tears were long gone, and a steely calm held her rigid on Eden's back. She felt on the sharp edge of jagged screaming fits, but they never came. Surely all the terror and agony would dissolve when she saw Mother's face. If only she could pull herself awake from the smothering nightmare, safe in her bed at Wivenhoe. The horses' hooves echoed hollowly off the inner courtyard walls, and they drew to a halt in a ragged circle to dismount. Mary's swollen eyes scanned the upper windows for a familiar face, of Mother, or Semonay, or a well-remembered servant. Then the central door under the proud Boleyn family crest opened, and her mother rushed out, dressed in velvet black.
Mary, Staff, I prayed you would come. Thank you, my lord, for bringing my Mary home.
She darted between Sanctuary and Eden. Her slender arms were tight about Mary, and the tears came flowing free from them both.
You know, Mother, you already know of Anne's arrest,
was all Mary could manage as she pressed her cheek into her mother's silvery hair. It began to snow tiny, random ice flakes, and Staff urged them both inside. Semonay stood, bent and more crooked than ever, leaning on a carved staff at the entry, her face a mask of shocked agony. Mary embraced her tenderly, then desperately, and the Boleyn women helped the old governess into the solar, as though she were one of the family, while Staff gave orders to his servants. The portrait of the king stared down, unblinking, on them all as they passed.
Sit here, Semonay. I am so pleased to see you on your feet. Mother had written that you keep much to your bed,
Mary said, amazed at her own small talk when all the eyes of the room were fastened hard on her.
I only forced myself up today after the tragic message came from Lord Boleyn that the Queen was arrested yesterday. No one else was here who knows both our George and our dear Anne so well, and my Lady Elizabeth needed to talk.
Yes, of course, I see. Mary sat on the arm of her mother's chair and leaned into her with her arm around the fragile woman's shoulders. You see, my children, Elizabeth Boleyn began, holding up her hand for quiet as both Mary and Staff began to speak. I have been awaiting some tragedy for years and years now, ever since I saw the king myself, and the king offered to make me his mistress. He was only Prince of Wales then, you know, and when I refused because I was new-wed and in love with my lord, the king was angry. Well, I could understand that, but when my Lord Thomas was even more angry with me, indeed, something inside me died, and I knew from then on the Boleyns would live in danger. The king said so quietly, I do not command, I only request. But I could see clearly what he meant, and that to serve him was danger. But I never thought it could be this terrible. No, Staff, wait. I would say more. The Howards were never like the Boleyns have been, not in the old days at least. But soon I had the children here to love and raise, George first, then Mary and baby Anne. She dabbed at her wet cheeks and eyes and continued to sit erect, and neither Mary nor Staff nor Semonay dared to interrupt, even with attempted consolation. All was golden in those years for me at Hever because my lord had only his own skills to barter, and he was happy as he rose high and proud and tasted the possibilities of power. But then he took Mary and used her far away in France, and then back at the English court, and then Anne, and George, and he... Oh, dear God in heaven! He has ruined all his children's joy, and now will murder 2 of them. And I love him still. She sobbed, gaspingly on Mary's shoulder, and Mary's own tears wet her mother's head. Then, amazingly, Lady Elizabeth sat ramrod straight and said, as if to Staff alone, "You see, my lord, when Mary's sister became the Queen, I dreamed that perhaps we would be safe now. For there was no higher place for my husband's desires to climb. But I was wrong. Nothing stops this king. Not love, not gratitude, not marriage. He just pulls them all down at his feet and tramples them." "A legal son is the only protection any woman or family shall have from him, lady." Staff's voice came almost breaking. "But I believe he may not be capable of a healthy son. If so, there stands your little namesake, the red-haired princess. Now, if you would listen, Mary has some things she wishes to tell you." He nodded to Mary, and she searched her mind for the words and phrases she had rehearsed on every jog of the road between Banstead and Hever. "When I saw Anne the 2 days we were at Greenwich, mother, she was much changed, resigned, inwardly strong and not afraid. We must hold to that. And she was warm and kind to me, so kind. She has arranged for my oldest son to be my ward should the Queen die, and that Staff and I may have him to Wivenhoe for visits, and I promise you he shall come here also, if you would have him. And Catherine is to be raised with the Princess Elizabeth, and to visit us whenever Elizabeth goes to court. Anne gave me some jewels for Catherine and Elizabeth to give to them, when they are old enough to understand. But if the king takes his terrible revenge, who shall ever understand? But that is what I was thinking, Mary." Elizabeth Boleyn returned, her voice warm and strong. "If the king pulls them all down, and if he dares to imprison or harm Anne and George, if these false charges should be published, they will all poison little Elizabeth's ears over the years. But we, all of us, especially those of you who are younger than I, must tell the child the truth of the good things of her mother and family. That is what I have been thinking over and over all this long morning since the messenger came. Yes, mother, and Harry and Catherine are old enough to be told the truth, and they will not forget. They will tell Elizabeth. Little Andrew will know some day too. Staff will ride to bring him here tomorrow, for we are staying at Hever a while, if you will have us." "Have you? Yes, my dearest one, do not leave me. My pretence of strength is over. You must tell us truthfully, Staff. What will happen? You have always told the truth here, I think." Staff's worried brown eyes sought Mary's for comfort, and returned to the steady blue-eyed gaze of his mother-in-law. "There will be a trial, Lady Elizabeth, and the king will try very hard to rid himself of the Boleyns, so that he may marry elsewhere. At best, Anne and George may be exiled and—" "Oh, do you think it a possibility, Staff?" Elizabeth's thin hand gripped Mary's wrist in excitement. "Anne would love to live in France if she escapes this. We could visit there some day." "It is a possibility, but I think with Anne's inner fire and backbone, and the fact that she will believe she has nothing else to lose but her life if she agrees to exile, she will cling to being queen and make him take it from her."
"She is innocent of all his charges."
"Yes, lady, Mary and I and most of the court know that. But His Grace wants to convince himself otherwise, to clear his wretched conscience. Staff continually gripped and wrung his hands. Mary had never seen him so distraught, though his face appeared quite calm.
That bitter, cruel Jane Rochford has helped to cause all this. She dares to swear false, unholy charges against Anne and her husband, but then it is the poisons of their forced marriage coming out at last. My lord must answer to that too. The only thing Anne and George were ever guilty of was love of power, and that they learned at their sire's knee. Tell us then, Staff, for Mary can bear it, and I shall too. What is the worst that might befall?
The most ominous sign I see is that the king is so desperate that he is willing to let two of his closest friends, Norris and Weston, fall with the queen, and the crazy charges of witchcraft he allows his henchman Cromwell to drag out of the closet show his unbending attitude. The worse, lady, is that the innocent shall be declared guilty and shall pay the king's price for his own sins. Thank God Mary and I are well rid of him.
Tears stood in Staff's eyes, and Mary crossed the little space of carpet to touch him. Well, my children, spring is coming, and spring always comes to Hever with beauty and consolation. I have seen that many times. You must rest now. You have not even been to your room. Samine and I shall await you here, and I shall order food and wine. I wish to talk some more to Samine. They stood awkwardly, and Mary resisted the impulse to embrace her mother, since she seemed suddenly so in control of herself. They went up the broad staircase to Mary's old room. The doors to all three of the children's childhood bedrooms stood ajar, and Mary wondered irrationally if ghosts lurked there, or ever would. The servants had been about, and their clothes were on the bed, and fresh water and linen towels waited on the massive bureau. Staff leaned on the ledge and gazed out the window toward the bare gardens, while Mary quickly unpacked the purse of Anne's jewellery and unfolded the legal parchment, promising her control of her children. She did not ask you the next question, Staff. No, she already knows the answer to that. He cannot dare to behead his own queen. That is why he will try to prove she is not his legal queen. He will use the witchcraft or the fact that you were once his concubine or whatever moral arguments he has to rid himself of a legal, God-given and crowned queen. Mary walked slowly to him, the stiff parchment roll clasped to her breast. He would never order me to come back to testify that we were lovers so that he can cite his own incest. I have reasoned it out, and I think you are right. He does not dare to do that, since he has charged your brother with that same heinous crime. Oh, Mary, I do not know. I'm so sick at heart and soul of it all. He pulled her roughly against him, and the parchment in her hands rustled against his shoulder. I'm so exhausted from trying to outthink him and protect you and keep us untouched and at Wivenhoe. His admission of weakness and fright terrified her, for she had never really thought that the confident, assured, and sometimes cynical man she loved could be truly tired or afraid. But I am here, and you may lean on me, my love. Always, she said, low. Whatever befalls the Boleyns, it is partly of their own making, and it is a far different thing from our dreams. Her arms went around his waist, and she hugged him hard. I seem to have heard those words before, sweet Mary. You are my strength now, you and Andrew. So, we shall help your mother and get through this somehow.
Our strength shall be that we are together, she murmured against his chest, and they stood for a very long time at the window. The messengers came and went from Lord Boleyn over the weeks of Anne and George's imprisonment and the days of their trials. At Hever, they despaired when the 3 commoners whom the king had raised so high and Anne's little lutenist were declared guilty and condemned to die, and their hopes rose again when they heard of Anne's fine defence of George and herself at her trial. Both Jane Rochford and their cousin Sir Francis Bryan had successfully survived the dreadful storm of accusations by totally disassociating themselves from the Boleyn family, which had originally been their making at court. Their uncle Norfolk sat, with continual tears in his eyes, it was reported, as judge of the proceedings. So his desertion of his blood relatives was complete. Mary had asked that staff burn all of Cromwell's letters to them from the past 2 years, when staff returned on one of his bi-weekly visits to Wivenhoe, for Cromwell was both artist and architect of the disgusting cruelty and despicable charges in Anne's Court of Justice. After Anne's condemnation, they still dared to hope, for the king had called a special court to declare that Anne Boleyn had never been lawfully married to Henry Tudor since she herself had made a pre-contract with her long-lost love, Harry Percy. But even the court's assurance to the king that he had never been legally married to the witch queen was not to be Anne's salvation. She was condemned to be beheaded for treason, incest, and adultery in the Tower. Norris, Weston, and her brother George would die the day before. Anne's death day dawned clear and fair that May. Mary rose to watch from her bedroom window as the sun sifted its earliest rays upon the spring gardens at Hever. She was not certain she had slept at all, and knew staff had dozed fitfully. They had both paced the room or gone next door to watch Andrew sleep. Once Mary had met her mother at the nursery door and hugged her wordlessly. Staff rolled out of bed and padded barefoot to stand beside her at the window. "I was wondering," she said, "if it makes it easier or harder to die on such a beautiful day." He stood warm against her back and pushed the window wide ajar and inhaled the sweet fresh air. "I think it would make it easier, like something special to take with you," he said quietly. "She takes your love with her, Mary. She knows that. Were you trying to send your thoughts and strength to her again?" "Oh, yes, my love, yes," she cried, and turned to bury her face against him as she had in weaker moments these last 2 months. His arms went strong and sure around her. "I love you, my golden Mary. I have always loved you." His voice faltered, yet I am not certain saying love is strong enough to tell it all of how deeply I have felt for you over the years. The dear Lord in heaven knows I would have killed the king if he had touched you that last time we were at court, when Anne sent for you. He paused again, then his voice came rough and hard. "As well as I could have broken Francois's damned royal neck with my bare hands for his brutal treatment of you." Mary's hands darted to her throat involuntarily, and her thoughts jumped from Francois to Anne again. Anne's slender neck would be broken by a sharp headsman's sword. And on such a sunny day. Sweetheart. Staff's hands were warm on her waist. "Come away from the window. I did not mean to speak such violence." has been enough killing," he said, against her hair. He lifted her in his arms, as sure and strong as he had that first time in the vast reaches of Greenwich, when she had been Will Carey's wife and had thought that her life ahead would be all darkness. He laid her carefully on the sheets in the morning sunlight, which streamed through the window. He lay beside her and pulled her against his body. She sighed and clung to him desperately, trembling, but no tears came as they had over the long weeks of Anne's trial, the long weeks of waiting for George's and Anne's deaths. She pressed her face into his shoulder to stop the thoughts of Anne and George on the scaffold, but her eyes shot open as she pictured the poor girl, Meg Roper, receiving from the cruel pike her father's terrible head, and cherishing it tenderly in her arms. Sir Thomas More had been beheaded at the King's cold command, as Anne had today, and now, surely, Mary's own father was somewhere on the road to Hever. They lay there unspeaking, and the bird warbling from outside washed in with the sun and mingled with their quiet breathing. She stared at the white plaster ceiling that had watched her as a girl, and it all came flooding back. Father was taking her to Brussels, but she was afraid and only 8 years old. Then he took her away to France, and after she went, George and Anne still laughed together in the summer gardens, and it was not fair. Had any of the Boleyns loved each other enough along the way, knowing that they loved and cherished each other? But it was different with her and Staff, and for her children it would be even better. She would spend the rest of her life making sure of that. Rapid knocks rained on their door, and they both shot upright as Nancy's voice came to them from the other side.
"Your Lord Father has ridden in, my lady. He's in the solar. Little Andrew is with your mother. Shall I come in to help you dress?"
They were up, and Staff had his breeks on and his shirt half tucked in when she finished talking. Mary dashed to retrieve her chemise and to brush her hair. "Yes, yes, Nance, and hurry." Nancy dressed her, and would have set her hair, had not Staff stood ready, and had not her heart pounded so to see her father. He was here at last, come home to Hever, but he had come too early to have stayed for Anne's beheading. He had failed to save his world, but he had come home to them at Hever. Nancy helplessly left her mistress's hair long and loose and gave it a last quick brush. Mary descended the stairs on Staff's arm. She began to tremble uncontrollably. She was terrified to hear the news he would bring, and terrified she would see no understanding in his eyes, even now, and the cold, hard stare from the King's portrait at the bottom of the steps. "Do not fear, my love," Staff said, and pushed the door open. Her father paced in broken lines before the unlit hearth, and her mother sat slumped back in a chair near him. The morning sun made the room strangely bright and cheerful, and stained patches of the carpet and walls red or blue through the windows. Thomas Boleyn stopped, and his narrow eyes took them in. It seemed to Mary he had shrunk inward, and his gaze seemed to come from deep inside some dark space. "You cry not, Mary. How often have I seen you cry, but not for Anne?" "I have cried and prayed for my dear sister and brother for 2 long months, Father, when you were not here to see. Now the only tears I have left are inside." His eyes focused hard on her, and he began his rehearsed words. "The Queen is dead by now, murdered by the King, as was your brother yesterday. George died bravely, they told me.
and I know the Queen must have too. I could not stay to hear of that. Anne was quite magnificent at her trial. Be that as it may, they both wish to be remembered to you, Mary, and Anne to your husband also. I had a note from Anne to you somewhere, but in my departure I seem to have misplaced it. It will arrive packed in with my things somewhere. Anne bid me tell you to relate her love and the truth of her unjust death to the Princess Elizabeth when she is old enough to understand. She wanted both you and little Catherine to be sure to look to that.
Mary left Staff standing behind her mother's chair with his hands on her shoulders and took 2 steps closer to her father. I shall see to it as a solemn trust, father. Anne gave Henry Carey into my keeping also, though there are other moneys for his education.
Yes, she told me so.
He said nothing else, and continued to regard her awkwardly as though she were a person he did not know. And you, father? She reached out carefully and rested her fingers on his tense arm.
I? Mary?
He pulled away and began to pace again.
I have failed. Failed. Completely.
But Mother and I still love you, father, she ventured shakily. You have Hever.
Hever? Love? I spoke of all our plans. That black reptile Cromwell has been elevated to my vacant office of Lord Privy Seal. Traitors, traitors, all. Norfolk a judge, the whining bitch Rochford their condemner. No wonder George could never love her or get her with child. And your dear cousin Frances Bryan was only too happy to ride to Jane Seymour and tell her that the Queen had been condemned. Damn them all! Rats always leave a sinking ship, no matter how grand or important the ship, or the fact it might have yet been saved.
My lord was telling me that we are not to have their bodies to bury, came Elizabeth Boleyn's rasping voice as she looked vacantly at Mary. The guards were to bury them under the floor of the little church within the tower, where the jailers worship. At least it is a consecrated church, though no place for a Howard and a Queen. What did you call that church, my lord?
St. Peter's in Chains, Elizabeth.
Yes. At least it sounds somehow appropriate. I pray they will bury their heads with their bodies, so that on Resurrection Day they will be raised guiltless in his eyes.
Guiltless maybe not, my dear, but innocent of the dreadful crimes of which the king sought to brand them. Kingston promised he would see to that, as you asked, madam.
Thank you, Thomas. That mattered greatly to me. And the king will not harm Elizabeth.
I told you no. Elizabeth is declared bastard now, but she is his, and he knows it. Tudor is written all over her face.
But she has her mother's skin and eyes and slender hands, father, Mary put in, and he turned to her again. Thomas Boleyn refused to sit, but he leaned heavily on the carved mantel and put one still-booted foot on the andiron.
The sandy-haired boy by the gate is your new son, he said suddenly.
Not so new, father. He will be 3 this autumn.
Yes. Well, he looks to be quite a Howard.
He is a Stafford, father. Not a Boleyn, not a Howard. A Stafford. He turned his head to one side and looked at her over his arms folded along the mantelpiece. He pivoted his head farther and stared at her husband.
My wife has told me repeatedly over the years, I assure you, Stafford, of your loyalty and kindnesses to her and your care of her these last 2 months. For that,
I am grateful. I do not covet your gratitude in any way, my lord. I did it for the love I bear my wife and her mother." They faced each other, staring over Mary, who stood between them. "I regret, Stafford, that Hever must revert to the crown upon our deaths, now that George is gone. In proper times it would have gone to Mary as the surviving heir, or her Uncle James. It is a wonder to me that His Royal Majesty left me Hever even until I die. Sometimes I think he did it for Mary. Do you understand me, Stafford? Hever goes to the crown." "Mary values Hever, not I, my lord. Wivenhoe will always be enough for me." "I see. Then would you ever choose to do me any service for myself? For the love I bear your daughter, who loves you all too well, my lord, yes?" Thomas Boleyn was the first to break the grip-lock of their eyes as he looked toward the door. "Mary has often been foolish, but then so have you, Stafford. No, Elizabeth, I will say this. You had the chance to have much of wealth and lands from the king." "I wanted nothing from him but my freedom, Lord Boleyn, even as Mary and I want that from you." "Well, maybe you were right not to trust him. Trust no one. Cromwell did one last favour for Anne when he fetched Mary to her. Then he turned on us all. I would ask you for one favour before you go to Wivenhoe."
"My lord, they can well stay in my house as long as they should like to,"
Elizabeth Boleyn said, rising from her chair. "Their home is Wivenhoe, wife. They prefer it. He has said it." "We shall go today, then, but we may be back to see Lady Elizabeth, and I assume that your grandchildren are welcome here to see their grandmother. If not, she will be asked to come to Wivenhoe in the summers or whenever she would wish." "Oh, yes, of course." Lord Boleyn pointed toward the solar, and Mary feared he would order them from his home instantly. His hand shook as he pointed. "I would like you, Lord Stafford, to take the king's portrait down from the wall in my entryway and bury it somewhere in the gardens, and do not tell me where. Bury it and slice it to ribbons if you would, for us both, for all of us. I should like to put my fist through it again and again, but spoons, I have not the strength." Elizabeth Boleyn went to him and wrapped her thin arms protectively around him as his dry sobs racked his shaking body. Staff went to the door and then came back to pull Mary after him. He closed the door to the solar gently. "I have never seen them like that, Staff. She is comforting him," she whispered in the hall as they stood under the big portrait. "Maybe it will be a new start for them now in the years they have left, Mary." He turned and pulled the portrait out from the wall to peer behind it. "Dirt and dust and wretched bugs," he said. He grasped the heavy frame and lifted the painting high off its hooks. "I almost think," he said low to her, "that he would have softened if we would have begged him to let us stay here and live with them." He turned his alert face to hers. "But he must know we could never do that, my love. Wivenhoe is our home." A beautiful smile lit his tired face, and his eyes caressed her. "Then we shall do this last task and gather up Nancy, Stephen, and the lad, and be on our way home, my wife." They went far out, past the knot garden and the beds of tight-budded roses, to the pond by the willows. "Will you fetch me a gardener with a shovel?" he said to her, as he bent over the painting and drew his dagger. He stared down on the rough, oil-painted surface at the face she had once known so well.
Shadows of the willow boughs flitted across the strong, stern features. The narrow eyes seemed to shift, and the huge hands were in shadow. When Anne was little, she used to be afraid of this portrait. Mary thought aloud. She said once the hands were too big, and the eyes were like father's. She turned away and hurried to find Michael, the gardener who had always lived about the grounds at Hever. Michael's face lit when he saw her, and he came on the run with his shovel. She sat on the bench near the sundial, which would soon be surrounded by the young shoots of mint and dill, and watched Michael and then Staff dig. This is where she had been sitting before the labour pains for Harry began, she thought, and Michael was here to help her then. Suddenly, reality stabbed at her again. Anne had just drifted off to leave her sitting here alone because she did not feel well enough to tell her how things were going at court. Tears of memory blinded her eyes, for Anne would never laugh and flit about the gardens of Hever again. She went no nearer as the two men took turns digging a hole under the willow tree to bury the king's head, and her thoughts wandered again. Had sad Meg Roper finally buried her father's head, she mused. Staff always got on so democratically with servants that it amazed her. Why, it was as though Stephen was his best friend. And then, as she watched them lift the huge frame into its grave and begin to shovel the soil back in, it came to her that her awful past was surely ready to be buried now too. It was as though, through the grief of losing George and Anne, it had gone with them, off her shoulders, and from her haunted thoughts. "Wait, Staff," she called, and dashed to them. "Wait, my lord, do not fill it all in yet. There is something I would add." She darted through the gardens and into the house, past the still-closed solar door. She ran up the steps, which she had once descended to face the king, only to find Staff's dark eyes awaiting her. She shoved the strands of pearls from dear Anne aside and dug under the garnet necklace Staff had given her so long ago at Whitehall. There it was. She had not dared to look on it since the sad death of its beloved giver 2 years before. It was just as the fair Tudor Rose had handed it to her over their chess game so long ago. Staff and Michael awaited her return, and Michael looked on in surprise as Mary showed Staff the green and white gilded chess pawn in her open palm. "'Tis a little thing," Michael observed. "No, Michael, it is a big, big thing," Staff told the puzzled man as Mary dumped the pawn into the freshly turned earth of the grave, and Staff covered it. "I have seen your fine gardens, Michael," Staff complimented the man after the hole was filled. "I have seen them over the years and admired them. Are you wed, Michael?" The gangly man smiled guiltily, and the gap between his teeth showed as it always had. "No, my lord, I never did yet find the lass to love and wed with, and I couldn't see wedding only to raise a passel of young ones." "A wise man," Staff said seriously, and patted the glowing Michael on the shoulder. "I will tell you this, Michael, and I want you to remember my words." "Oh, yes, my lord." "When the day should come that Hever must be sold, if you do not wish to stay, buy a horse and come to Wivenhoe, near Colchester, to Lady Mary's home there. We will be expanding our meagre gardens there over the years, and we shall have need of a sure hand like yours, even if it never happens for years. You remember, to come to Wivenhoe, to us." "Thank you, my lord," Michael managed, and tears sprang to his green eyes. "Goodbye for now, Michael. You have always been a true friend to the Boleyns. Mary said, and found a smile for him inside her bereft, tired mind. Staff took her arm, and they went slowly toward the painted facade of the house through the gardens. "I did not bury the portrait, Mary," he said at last as they went under the iron teeth of the drawbridge. "I cut it out and buried only the frame. The portrait should be for Elizabeth. He is her father, nevertheless, and it will be heritage from Hever, which she may well never see." He shoved the tightly rolled canvas under his doublet. "Very well, my Staff," she said, "but do not hang it in my house in the meanwhile." "I shall hide it in the deepest chest in the cellar, I promise," he said. As they entered the house, the front door stood ajar to catch the fresh breezes, and in a pool of sunlight on the floor, Andrew played with his carved horse and a heavy gold chain. Mary bent over him to examine it. "What do you have there, sweetheart?" she inquired, and Staff halted on the first step upstairs. "Staff, it is my father's chest chain with the king's seal, but where—" "I gave it to the lad, Mary. I have no need of it." Her father's voice came from the door of the solar. "I have another I shall send your Harry, if you like. Leave the boy be. He is having a fine time smashing that wooden horse into it. Though he looks at me as though I am some sort of gremlin from a nightmare." "Thank you for the gift to him, father. He is only a bit shy around, well, strangers. I would be proud to have him know you more over the years." "There will not be many years, daughter. I can feel it." He nodded toward the dusty rectangle on the wall where the sun never went. "I see the portrait is gone." "Yes, it is gone," Staff said. "Then you and I are even, Stafford. You have Mary, and you did me a favour freely." Staff nodded silently, the lower half of his body in the same pool of sun in which Andrew played quietly now. Lady Elizabeth came to the open door of the solar, and old crooked Semonay leaned hard on her cane behind. "You will stay for a noon supper before you set out?" Elizabeth Boleyn's voice came to them in the silence of the house. "Yes, of course, Lady Elizabeth," Staff said, his eyes still on Thomas Boleyn, as though he were waiting for something. "I wish you well, Mary," her father said then. "And of all the plans and dreams and the 3 fine children, he ensnared us all, and only Golden Mary survived," he chanted, as though he were in a trance. He looked down jerkily at the boy who played with the shining chain in the sunlight, and turned back into the solar. Mary stared after his back as he disappeared behind the door. For a moment, she thought he would come out again, young and strong, and ask her what she had overheard, and tell her that she was going to Brussels to the court of the Archduchess. But no, that was a long dead time ago, and there sat her son, hers and Staff's. "Mother, could you summon Nancy to watch Andrew while we pack to go home?" Mary asked. "I think his grandfather and I shall tend him in the solar until you are ready to sup with us, my Mary," her mother answered, with tears in her blue eyes. Her silver head bent down, and she lifted the boy to his feet. Behind Mary, Staff touched her shoulder, and she turned to smile at him. Then they hurried up the stairs hand in hand to pack. This is Melanie Crawley. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of The Last Boleyn, a novel by Karen Harper, presented by William Morrow and Harper Audio. This programme was produced by B Audio Limited. Executive Producer Jennifer Lopes. Text copyright 1983 by Karen Harper. Production copyright 2020 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.